super inequality in terms of the income distribution, social, political, and economical instabilities are always in place. For a state, we need to have 5 central activities: internal affairs, foreign affairs, justice, defense, and the central organization of the defense from the center. So then we look at the Islamic Union, the ASSAM stands, or the ASSAM designation.
Kıyımlar, yıkımlar, kaoslar ve işgallerle yok olmanın eşiğine gelen İslam dünyası. Demokrasi yalanları ve laiklik
regulation and the legislation, and it has to simply be put forward as a model. That's why I started International ASSAM Islamic Community Convention series. We have already talked about simply the operational areas of the states. When we look at the main themes of the International ASSAM Islamic Union Conventions, the first one was in 2017, the management and administration style and the determination of the organs and the legislation. And the second one was in 2018, which was on the identification of the procedures and the principles for the Islamic Union and for an economical cooperation. And then we hopefully are going to continue with the upcoming editions. The fifth one was joint foreign policy, the principles and the procedures. The sixth one was on the joint justice system and the designation of the principles and the procedures. And the seventh edition, hopefully, which is going to be taking place in 2023, on the identification for a joint safety and security. And the overall bottom line objective is to come up with a model based on the legislation of the institutions. And on the 22nd of November 2017, we had the title from past to future, the management styles, and we had people and academics and attendees from 28 countries, and 31 presentations were presented. And when we look at the minutes of the meeting, in order to have a well-being and welfare for all the Muslim people, in order to make sure that there is sustainable safety and security and superiority of these people, in order to establish and maintain peace in the world, in order to also have a sustainable justice in the world, and for Islamic world to appear as a superpower, there should be the designation of Asia-Africa, in other words, ASRICA geography, and all the Islamic countries should be gathered together under the same structure. And for that purpose, the Islamic countries should start Islamic Union ministries in their own cabinets, and there should be also an assembly of the representatives from the Islamic countries. So first of all, this assembly, representatives assembly, is going to act as a crisis management organ in the Islamic countries, and the objective is to make sure that the Islamic countries are gathered under one will and work together. As a result of the first convention, we had a very exhaustive constitution which could act as a model. It was 33 pages and comprised of 181 articles in languages, Turkish, Arabic, and English. And the Islamic countries' Confederation Constitution model was published on the ASSAM website. So the designated model, according to the ASRICA Islamic States Union Constitution, the Confederation will act in 5 main activities, and the regional Islamic states federations are going to be operational and authorized in 6 activity fields, and the national states are authorized in 10 fields. And this is the aforetold Assam is in the process of Islamic Union. So, as you could see, the designation of an Islamic Union is a must, and it is also a requirement of the age. And thanks to the model constitution, there has been a roadmap which is offered for the Islamic Union, and in 4 phases, the Islamic countries will gather together under a certain will. And the authority, the opportunities, the tools, the structure, the member count, constitution, the regulations and the bylaws have been identified. However, the representative assembly of the Islamic countries should be maintained on a sustainable basis, and following that, Islamic countries' confederate structure should be also put forward. And as the second step, we also have to make sure that the joint foreign policies, as well as defense, security, and justice structures should be put forward, and it should be turned into a confederal structure.
Coğrafi ve etnik yakınlıkları dikkate alınarak 9 ayrı coğrafyada gruplandırılmıştır. Orta Doğu, Orta Asya, Yakın Doğu, Güneydoğu Asya, Kuzey Afrika, Doğu Afrika,
Middle East, Central Asia, Near East, Southeastern Europe, North Africa, Eastern Africa, Northwestern Africa, and the other regions. The confederations of regional Islamic countries, after they formed, their central structures should be empowered, and they should be turned into federations, and each federation should be connected to the Islamic countries in a form of confederation. So, after following the hierarchical structure, as you see on the screen, in ASRICA there will be 61 Islamic countries, 28 in Europe, and the others in the rest in Asia and the other rest of the world. Without changing the national borders, there's going to be 9 regional federations and a confederal structure that would unite them. So Islamic countries would be put together under a joint will. So this is the task that we have ahead. It has its own parliament, cabinet, and 9 regional administrative structures. After this hierarchical formation, the central joint will is going to have an Islamic countries confederation parliament, and the regional formations would be represented in this parliament, and there would be executive organs both in central and regional terms, and there would be justice courts, and there would be joint strike forces. In the formation of the security, and there would be the 4th stage, by the way, and it would be in after the provision of the external security, the joint foreign policy should be set up, and after the economic cooperation, there should be a through the justice systems of the member countries, there should be independent judiciary that deals with human rights issues and criminal law. And after these formations, we can say that we have Islamic Union. At the end of the first ASSAM Islamic Unity Congress, we set up such a model. After the second ASSAM Islamic Union formation, it was in November 2018. At the end of the Congress, we had a declaration which stated that for Islamic countries to reach the universal levels of welfare and to gain economic independence, they should be able to use the technology of the time. They should promote manufacture. They would basically they should create an economy based on the exchange of products and services without interest, and they should protect both the labor and capital at the same time. And they should have their own currency system, and they should be able to protect themselves from the interventions of the global forces. For this to come about, we should do a joint market among the Islamic countries, and we should have commercial zones. We should have a common fund based on zakah, and we should be able to have criminal courts based on the Islamic Union, and we should have our own currency as well. With the joint market and joint production, we need to have an incentive fund of research and development. We should be able to have a joint investment fund, and we should have, again, a joint institution for research and development and innovation. For the Islamic countries' basic needs, including the food systems, we should have jointly functioning institutions, and we should also have financial institutions. And ASRICA financial exchange center should also be set up. And we should also take precautions to promote the volume of the foreign trade. And we should have commercial agreements. And we should create unity in terms of language, religion, and history components. And we should basically form a strong political will. Let me just talk about the Third Congress, which bore important results. At the end of the Congress, for independence and sovereignty, there are preconditions, and basically the defense systems and the arms should be developed and manufactured by the countries themselves for a good defense system. In the cabinet of ASRICA, as you see, under the president, there would be a Ministry of Defense, one of 5 ministries, basically, and as you see on the screen, it would have 9 subdivisions. About the defense industry, the inventory of the products and identification of the needs, their manufacture and distributions, their renovations, their modernization, and their management should be done by the Ministry of Defense. Under the Ministry of Defense, there would be the presidencies of 9 regional administrations, and both land, naval, air, space, cyber, and electronic defense system products should be created, and the major contractors should be under the regional administration, and the major and subcontractors in their own region, they should be dealing with research and development, standardization, certification, accreditation, codification, and maintenance. this is what they are going to deal with. The regional Islamic federations and nation states should be given certain products of the defense means, and there would be educational infrastructure for that, which would involve vocational high schools, universities, and relevant sciences. So after the first three Congress, the fourth Congress is this one. And let me just talk about what we expect from this one. Our Congress is going to be based on the means and principles of the joint defense in Islamic countries. And this Congress is being broadcast online, and we have interpretation into English and Arabic. The summaries and declarations are going to be publications under ASSAM's website. And they would also be published in international magazines.
Konfederasyon merkezinden yürütülecek.
And the aim of this Congress is going to be about identification and imagination of the defense systems in these 9 federal regions and the nation states under these regions. In this Congress, we will evaluate the geopolitical situation of the ASRICA Islamic countries. We will talk about the global powers and their defense organizations and their activities in the Islamic countries, their military bases, their private military companies, and we're going to talk about the organizations that they use, and we will talk about the Islamic countries' defense organizations, their military capacity, and the inventories and the origin of the countries of these inventories. We're going to talk about the defense organizations of the Ottoman times, and we will talk about the defense alliances in the world. The Ministry of Defense of ASRICA and its organization, and the Confederation, the defense organizations of the nation states, we are going to talk about these issues and evaluate and analyze them. And at the end of the Congress, we will basically try and create an ideal model for ASRICA. In the follow-up, the next year, we're going to talk about joint foreign policy, and then we'll talk about the joint justice system. And in 2023, we will talk about the joint security and safety. So at the end of the 2023, we will basically create a model that would bring Islamic countries under a joint will. Thank you very much for joining in this activity, and especially the universities. Thank you very much, and I wish a fruitful Congress. And I think we had some issues for technical, in terms of technical infrastructure, and I'm sorry for that, and I wish again a fruitful Congress. The ASSAM chairman, General Tanrıverdi, spoke. We basically would like to declare that no problem is going to set us back from our way. So this is the 4th African Islamic Union Congress, and I'd like to appreciate the efforts of ÜSKÜDAR University that is hosting us today, and the founder of ÜSKÜDAR University, Professor Nevzat Tarhan. I'd like to invite him to the floor to deliver his speech now. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I wish a good day.
Katılan bütün katılımcılara özellikle selam ve hürmetlerimi iletiyorum.
I express my gratitude and salutations to all participants from around the Islamic world. Distinguished chairman and dear participants, I will deliver a short speech, but I'd like to give certain things, especially in the process of pandemic, how it affected us, and what kind of messages could be obtained from the process of a pandemic. I'm going to talk about that. As you know, God Almighty speaks to humans all the time, but he speaks through the language of the events that are taking place. How does he speak to us? If we read those events correctly, we will see that the pandemic is no coincidence, and we will make correct analysis, and we will learn our lessons, and we will correct our mistakes and move on. So, what kind of emotions does this pandemic create on us? You know, we don't have the bodily or psychological comfort. You know, we can't even hug our children. We cannot touch our mouth. We don't have that fast life that was based on pleasure. So the modern man seems to have lost all this. But on the other side, the Islamic world, well, you see the Kaaba is said in a way. The masjid of our prophet is said. Masjid al-Aqsa is said. Hagia Sophia has been opened, and it's a great service to humanity, but it is also sad, and we cannot go in as we please. This is basically making us more lonely. You know, there are material conditions of this pandemic. You know, we're looking for the vaccination and stuff, but, you know, we are focusing on the material reasons of such disasters, but there are non-material spiritual reasons as well. And what can we learn from these? So let me just give you a hadith. Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, the source of this hadith is Al-Kafi, by the way, and it says, Allah gives people disaster when they commit mass sins, so that we would basically learn. You know, enforcing the good and preventing the evil, Amr bil Ma'ruf and Nahi anil Munkar. Once we leave this principle, you know, we may not even be able to leave our homes. Once we forget remembering Allah, he basically gives us the fear of death, so that we would lose the pleasures of the world. So from 1400 centuries, from 1400 years, our prophet is giving us a message, and there are lessons from that, of course. You know, the fate, the qadar, is basically telling us to change ourselves first. You know, you start with yourself changing the world. You know, we're talking about theoretical targets here, and we are documenting them. Of course, we should do that, and we should focus on our wills. But about the methodology of that, I would like to have some opinions. You know, the pandemic reminds me some examples from the Prophet's life. As you know, at the beginning of his prophecy, they basically offered him to be the emir, the ruler of Mecca, and if he just gave up on his claims on religion, he would basically have the rulership of Mecca, and he would marry whomever he wanted. he of course rejected this, and if he thought on strategic purposes only, he would basically embrace the rulership of Mecca, and then he would move on with his claims on religion. But with this approach, he would build a system that would be based on material conditions. But the prophetic type it starts with the changes in the heart, which reflects on social change, and that reflects on political change. So our priority here is removing the suspicions in the hearts and minds of the people. Another example from the Prophet's life is when he was passing away, he basically did not assign a successor to himself. And when he was sick, he, for example, appointed a commander to the army, but he did not assign a successor caliphate for himself. And that the message that I get from this is that I am the last prophet, so you have the capability to self-rule after me. This is why I am not I'm not assigning anyone. Abu Bakr basically was elected, Omar was elected, Osman was elected. He was elected from among 6 people. He basically went to the marketplace of Medina and he asks people, who could be doing that. He consults with people, then Osman is elected. So this was some kind of election. So there was a demand for self-rule, but with the Umayyad rule, they established a system of monarchy. Now, when we look at it, the Islamic world, do we have the capacity to self-rule or not? That is the problem. The Orientalists say, for the whole Eastern world, they say the East is monolithic and the only language they would understand is the enforcement. They wouldn't have the capacity to self-rule and they should be ruled by dictators. Democracy is a little too much for the East. That is what the Orientalists say. And here, referring from the Prophet's life, we would basically say that we can have self-rule. So this is why I believe that there is no problem between democracy and Islamic culture. We don't need a revolution, we need evolution. So we need to build the minds and hearts, and we should set our priorities right in this direction. And as the great scholar Sherif Mardin says, he's a great sociologist in Turkey, and he's a well-known scholar globally. He says, when I read Quran, he said that I haven't seen any verse on the setup of the state. We should maybe say that the Quran is based on 4 pillars: the Tawheed, prophecy, justice, and if we are looking for justice, by the way, the only way to go through is persuasion of people, and the information that we will obtain from this Congress is important. And getting back to pandemic, we need to educate the conscience. We should not wait for a savior from where we sit. Basically, this messianic approaches are, the biggest enemies of the Islamic world. The understanding of an innocent imam is a big deficiency of the Islamic world. This messianic approach that we're just waiting for a savior, well, this is basically paralyzing us. We should get into action in in our own venues. Once we start doing this, like in the formation of deltas, for example, the small isles form and then they evolve into deltas. So this pandemic is basically blew a significant hit on the secular thought, and people started thinking about death and the afterlife. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had conducted a study. I'd like to reflect it on the screen now. At the global scale, there is a spiritual surge. I think you see that on the screen now. During the pandemic, we had a survey including 6,300 people, and the perceptions on the pandemic was basically looked into the concerns and anxieties, and the maturation throughout the pandemic process was looked into. There were 6 major questions, and as you see that there's a significant rise on these problems. For example, people say that they changed their priorities. 59% says they changed their priorities. There's an interest increase in the spiritual issues, 49% said. And people said that they can face difficulties, 56%. And 56% accepts the events as they are. And they started spending more effort in the relationship, 48%. And people appreciate better what they have, 74%. And what does tell us? The divine teachings are also asking for these changes. So these are basically mobilizing the good in us, and it is a time to reach out to people and tell the truth to the people. So we should not just sit down and get indulged in imaginations. We should reach out to the people and talk to them. As the great scholar Rumi said, we're not living in this world, we are transitioning from this world. So we should have an expectation, a plan, and for the afterlife. And to reach out to people and tell these things in a world where secularism was popular, it was difficult. But now there's a bigger concern about death, and we remember Allah more. So this is what we should mobilize more. Of course, I'm telling this to my own self, to my own nafs first, and I am recommending this to everyone. So without further say, in this world, there is a search for spiritual guidance. And this is mostly stemming from the pandemic. We are going through a third wave of this anxiety now, and people say that despite the vaccinations, such anxiety is going to move on until 2024. So, as you know, Christianity started in Palestine, but it basically became a state through the Roman Empire. Prophet Muhammad and Prophet Isa he had just 12 people, and he passes away when he was 32. And these 12 disciples of him, after 200 years, the whole world went through the process of Christianization through the Roman Empire. And why did that take place in Rome? Because Roman Empire had a lot of roads. All roads lead to Rome. That was the Roman Empire established its own authority and its own economic, social, military mobilization through these roads. Since all these roads lead to Rome, it was the situation back in the time, and now the old roads lead to internet now. So from Malaysia to the middle of Russia, from there to Africa, everywhere we have an inquiry into Islam and we are able to talk about what we can do for this to respond to this inquiry. So there is a digitalization, and we should use this for the dawah. And dawah should basically be based on setting examples and not preaching over and over. We should start this with ourselves, with our family, and once we set examples and reflect the beauty of Islam, the world is thirsty of Islam now. There are two types of West. One of them is the political West, that is anti-Islam. The other West is in need of Islam. As Caliph Ali divides people into two, Muslims and potential Muslims. So the rest of the world is potential Muslims. So this is why we should conduct activities to persuade their hearts and minds. And for that, the method that we should employ, I believe it is the invention of the 21st century. It is the democracy. As we understand from the from the life of Prophet, Islam is not a religion of revolution, it's the religion of evolution. That is what I have to say in summary, and it's a beautiful, beautiful Congress. It is the fourth one we're having, and there's an emergence in defense industry by Turkey, and it's going to move on with increasing speed. And the Ministry of Defense is basically appreciated highly for that. And, I believe we should move on without giving any delay to it. And I wish a good Congress. May Allah inspire beautiful ideas and show us beautiful methods. There is another hadith. If you have the goodwill and effort, I am your protectorate. That's what Allah said. It's a hadith Qudsi. And I wish a good meeting, and with my respect and salutations. Thank you very much, Professor, for this nice speech. Small efforts would basically would end up in great results. And as Professor said, if we correct ourselves, as Allah says in Quran, if a society does not correct itself, Allah would not correct them. So once we correct ourselves, Islamic union is going to be easier. The vice rector of ÜSKÜDAR University and the vice chairman of ASSAM, Professor Mehmet Zelki, I'm inviting him to the floor to deliver his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Erkan. I would like to greet all our participants with respect. Now, I would like to briefly refer to the global issues and specifically the security issue and the military spendings made by the Islamic countries and other countries. And then I would like to explain what the Islamic countries need to do to gain their full independence from this picture, with recommendations, of course. In today's world, although the life is extended with material developments, equity, equality have not been strengthened, leading to the increase of global problems. Climate change, wasting, poverty, and security problems contributed to the lack of income equilibrium. As a result of this, between 2010 2018, the use of antidepressants rose by 40%, and the lack of income equality has reached a level where we see the rich people becoming twice as rich as the others. 1.5 billion tons of goods are wasted, and 1.4 billion people live below the poverty line, while 800 million are extremely poor. In such a situation, $2 trillion of money are spent on military technologies on an annual basis. The proliferation of weapon technologies show that, in fact, that makes a contribution to the prolonged conflicts in 40 locations of the world, and different power players instigate these issues from Kashmir to Yemen, Afghanistan to Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Sudan, Myanmar, Somalia, and in many other geographies, we see conflict zones being at full play. The wars and conflicts and terrorist organizations and violence in the world had a $14.1 trillion impact on the overall global economy, which accounts for 11.2% of the global wealth. Military spendings in Asia and Oceania also kept rising. The regional spendings in 1988 accounted for only 9% of the global spending, whereas 10 years later, in 2018, it rose to 28% from 2008 to 2018, which is a threefold increase. India now took its military spending to 66.5 billion in 2018. Pakistan's military spending reached $11.4 billion, meaning an 11% growth. In the Middle Eastern countries, military spending stood at $12 trillion in the last decade. Against which enemy did Middle East countries make that spending? Which countries did become wealthier? At what costs? Don't we have to evaluate these questions? Today, 61 Islamic countries have significant and all sorts of spiritual and material potential. However, the land's resources are still interfered with outside powers, leading to terror, anarchy, and internal unrest. And of course, animosity towards each other. The reason here is the lack of independence, and we need to give serious thought to that. One should know that the independence of a country, territorial integrity, and preservance of its natural sources is the military structure that can deter any competition. Here, no single country can achieve that by itself against potential enemies, considering especially when these enemies have economic, military, and other sorts of cooperation with each other. Islamic countries need to create a unity, having a structure for common security, as General Adnan stated at the beginning, creating defense departments in other countries under the leadership of the ministries of defense, and having periodical meetings, creating common security and defense policies would actually help the appeasement of tensions, removal of outside external interventions, and also conflicts with each other, that will increase the security, that will enhance the security enhancement further, and also contribute to peace. With these considerations in mind, I wish that this conference leads to auspicious results, and I would like to thank all the participants and audience, as well as those who made this event happen. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank Professor Dr. Mehmet Sağlık for his speech. We are holding this conference in Istanbul while people from remote parts also join us. Professor Dr. Kazım Uysal is one of them, and we kindly invite him to deliver his speech.
Çok değerli katılımcılar, muhterem büyüklerim, hepinize en kalbi duygularımla selamlarımı sunuyor. Kongremizin hayırlara vesile olmasını niyaz ediyorum. Malum bu webinar uygulamalarının zaman zaman sıkıntısını yaşıyoruz. Tedbir amaçlı akşam gönderdiğim bir video vardı. Mümkünse onu versinler, yoksa ben buradan devam edebilirim.
In this sort of conferences, if we have such a situation, they can just play the video I sent yesterday. Otherwise, I can keep my speech, I can keep delivering my speech here.
tesis etmek gayesiyle düzenlemiş olduğu ASRICA Konfederasyon Savunma Sistemi ana temalı kongreye hoş geldiniz. Kongremize katılan, destek veren saygın protokolü, bildirileri ile katkı sağlayan kıymetli bilim insanlarını, hususan ASSAM Başkanı Muhterem Adnan Tanrıverdi Paşamı ve fedakar çalışma arkadaşlarını, iştirak eden tüm katılımcıları ve basınımızın güzide temsilcilerini en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum. Yüce Allah'ın sizlerle olmasını, rahmeti ve inayeti ile muamele etmesini niyaz ediyorum. Muhterem kardeşlerim, Kütahya Dumlupınar Üniversitesi yaklaşık 45.000 öğrencisi, 2.000'i aşkın personeli, 11 fakültesi, 14 meslek yüksekokulu, 23 araştırma ve uygulama merkezi olan ülkemizin güzide eğitim kurumları arasındadır. Kütahya Dumlupınar Üniversitesi Rektörü olarak ilmin ilerlemesi, insanlığın saadeti, alem-i İslam'ın ittihadı ve milletimizin refahı için çalışan her kişi ve kuruma katkı sağlamaktan, birlikte çalışmaktan memnuniyet duyduğumu ifade etmek istiyorum. ASSAM'ın
This is now a pleasure. ASSAM here contributes to the salvation of Islam, and we give our heartfelt support to everyone who continues to contribute to this cause, this goal. Dear friends, anyone should consider preserving their nation as an honor, and dying when doing so it gives you the title of martyrdom. And when someone assumes that the life is just about this world, as in the understanding of imperialists, they try to wage wars on others. They tried to do that with us, but they couldn't become successful. That's why they developed an evil method that deprives us from our spirituality and cultural ties by making the young generation move away from Islam, inciting conflict, making people fall out on each other and sort of strangle each other. Unfortunately, this devil method of the enemy has worked to a certain extent, and the Islamic world has been devastated. That's why we need to develop a defense system against this mechanism, establishing the Islamic brotherhood and sisterhood, and also making that Islamic union is a fact. Here, a Muslim should live in line with Islamic brotherhood. Ask for this union with sincerity and also strive to achieve that with honesty, because our religion says that Muslims are brothers and sisters, and it expects us to do things that will serve the achievement of Islamic union. When we talk about a person who lose their limbs, we first take care of the bleeding. We then make sure that those parts are united, and then we help the persons overcome diseases like flu. That's why a Muslim should be able to think about this main course, this main course, so that they can achieve such valuable deeds. Here, anything written for that reason, and the ink used to write those pieces are as valuable as any soldier shedding their blood. That's why we should acknowledge that scholars need to produce such works. When the society falls into unrest, here every Muslim, of course, has to consider their deeds as a necessity. So this is the responsibility of all the Muslims. Every one of us needs to contribute to this cause to the extent of our ability. Working for the unity of Islam is one of the biggest necessities. Then harming this union and inciting Muslims and creating this array is such a big sin and such a bad action. Dear participants, sowing the seeds of anarchy and preventing, in fact, people in this geography is something repeated by those people loving the Western world. They planted the seeds of hatred. They are making the brothers and sisters fall out with each other, and they are fostering anarchy. That's why we need to overcome such plantation. Here on these lands, faith is important. By weakening faith, they hit the people in their heart. We need to overcome that. Dear brothers and sisters, their siege from all the corners and their helpless sanctions on us are because of the reason that our nation is becoming stronger. Our weapon industry is becoming stronger, and we are overcoming our dependence. If we continue to be controlled by them, there wouldn't have been any problems. That this problem is for them caused because we are assuming our historical responsibility and want our due share. But rest assured that their panic, their embargoes, their actions will not lead to any results. Here, no one can, in fact, make this uh, make this campaign disappear. Their animosity, their campaign will be a whip for us, which motivates us to wake up, to awaken our brothers and sisters. You will see that our country will continue to make a great leap forward, and Islamic Union will come into existence. For years, we have followed with Asia, and we fell in love with Europe. What did that result in? It resulted in our loss. We're asking for forgiveness now and planting the seeds of brotherhood and sisterhood in all the Islamic countries. We should also state that we give our heartfelt support to our countries, our government's contribution to educational initiatives. We have over 200,000 students in our country. Kütahya Dumlupınar has almost 5,000 international students from 61 countries. The majority of them are from the geography that is close to us in heartfelt terms. We will hopefully increase the number of these students. And here we aim to increase not only the number of graduates, but also and foster the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood and graduate them as voluntary envoys. Hopefully, we are going to reap the results of such actions, and Islamic unity will bring together millions of youth who believe in the central role of the crescent and stars. These are our prayers for such an Islamic union. Hopefully, those prayers will be accepted. As an Islamic community, we have been praying to see a better Islamic defense structure, and we also were involved in physical activities, not only the heartfelt prayers. The more actions we take, the more the Islamic countries will encircle us, will be around us. Here, the most important thing for people is the ability to protect their lives. Muslims have not been able to protect their goods, properties, and that hasn't been the case for their lives either. They had to seek help from the unnecessary actors. The more capability we develop to achieve that, the more we are going to be able to continue to survive with health. That's why the military industry matters. As we continue to be honest in our efforts, hopefully Allah will also lend its support to us. We are on the eve of a very auspicious, a very victorious era. The next era will belong to the Islams, where everyone will be able to live comfortably with a peace of mind. I would like to end my words by expressing my gratitude to Allah, who brings us together. Second, I would like to, of course, send our greetings and good feelings to our Prophet. I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone who have been a part of this ASRICA event, and I hope that this conference leads to auspicious results. We'd like to thank Professor Dr. Kazım Uysal from Kütahya Dumlupınar University for his beautiful speech, for his beautiful contribution. Now, in all our conferences until 2023, we know that there is a person who will not leave us alone. With his technical team, the Secretary General, Mr. Ali Kurt, the Secretary of the Unions. Now, the floor is yours, Mr. Ali. In the name of God, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear participants, welcome to the 4th International Islamic Union Congress. You have honored us. This year has witnessed a plague that has been all the more influential, impactful on the lives of humanity, as Professor Nevzat stated, and quarantine measures, in fact, causes governments, corporations, and individuals to change their habits radically, creating new structures. Now, educational and other efforts take place with remotely working mechanisms. That's why we are together remotely with all the brothers and sisters from different parts of the world as the representatives of a great geography with the spirit of unity, solidarity. Allah Ta'ala says that everyone's actions are shaped by their deeds, are shaped by their ideas, their intentions. As our prophet, great prophet, defines us as one single ummah, one single nation, we want to, of course, make deliberations concerning that. In the current conjuncture, dear colleagues, refers to the New World Order, which works in the fashion of separate and swallow or divide and manage. They create artificial states, they activate fait accomplis, and they use proxy wars, which is fashionable. They equip legionnaires, terrorist organizations that are the products of a terrorist strategy, and also they want to govern the strategic points as much as they desire. And these empty references, in fact, are a result of double standards, which lacks fairness. Starting with the Islamic countries, they occupy many points around the world and forcing people to emigrate and also die. General Adnan referred to millions of people, decision makers, have been contributing to this unjust, meaningless, and disproportionate chaos in Libya, Syria, and other parts of the world, causing millions of people to be victims. And also, they made the Mediterranean a huge cemetery before our very eyes. And unfortunately, that is the case. And those countries who are responsible for security in the Security Council contribute to those paid soldiers or foster occupations or conflicts through the proxy states, and thousands of millions of civilians are their responsibilities as they lost their lives because of them. In Central Asia, Caucasia, Middle East, Kashmir, Egypt, Libya, in our geography, we see the designing of new Sykes-Picots. These dominant powers have this approach based on their own interests, and the biggest victim, the biggest targeted population also have the people that are collaborating with them on their sides. With these hegemonic powers had their dirty policies like Daesh, Shebya, Boko Haram, and other theatrical structures continue to feed them, and they try to disrupt the Islamic perception in the national community in Eastern Turkestan, Philistine, Kashmir could not stand behind their decisions and insatiable desires of the capitalist and imperialist countries haven't been appeased. That's why those attacks continue at the same pace. If the United Nations want to establish a peaceful order in the world, then it should prevent the wealth of Islamic countries being stolen. Many dirty games are at play, which clearly demonstrate that as Muslims should not just complain about these injustices, but also get to know each other further and act in a feeling of solidarity and unity with sustainable projects on up to our own backyard. We are both obliged and have to do that, need to do that. Allah says, you believers, keep the justice standing for Allah and act justly. Don't let your hatred drag you to lack of justice. Be fair. Be fearful of Allah. But when you look at that, we see, for example, the Prophet says, those who are not asking for their rights is not one of us. How are we going to do that? Establishing justice and seeking our rights. How is that possible as the members of this religion? As our Dumlupinar University rector stated, we need to consider Islamic union a necessity. And this unity and solidarity can be only achieved by economic, social, political, and military pillars. In this 1500-year experience, we can draw this lesson that we can overcome such assaults only thanks to the Islamic unity. Regardless of how strong individual states are, they cannot stand alone. They cannot resist against the attacks of these hegemonic powers unless they act together. Although we have a rich potential young population and all other means, we need strong alliances and cooperations with countries around us. As an example, in Azerbaijan, Karabakh, also in Libya, we have seen that a developed defense strategy overcomes those challenging games. 354 NGOs from almost 66 countries came together, comes together in the Islamic world's NGOs. And we know that as such an NGO, that the Islamic world can overcome all those challenges with unity and solidarity. I would like to extend thanks to General Adnan and ASSAM and ASSAM organizations who combine their powers, and also Üsküdar and Kütahya Dumlupınar universities, and all our colleagues and audience for taking part in this event. I greet you all respectfully and cordially. I wish auspicious results for this conference. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu.
Well, Attorney Ali Kurt, we would like to thank you very much for your inspiring speech. Now, probably the most meaningful speech will come from the next speaker, showing the case where Islam countries stand next to one another in complete brotherhood and sisterhood, and showing that the only way out is a complete and full partnership, as we heard from Professor Nevzat, with an actual example which is set in front of the world. From Azerbaijan, who happens to be a member of the parliament of the governing party, as well as the presidential consultant and in terms of energy policies. Professor Dr. Elman Nesirov, the floor is yours. Distinguished President, distinguished audience, I would like to welcome you and greet you from Azerbaijan. And in the fourth edition of ASSAM, I am more than honored and pleased to be a part of this great convention. I am here representing a Muslim country, which is Azerbaijan. And one wishes that Armenian cruelty and vandalism in the I also wish that one could talk about how the Armenian vandalism simply harmed the Islamic structures and monuments. And from 1880 until 1994, the Armenian lands were occupied by the Armenian terrorists. More than 1 million we had some people, and both in Nagorno-Karabakh and in the 7 districts. They actually wiped off our traces.
Bütün İslam dünyasının mədəniyyətinin göstəricisi olan bütün bizim məscidlərimizi dağıtmışlar. Məscidlərdə İslam dünyasında qəbul edilməz olan donuzlar saxlayırdılar. Donuzların başını kəsib məscidlərin içine atırdılar. Məscidləri tövləyə inəklərin, donuzların, qoyunların saxlandığı yerə çevirmişlər. Və torpaqlarımız işğaldan azad olunduqdan sonra biz bunu Zengilanda gördük, biz bunu Qubarlı'da gördük, biz bunu...
We saw it in different places in Fuzuli, and we saw this in the other lands, and wherever they were occupying our lands, they were actually simply feeding their animals, their pigs, in our monuments and religious districts. Well, such issues need to be voiced out on different platforms, and that was the statement of our president as well. This is not only the hatred towards the land of Azerbaijan, but also a hatred towards the whole Muslim countries and the Muslim community.
Nədən müsəlman dövlətləri işğalçı ilə İslam mədəniyyətinə, İslam dininə, məscidlərə qənim kəsilən, düşmən kəsilən bir dövlətlə iqtisadi işbirliyi qursunlar, ticarət?
There should be also the discontinuation of the economic and financial cooperation, as well as the other types of cooperations with such violent countries. And under the leadership of Ilhan Aliyev, our soldiers, our admirals, our generals, in a matter of 44 days, they simply thrust back the occupation in 30 districts, and the enemy simply surrendered, and they put their signature to a contract of surrendering, and it was actually a very persistent will put forward by the Azerbaijan people. And there is a great saying in the Azerbaijan language that, which means that actually, which could be literally translated as, you should never give up and you have to simply continue your fight. And as Azerbaijan, we would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who stood behind and beside us, namely Turkish Republic and His Excellencies Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, the President of Republic of Turkey, and our President, and Azerbaijan people, Turkish people, the state Turkish Republic, we're inducted to you. We would like to thank you very much because just like every time, you have never left us alone, and people and government of Pakistan, we would like to thank you very much for never leaving us alone. Afghanistan, likewise, they were there, they supported us, and Iran, in the particular region, they were there, particularly in terms of wiping the territory of the Armenian ammunition and the guns. Actually, this was also a very important time to see who are our real friends and who are not. It was a great opportunity to be able to see, and he's muted now. And again, this is something that needs to be said over and over again. And in Baku, we had a national parade, and that was the parade for the victory. And from Turkey, we had His Excellencies, the President of Turkish Republic, and there were the soldiers as well. And we were able to simply actually put this forward, and this was forever embedded in the history of Azerbaijan. So this marks the beginning of a new era. So the Muslim countries were there to support us spiritually, politically, economically, and in the financial and economic projects. Those countries are going to be prioritized, and Republic of Turkey is going to be number one, because the support of Republic of Turkey in terms of simple wiping of the Armenian enemies from the Nagorno-Karabakh was very significant. The country of Italy, the Italian government were not Muslim, but they actually helped Azerbaijan. We received members of the parliament and the spokesperson of the president. They were there. So actually, whoever were there to support us, we are going to simply continue our partnership and deeper collaboration in the future, primarily Republic of Turkey. And we are always going to simply remember that. Last but not least, these days we need, definitely in a great need of an Islamic Union, particularly these days. And ASSAM Research Center is very significant. They have undertaken a very important job in this respect, because you are making a contribution to the establishment of a scientific basis of the Islamic Union in Azerbaijan with a presidential decree. There has been a decision taken, and we hosted the fourth series of conferences or events in this respect. And the state of Azerbaijan would like to also pursue a union in the Muslim world, which is unfortunately not at the desired level. Well, in Azerbaijan, in the series of those events, we wanted to simply bring together the Muslim athletes, and this is actually something great to see. But unfortunately, we can't see the same thing happening in the political community among the Muslim countries. the other parts of the world are trying to fragment us. They would like to isolate us from one another. And in this respect, this particular event and the overall contributions of ASSAM are critically key, so that every stakeholder in the Muslim community will be brought together, and this is the target that they're serving. I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a very productive and lucky conference. Well, hopefully we're going to, one day this pandemic is going to be over, and I would like to wish you first of all health and safety. And one day when we get rid of this COVID-19, we will be again seeing one another face to face. We will be hugging one another, and as Muslim brothers and sisters, we will be supporting and embracing one another. Thank you very much once again, and I would like to wish you a very productive event. Thank you. Azerbaijan Member of the Parliament, Erman Nesimov. Thank you very much. But there is one thing which I would like to underline. Azerbaijan is not a small state in the Islamic world. Economically and politically speaking, they have achieved a union with Turkey, which the other Islam countries have failed to do that. And they were one of the two countries, Islamic countries, which achieved this actually. So we would like to congratulate you. Now I would like to give the floor Professor Dr. Ali Karadagi, who is the General Secretary of the Global Muslim Scholars Union. Well, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وعلى آله الطيبين وصحبه الغر الميامين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أصحاب السعادة والسماحة إخوتي الكرام أخواتي الكريمات أحييكم جميعا بتحية الإسلام وتحية الإسلام السلام فالسلام الله عليكم ورحمته وبركاته يشرفني حقا ويسعدني صدقا أن أكون معكم في هذا المؤتمر
I'm very pleased and more than honored to be here in front of you, making this address, making this speech in front of you. So, on behalf of the Global Muslim Scholars Union, as a General Secretary, I'm very pleased and honored to be here, and would like to take this opportunity to thank ASSAM, the Organization Committee, the Board of ASSAM, and everyone who worked for the organization of this great event.
كما يشرفني أن أقدم تحيتي ودعائي واحترامي لجميع الحاضرين.
So my prayers, my respect, my love, my best wishes go over to you. And I actually would like to thank everyone beforehand for the speakers and the panelists who are going to be making their speeches. We have one target, the unity of the Islamic world.
بل هي فريضة كبرى سماها الله سبحانه وتعالى بأنها إقامة الدين فقال سبحانه شرع لكم من الدين ما وصى به نوحا والذي أوحينا إليك وما وصينا به إبراهيم وموسى وعيسى أن أقيموا الدين ولا تتفرقوا فيه فتلك وصية جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين في تحقيق إقامة الدين بعدم التفرق في الثوابت أما الاختلاف في الفروع فهو رحمة بلا شك ولذلك فالوحدة أيها الإخوة الأحبة فريضة شرعية
stand next to one another and support one another all the time and simply live our lives by Islam. So union is actually a must, and it is a religion of tawhid. So it is a religion of union. And when we look at the religion of Allah, we see there is this unity, and that is why when we look at the rule or principle of tawhid, there has to be an ummah, and we have to live by that. Therefore, we have to simply show everyone that we are deserving the notion or of the statement which is saying that you have been sent the best religion. Okay. So when we look at the messages sent to the humanity, people as a collective group of people is seen as an ummah. And
ولم يتركهم رب العالمين على خلافهم إذا اختلفوا بل بين الله سبحانه وتعالى الحق وهدى المؤمنين الصادقين إلى هذه الوحدة فقال سبحانه وهدى الله الذين آمنوا لما اختلفوا فيه من الحق والله يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم ثم بين الله سبحانه وتعالى في هذه الآية الكريمة نفسها من سورة البقرة بأن الاختلافات التي تحدث داخل هذه الأمم إنما هي للابتلاء والامتحان وأن على الفئة المسلمة الصادقة أن تكون مبادرة أن تبادر بالخيرات فلذلك ختمت هذه الآية فاستبقوا الخيرات إلى الله مرجعكم جميعا فلذلك المبادرات الخيرة
in what is benevolent. So anything which could be called as benevolent or good in projects and initiatives which could be called and good and benevolent, we have to make sure that we stick with the union and we are aligned with the words of Allah. And I think that is what ASSAM is simply trying to achieve today with this very webinar, and this is what they're trying to do. This is our wish from Allah, and the achievement of those goals. For Wahdat to take place, for the union to take place, there are a number of conditions, circumstances. Well, as you know, our Ummah today,
فلذلك نحتاج إلى تحقيق هذه الشروط وهي أولاً العبودية الخالصة لله سبحانه وتعالى ولذلك رب العالمين لما تحدث عن وحدة الأمة قال في سورة الأنبياء إن هذه أمتكم أمة واحدة فقال وأنا ربكم فاعبدون وأنا أعتقد أيها الإخوة الأحبة أن هذه الآية الكريمة لها علاقة مباشرة جدا باختلاف أمتنا فلو كانت العبودية الخالصة لله سبحانه وتعالى فلو كانت العبودية الخالصة لله سبحانه وتعالى لما افترق هؤلاء اليوم الذي يفرقنا بصراحة هؤلاء الحكام الذين لا يعتمدون على الله سبحانه وتعالى في ملكهم وفي حفاظ على كرسيهم وإنما يعتمدون مع الأسف الشديد على أمريكا أو على الصهاينة وكما قال رب العالمين أيبتغون عندهم العزة فلله العزة جميعا فلم تتحقق لهم العزة ولا يمكن أن تتحقق لهم العزة ولكنهم مع الأسف الشديد مزقوا الأمة لأنه لو كانت العبودية لله الأولوية تكون للمسلمين أو الأولوية تكون لوحدة المسلمين ولا تكون الأولوية للخنوع والخضوع والذل لترامب أو لنتنياهو إذن لما قال رب العالمين إن هذه أمتكم أمة واحدة وأنا ربكم فاعبدون هذه الخاتمة هي الوسيلة
leaders
للوحدة
such as Netanyahu
وعدمها عدم
or the other
تحقيقها
people with
هي
conflicted
السبب مع
interests.
الأسف الشديد
So
للفرقة.
this is one
الشرط
important
الثاني
condition, and if we fail
التقوى.
to achieve that, unfortunately, that
فقال
will bring
سبحانه
forward
أيضا
fragmentation.
عندما
The
تحدث
second
القرآن
condition or
الكريم
circumstance
عن
is
الوحدة
taqwa.
في سورة
And when we look at
المؤمنون
Holy Quran,
فقال وإن هذه أمتكم أمة واحدة وأنا ربكم فاتقون.
so this is your
والتقوى
ummah,
إخوة الأحبة
I'm your
أيضا
Rabb,
تؤكد
and
إخلاص العمل وإخلاص النية وإخلاص التصرفات لله سبحانه وتعالى كما فسره الرسول المصطفى صلى الله عليه وعلى آله فقال أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه فإن لم تكن تراه فإنه يراك. هذه هي التقوى والذي نفسي بيده لو كان هؤلاء الذين يفرقون الأمة يخافون الله ويرون كأنهم أمام الله لما حدث ما حدث. الأمر الثالث أو السبب الثالث أيها الإخوة الأحبة وأيضا من استكشاف القرآن الكريم للسبب الفرقة السبب الثالث وهو أيضا سبب للوحدة جعل كلمة الله هي الكلمة العليا وليست المصالح الشخصية
is the most superior one, is the holiest one, and we have to acknowledge that. And it should not be used for corruption, for bad deeds, for partisanship, or for other purposes. What we really need to focus on is that it's not only it should be focusing on the tribal structure,
ولذلك رب العالمين حينما تحدث عن هذه المسألة فقال رب العالمين مباشرة في سورة المؤمنون حينما قالوا إن هذه أمتكم أمة واحدة وأنا ربكم فاتقون مباشرة فتقطعوا أمرهم بينهم زبرا كل حزب بما لديهم فرحون. إذا تقطعوا للأسباب المادية للأهواء والشهوات شهوات المال شهوات الجنس لا مؤاخذة شهوات الجاه والحكم والسلطان وأصبحوا أحزابا لهذه المصالح وليست أحزابا لخدمة الأمة. الأمر الرابع أيضا نحن نتحدث عن القرآن فقط. شرط الرابع السير الحقيقي على الصراط المستقيم البعيد عن الغلو والتطرف. فأيضا القرآن الكريم حينما تحدث عن الوحدة أمرنا بأن نسير على الصراط المستقيم البعيد عن اليمين وعن الشمال كما يقال وإنما السير الصحيح باستقامة وثبات إلى أن توصلنا إلى رب العالمين. الأمر الآخر الخامس أيضا أيها الإخوة الأحبة القرآن يتحدث لما تحدث عن الوحدة تتحدث عن أمرين مهمين وهو الأمر الخامس الإيثار. يجب إذا أردنا أن نحقق الأمة يجب أن يكون لدينا فكرة الإيثار. فمثلا في سورة المؤمنون حينما تحدث عن الأمة الواحدة وصفهم بعد ذلك قال والذين يؤتون ما آتوا يؤتون كل ما آتاهم الله وقلوبهم وجلة أنهم إلى ربهم راجعون. الوحدة لن تتحقق بدون التضحية وبدون الإيثار. أيضا المبادرات الجادة أيضا هذا مهم جدا كررها القرآن ذكرها القرآن الكريم في سورة البقرة ثم كررها أيضا في سورة المؤمنون فقال أولئك يسارعون في الخيرات وهم لها سابقون.
You have to be computing in doing good and nothing else.
اليوم في هذا المؤتمر
Today, in this conference, dear brothers and sisters, under the roof of this benevolent organization and structure, unfortunately, we see the situation of the Islamic Union and world is rather problematic, struggling with so many different problems all at once. And after the caliphate, of the Ottoman Empire was done with, the imperialist forces simply rushed towards the geography with so many millions of projects to fragment the Ummah even further. So whatever you call this, you could call this partisanship. So Daesh, Al-Qaeda, all of those are the projects of those imperialist forces. So our Ummah has been unfortunately rushed towards, towards a very problematic situation, socially, economically, psychologically. This is what we need to work towards. Simply undo the mess and work on the solution of these matters. How these bad projects will be undone in the practice, and how are we going to simply rise against those? How are we going to simply come up with the solutions which are necessary? First of all, we need to establish the trust in Ummah. We need to re-establish the notion of trust, so that they need to they go back to their identities, so that there's a culture of solidarity. People are afraid of Muslims than anyone else. To take Kuwait as an example, take Iraq. It was occupied by Iraq. Unfortunately, Qatar. The brothers and sisters, you know, the children of uncle, they're seeing how the trust has been diminished. And a Muslim is unfortunately is afraid of another Muslim than anyone else, than any non-Muslim. So we see a movement which is outside Islam, and a sectarianship
إلى المدارس ندرس فيها مصالح الوحدة الإسلامية ومنافعها ومخاطر الفرقة. الشاملة. هذا مهم جدا أن كما فعل القرآن الكريم حينما حاول اليهودي شاس بن قيس في محاولته لتفريق الأوس والخزرج على أساس الثأر القومي في حروبهم السابقة أو على ثأر القبلي في حروبهم السابقة، وكاد أن ينجح إلى أن بادر الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم إلى إطفاء نار الفتنة وقال أفبدعوى الجاهلية تدعون وأنا بين أظهركم، ثم قال دعوها فإنها منتنة، ثم نزلت أكثر من 20 آية تعالج هذه المسألة. أنا أسردها سردا حفاظا على الوقت. أول شيء بدأ به القرآن الكريم أكد على شيء مهم جدا. نحن اليوم كأن اليوم نزلت هذه الآية حيث يقول سبحانه وتعالى بين أول سبب أن طاعة أعداء الإسلام وبخاصة بصراحة اليهود والصهاينة ستترتب عليه الفرقة بلا شك. فقال سبحانه يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تطيعوا فريقا من الذين أوتوا الكتاب يردوكم بعد إيمانكم كافرين. علماؤنا قالوا أن يردوكم بعد وحدتكم متفرقين، فهذا كفر كما قال ابن عباس دون كفر. وليس المقصود به كفر العقيدة وإنما هو كفر الأمة، وهي من أهم إقامة الدين كما قلنا. إذن أول سبب أن هذه الله عالج المسألة. بعد ذلك بين الله سبحانه وتعالى أن أعداء الإسلام لا يريدون أن يكون الإسلام على استقامته. سبحان الله، يقبلون اليوم بالإسلام لكنهم يريدون الإسلام الأمريكي أو الإسلام المتشدد أو الإسلام المنحرف أو الإسلام الذي ليس فيه جهاد وليس فيه سياسة بدون روح. هذا الذي يريدون. ذكر هذا فقال
they want an Islam but they want an American style Islam.
تصدون عن سبيل الله من آمن.
Quran basically addresses the book of the people and asks why they want to get the Muslims away from the path of Allah.
منحرفة كما حال عندكم. سبحان الله، كأن الآن ما يفعله ماكرو
because, well, they don't want the way of the Muslims not to be straight. You know, when you just look at it, Emmanuel Macron, for example, says that they don't have any problem with the Muslims, but he basically says that Islam should involve no politics. Then I'd like to tell him, your relation with Allah, why would it not be in these fields, in the field of politics? Well, they would not want us to be straight on in the areas of politics. So we have to be a conscious ummah to counter these interventions, and Allah basically defines Muslims as a conscious ummah. And Islamic ummah needs a military power if we want to have Islamic unity. You know, when the two groups fight from among Muslims, Allah basically asks for building the peace between them. And who can do that? If we build an Islamic NATO, for example, or an overarching military structure, we can do that. Dear brothers and sisters, in this regard, we have a long way ahead, and we have to acknowledge that, and we have to put a lot of effort into what we're doing. And you know, a lot of people stand against us, and they want us to fail. And you know, they are basically striving for us to fail. So they are basically trying to get us fail at the individual level. So we need more togetherness, we need more workshops, and we need to basically get together more as the children of this ummah, and we have to build this trust. Turkish, Arabic, Persian, and Kurdish people, they have always existed in the Middle East, and they want to basically put conflict between these people because they want Zionism, to rule this world, and we have to know that, we have to acknowledge that, and we have to act in this awareness. My brothers and sisters, the Quran and the hadith of Prophet celebrates that this religion is going to maintain its brightness as sun. Of course, the Roman Empire back in the time, they had an army more than 200,000 soldiers, and they had a huge military power. And Bukhari, the religious advisor of the emperor, basically said, don't be afraid. He sent a message to this region, and and then he said to the Sultan Al-Arslan, this dawah would be with or without you, but what I hope from Allah is that I want this victory in your hands, and it happened in his hands. You know, the Sultan Al-Arslan won against the Roman Empire. Of course, the Islamic world is going to be a union, and I would like it to be in our hands. I'm sorry if I extended my speech a little too much. May the benevolence and mercy of Allah be upon you. Professor Ali Karadagi, thank you very much for this speech. And he has always been with us in the congresses of ASSAM. He accepted us as a friend, and I'd like to thank him for that. With this, our opening speeches end, and in the follow-up of the Congress, we will have the moderators for each session, and we're going to talk about how we're going to create the Islamic unity in the Islamic world and how we're going to put together a legislation. And we will basically move on with valuable presentations. The first session is going to be chaired by Malatya İnönü University's academic Professor Cengiz Toraman, and I'd like to invite him to the floor to run this session. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. We exceeded our time a little bit. I was supposed to start at 10:45, so this is why, without losing any time, I'd like to give the floor to the speakers. Just a quick reminder, you know, we are doing this Congress online. We have 15 minutes each presenters, and I'd like you to stick with this because, you know, we are already a little bit late, and we basically would have 15 minutes for Q&A, but since we started late, I think we're going to have to disclaim that. We're going to have to give up on the Q&A session. We have 5 panelists, and we will start with the General Tanrıverdi, and I'd like to give the floor to him, and he's going to talk about the defense organization of ASRICA, Union of Islamic Countries. He's going to talk about the envisaged model. Thank you very much.
Birbirleriyle kongremizi aydınlatan değerli hocalarımı, kongrenin yönetimini üstlenen hocalarımı, kongremizin teknik altyapısını oluşturan teknik...
I'd like to appreciate whoever put together this Congress. The imagined ASRICA, Defense Organization of Islamic Countries, is going to be my presentation. The defense organization of the envisaged ASRICA Islamic Countries Union is going to be the center, at the center of my speech. The aim with these congresses is bringing the Islamic countries under a joint will and the necessary institutions for that, and the identification of the necessary legislation for that, and basically presenting a model to the Islamic world. When we look at the Islamic world, despite their potentials, they are being intervened a lot, and they are basically making the United Nations busy, and they are loaded with anarchy and terror, and their resources are being exploited by the foreign forces. Their rights and freedoms are being violated. They have a weak distribution of wealth, and they are loaded with political, social, and economic instability, and they need help of the external forces. In the unitary structure of every Islamic country, there are ethnic and sectarian conflicts, and they are being set against each other, and there is an insidious, secret, and dirty asymmetric war going on. For the 61 Islamic countries to get away from the confusion and turning this world into a land of peace, we need to do a lot of work. In this process, I'd like to talk about the what we envisage in terms of its constitution and legislation. You know, the 61 Islamic countries are going to be represented here. So we need to create a confederation of the Islamic countries. And in the afterward, this confederation is going to work on the basics and principles on the affairs of justice, domestic politics, foreign policy, and defense. And basically, we need to have regional Islamic countries' parliaments to represent the Islamic countries. The regional Islamic countries, their central structures should be empowered, and they should be turned into confederations, and they should be bound to Islamic unity in a confederation. So in the Parliament of Islamic Countries Confederation, there would be the regional wills of the Islamic countries, and they would be represented in this parliament, and the executive organs should be created under these parliaments, and there would be the courts of justice, and there would be law enforcement and interventive forces to carry out the needs of justice. And for security and safety and external security, we need to have a defense alliance, and we need to have joint production of defense industry. We need to have an organization of joint foreign policy. We need to have economic cooperation, and we need to have independent judicial system that would focus on human rights and criminal law. And in this, the voice of the speaker is gone. Okay, this is how we're going to carry out the ASRICA Confederation of Islamic Union.
Sesiniz güzel geliyor paşam. Buyurun.
Teşekkür ederim. Sonuç olarak,
as a result, ASSAM it sees it possible that without changing the structures and national boundaries, the 61 Islamic countries could get together, and 9 regional federations could be built based on ethnic and geographic vicinities. And we basically see that possible. In this imagination, in this envisaging, the organization structure of the ASRICA Islamic Union is going to be as follows. The Islamic Union Confederation will have a parliament and a cabinet, and under these there will be 9 regional federations. And with a parliament, we would have a president and 6 ministers in the cabinet. And in the first region, Islamic Countries Federation, there would be 12 countries. In the second region, there's going to be 8. In the third, fourth, and 9th, there would be 4 states. Can you please turn up the voice a little bit, because they say they can't hear it. The 5th and 6th regions will have 6 countries, and the 8th is going to be 8 countries. Is my voice better? Yes, it is better. The military power of the Islamic countries as of 2019, in the global expenditure is $1.77 trillion, and 716 billion dollars of this expenditure is made by the United States, 224 by China, and Islamic countries constitute the third in this expenditure list. Islamic countries have 28,000 tanks, more than 84,000 armed vehicles, more than 26,000 batteries, and in terms of the major combat vehicles, we are in the first, and we have more than 10,000 warplanes and about 4,000 helicopters, and we are basically the second after United States with $191 billion. We basically constitute the third in the world after United States and China in terms of defense expenditure. The defense organization of ASRICA Islamic countries, we're trying to present a model for that. As you know, in our imagination, there's going to be 5 joint activities that are going to be run from the center. One of them is going to be about defense.
Başkana bağlı bir güvenlik konseyi, yine Konfederasyon merkezinde bulunan.
There's going to be a security council under the president, and we would have chief of general staff, and we would have land, naval, and air forces, and we would also have cybersecurity, and we will have separate defense systems for the 9 envisaged regions. And they would have joint command system. The defense minister at the center is going to be running all these. Because there's going to be a central chief of general staff. And in all these 9 regions, they're going to be, they'll have their own separate command system. In this draft constitution, it is going to be in this structure, there's going to be a Confederal Republican president and a vice president, and there's going to be a president in these 9 regions, and there will be ministers of justice, defense, domestic affairs, and foreign affairs. There's going to be chief of general staff and force commanders, and these force commanders will be in each region as well. So, as deployed in the centers of these nation states, we will have joint command forces in, as I said, in each region. And there would be active forces and support forces, and in land forces, there's going to be 34 corps, army corps. In naval forces, there would be 4 fleets and 6 straight command. And in air forces, there will be 9 strategic and 9 tactical forces and 9 missile command. And in cybersecurity, there will be 9 cybersecurity command system. And as a support element of the war, there's going to be missile defense and cyber and electronic forces. Again, 9 logistic support command. And for naval forces, there will be 4 in each. They will command the bases and ports. And again, 9 base and airport command system. According to this summary imagination, under the President of the Confederation, there's going to be a defense minister and a chief of general staff, land forces, naval forces, air forces, and air missile system, and cyber and electronic security command, and they will be supported by 9 joint regional forces, and they will have their own subdivisions. And these subdivisions, and as you see, it is more detailed in this chart. There are 9 regions here, different forces, including cybersecurity, the subdivisions of land forces, naval forces, air forces, air defense system, and cybersecurity. And you see that their total amounts, as when you imagine them as in the chart, you see that there's going to be a healthy defense system. As you see, in the first Joint Task Command system, there's going to be 1 Army Corps of land forces, and in naval forces, there's going to be 3 straight command system. You see the air forces and the missile defense command, and you see the subdivisions here, and these are going to be under cybersecurity. Let's look into the joint force of the second federal region. We will have in land forces, we will need 8 Army Corps. You see the subdivisions of naval and air forces, and we would need radar bases for air defense system, and you see the cybersecurity here. In the third federal region, we will have 4 Army Corps. Including the tactical troops, and you see the naval fleet, and you see the Air Force subdivisions here. In the fourth federal region, you see 4 land Army Corps. In the fifth federal region, you see we need in the 6th federal region, we will need 4 Army Corps. We will need tactical air command as well. Radar is included. In the 7th federal region, we will have 5 Army Corps. We will have fleets. In the 8th, we will need 3 Army Corps, strategic and tactical air force, missile command, and in the cybersecurity, these are the subdivisions as you see. And in all joint forces, there are 5 subdivisions, including cybersecurity. You see 4 Army Corps in a European Islamic States Federation, and you see the radar bases here. As you see, as a result, this is going to be the organization chart and the forces in this organization, and the troops are identified based on the existing threats. And this is how we envisage it. This is all I have to say in this regard, and thank you very much for participating and listening, and I wish good results come out of the presentations today. And the Islam, they are going to give an idea, an imagination to the Islamic world, and for every change, this imagination is going to change. Of course, we have to change, improve ourselves based on Islamic thought, but we need to identify our targets, and this is what we're trying to do. And this is the basically the center stage of our focus. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, General, for this nice presentation and sticking with the time. Thank you. May God bless you. The second presentation is going to be given by Professor Ali Muhittin Karadai, and he is going to talk about the joint defense alliance for Islamic Union.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبع هداه. أولا أكرر شكري لهذه المنظمة، وكذلك لا يسعني وأنا أخاطب إخوتي في تركيا
I'd like to start with presenting my thanks and addressing my brothers and sisters in Turkey. I wish from Allah
من كيد الكائدين ومن شرور المفسدين ومن أطماع الحاقدين، وأن يزيدها توفيقا وسدادا ورشادا لخدمة الإسلام وخدمة أمتنا الإسلامية. هذا ما نسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى ونسأل الله إخوة الكرام، هو موضوعي هو كما تفضل أخي الحبيب أسس التعاون الدفاعي ومبادئه لأجل الوحدة الإسلامية. فإنني تحدثت في البداية بأن أمتنا الإسلامية لم تكن مجرد وهم. الأمة الإسلامية كانت حقيقة موجودة بكل ما تعني الكلمة، واستمرت حوالي 1300 سنة، بدءا من الخلافة الراشدة إلى الخلافة العثمانية. 1300 سنة دولة وحضارة وقوة وتقدم. بالتأكيد تخللتها بعض يعني الأوقات من الخلل، لكنها في مجموعها كانت أمة واحدة كما قال رب العالمين. ثم هذه الأمة الواحدة الحقيقية مع الأسف الشديد تفرقت حقيقة مع بداية القرن العشرين بمخططات الاستعمار، ولكن بأيدي المسلمين. هذه الإشكالية كما قال رب العالمين: أولما أصابتكم مصيبة قد أصبتم مثليها قلتم أن هذا، قل هو من عند أنفسكم. لذلك أنا قصدي من هذه الآية أننا يجب علينا فعلا أن نجعل الأعداء شماعة. هؤلاء يفعلون ما يفعلون، إنما نعود إلى أنفسنا نحن المسلمين حكاما ومحكومين لنضع أهدافا استراتيجية وخطة استراتيجية. والآن الحمد لله يعني هذه المؤسسة المباركة ASSAM تقوم وموجودة وعدة مؤتمرات، فعلينا أن ندعم جميعا كعلماء كمفكرين كإعلاميين كأصحاب الأموال أن ندعم هذا التوجه الصحيح إلى يعني للوصول إن شاء الله إلى الأهداف. فسنصل إن شاء الله بإذن الله تعالى، سنصل بإذن الله تعالى، وسيكون لنا شرف المساهمة بإذن الله تعالى. نتكلم أولا عن الموقع الجغرافي والجيوسياسي لهذا العالم الإسلامي العظيم، حيث العالم الإسلامي اليوم فعلا كما أيضا أشار إليه سعادة الرئيس حقيقة يقع في 3 قارات مهمة: قارة آسيا وقارة أفريقيا وقارة أوروبا. واليوم له تواجد أقليات في كل العالم وله امتداد بشري في العالم كله، حيث يصل عدد المسلمين اليوم حسب آخر إحصائية تقريبا في حدود 1,700,000,000 شخص، يمثلون 23% من العالم.
The Islamic population
لكن
was
23%
about
من
1.7
العالم أين وزننا
billion
نحن من
people
هذا العالم؟ هذا
that
هو السؤال.
constitutes 23%
يعني
of
كمية
the world's
كبيرة
population.
ولذلك يجب أن
But
نبتعد إن
what
شاء
is
الله
our
عما
proportional weight
خوفنا
in
رسول
this
الله صلى الله
world?
عليه وسلم
Well,
حينما
this is a
قال
number, but
غثاء
what is
كغثاء
our
السيل. إن
current
شاء الله لا
situation,
نكون
the
كذلك.
active situation?
العالم
As our
الإسلامي
Prophet said,
له الآن 60 دولة، 57
we
دولة في
are not
منظمة
going to be
التعاون
just
الإسلامي وثلاث دول
a
خارج
majority,
المنظمة.
and
ومساحتها
there
تصور
are 57 countries
32 مليون
in
كيلومتر، أي
Islamic
نسبة
cooperation
21% من
organization.
مساحة العالم. وهذا
And we
حقيقة
basically
يعني
constitute
شيء لا
21%
يتصور.
of the world's
أكبر من
land.
أي دولة، أكبر
And
من الصين، أكبر من كل العالم.
once we consider we
وجغرافيا
are
فإن موقع العالم
larger than
الإسلامي كما لا
China,
يخفى على
we are
حضراتكم
larger
وكما أشار
than any
سيدنا
other
الرئيس
entity in the world.
يقع في وسط العالم
And as Mr. Chairman
بين الشرق
expressed
والغرب وبين
very
الشمال
well,
والجنوب،
we are in between the east
ويتحكم
and west
ببوابات
and north
البحار
and
الداخلية،
south.
البحر الأبيض المتوسط
And
والبحر الأحمر، ببوابات البحار
from
الداخلية
Eastern
الأساسية، بوابات
Mediterranean
البحر الأبيض المتوسط والبحر الأحمر والبحر الأسود، من خلال مجموعة من
we
المضايق
have a lot of
والبوابات.
land
ولذلك
waters,
إسرائيل
and we
تسعى جاهدة أن تصل إلى
control a
الإمارات،
lot of
من خلال
passageways, a
إمارات
lot
أن
of
تصل
straits
إلى
from
مضيق
Black
باب
Sea to
مندب
Mediterranean.
كما وصل وتحكم
But
مع الأسف الشديد في بحر الأبيض المتوسط وكذلك في بحر الأحمر من خلال الجزر التي
Americans want to
تنازلت
control
عنها
Bab al-Mandeb,
إسرائيل
controlling the
مصر
United Arab Emirates,
لصالح السعودية.
and
كذلك مضيق باب المندب،
Egypt,
مضيق الدردنيل، مضيق اسطنبول،
as you know,
قناة
has
السويس،
given to
كل
Saudi
هذه
Arabia some
الأشياء. ولنا
islands,
سواحل على
and
المحيط
there's the
الأطلسي،
Suez
المحيط
Canal,
الهندي.
and once
ونعم،
you
وطبعا نحن
basically evaluate all of them
الدول الكبرى
together,
تحيط بنا، معنى
we
ذلك
have
قد
many
يكون هذا
countries,
جانب
and
سلبي لهم، لأنهم لن يصلوا
many
أن
countries
يتحكموا
are
في العالم
aware
إلا من خلال الشرق الأوسط والعالم الإسلامي. فلذلك هذه حقيقة مهمة جدا أننا اليوم أنتم في هذا المؤتمر المبارك أثرتموها إثارة جيدة. المواد الخام والثروات في العالم الإسلامي شيء غريب جدا. احتياطات النفط الآن اللي مكتشف 69% من احتياطي النفط في العالم، 57% من احتياطي الغاز في العالم، وهذا المكتشف. وهناك أشياء حقيقة لم يكتشف بعد، والآن أيضا عرفنا بأن تركيا الحمد لله اكتشف كميات رهيبة من الغاز إلى آخره. فلذلك القصير 56 معدن الكروم 40 وإلى آخرها. هذه حقيقة عالم رهيب جدا جدا. نستطيع نحن حقيقة لذلك يعني نحن في العالم الإسلامي الخطة الأساسية نحتاج إلى تحقيق التكامل، والتكامل يتحقق بالوحدة. والوحدة بالمناسبة أنا أقول لأصحاب الفضيلة والسعادة، وحدة في الإسلام واسعة. ممكن نبدأ بالتعاون وننتهي إلى كونفدرالية مثلا، ثم إن شاء الله إلى الدولة الواحدة. لكن ليس هناك مانع، أهم شيء أن نتكامل ونتعاون. فالقرآن الكريم لما قال وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا، قال المحققون والعلماء قالوا من التعارف إلى التعاون، ومن التعاون إلى التشارك والتكامل، ومن التكامل والتعاون إلى الوحدة. فنحن لابد أن نسير بهذه الخطوات حقيقة وهذا. لكن مع الأسف الشديد اليوم لا يوجد هذا التعاون بين الدول الإسلامية. يعني على سبيل المثال كما تقول منظمة التعاون الإسلامي، نسبة التجارة الدولية بين العالم الإسلامي بين 11 إلى 13، يعني معنى ذلك حوالي تقريبا يعني 87% من تجارة العالم الإسلامي ليست مع الدول الإسلامية، رغم أنه الحمد لله ما ينقصنا شيء. الآن إحنا عندنا يعني أمور طيبة في تركيا وفي ماليزيا وفي
87% of the
أندونيسيا
Islamic,
وفي العالم
the
العربي
volume of
وإلى
the
آخره. لكن مع
commercial
الأسف الشديد هذا
trade
واقع
is with
حقيقة مؤلم
non-Muslim countries.
جدا
We
جدا.
have many
وطبعا
countries starting
الآن
from Malaysia
إحنا
and
عندنا
others.
بالإضافة إلى ذلك
We have a
مشاكل
huge capacity,
يترتب
but
على ذلك
our
مشاكل كبيرة
internal
جدا،
volume
وخاصة
is
بعد
at
كوفيد
saddening
19
levels.
كورونا سيزداد الفقر كما يقولون. قبل أسبوع وأنا دائما أتابع الجانب الاقتصادي،
after
بنك الدولي قال انضم إلى قائمة الفقراء 180 مليون شخص بالإضافة إلى السابقين، ومعظمهم الآن مع الأسف الشديد في عالمنا العربي والإسلامي. في العراق، العراق الغني، العراق في أيام هارون الرشيد كان فيه 30 مليونا كما يقول علماءنا، كما يقول كامل وغير ذلك، وكانوا يعيشون عيشة الأغنياء. يمن السعيد 93% نسبة الفقر، مصر أكثر من 60 إلى 70. فلذلك هذا كله حقيقة بسبب عدم الوحدة وعدم التعاون وعدم التكامل. أنا قصدي من ذلك لسعادة رئيسنا كل ما يبذل من جهد ونحن معه إن شاء الله، وقبلنا الله معه والله معكم. كل ما نبذل من جهد ليل ونهار فالأمر يستحق أن نبذل فيه هذا الجهد إسلاميا وعمليا.
Cooperation.
قصدي من هذا لا يخفى على حضراتكم وأنتم تتحدثون يعني العالم الإسلامي من ناحية الجغرافية والسياسية لا يستهان بها أبدا، وهي السبب في أن العالم يعني كما قال تداعى الأعداء علينا كما تداعى الأكلة على قصعتها. معناها في أكل طيب، ودول هؤلاء الأعداء يأخذون منا ثرواتنا.
By our enemies,
لذلك
like the dogs
حقيقة
attacking
يعني
greasy
التفرق
food.
والتمزق هذه القوة العسكرية والجغرافية والاقتصادية مع الأسف الشديد راحت. لابد أننا ننبه الشعوب. نعم، بالإضافة حقيقة إلى الأسباب الداخلية فإن الأسباب الخارجية بالتأكيد دورا كبيرا في إحداث المزيد من الفرقة ومنع الوحدة حماية لمصالح الطامعين إلى آخرها، كما ممهدات الوحدة باختصار شديد. وأنا أشرت إلى بعضها في يعني كلمتي، لكن هنا مكمل لهذه المسألة. أنا أعتقد من أهم بصراحة من خلال دراستي وتجربتي إخوتي الأحبة أهم تمهيد للوصول إلى الوحدة إصلاح النظام السياسي. وهذا ما فعلته أوروبا أيضا. أوروبا كانت تعيش في الخرافات وفي التخلف، لم تستطع أن تصل إلى هذه المرحلة إلا بعد إصلاح النظام السياسي والنظام التعليمي والنظام الديني بالنسبة لهم. نحن ديننا والحمد لله هو الذي يدعو إلى الوحدة وهو الذي يدعو إلى العلم. فالنظام السياسي مهما فعلنا، يعني شوف إخواننا في مصر الثورة العربية أو الربيع العربي وصلوا إلى الحكم، وشوف وجاء هذه الانتكاسة الشديدة. فلذلك السعي لإصلاح النظام السياسي بالتأكيد بالطرق الشعبية والطرق السلمية بالتأكيد، وأن أمتنا لا يجوز لها أن يصاب أو أن تصاب بالإحباط بسبب هذه يعني ردات الفعل والثورات المضادة. لا يجوز لنا أن لا سامح الله أن نصاب بالإحباط واليأس. وأنا قرأت أيضا ضمن ما قرأت في كتب المحتلين والمستعمرين يقولون نحن نسعى بكل وسائلنا إلى تحقيق اليأس في نفوس المسلمين، ما يسمونه سياسة التيئيس. فلذلك يجب علينا نحن المسلمين داخل العالم الحر مثل تركيا وماليزيا وأندونيسيا، وداخل العالم المستبد والديكتاتورية مثل مصر وسوريا وكثير من البلاد مع الأسف الشديد، لابد أن لا نيأس من روح الله، وأن الأمة ستيقظ. حتى بالنسبة الثورات يعني الأوروبية دامت أكثر من 170 سنة، كافحوا هم وناضلوا ووصلوا إلى مبتغاهم في بعض الدول بعد 170 سنة. فلذلك يجب علينا السعي لإصلاح النظام السياسي وإصلاح النظام التعليمي وإصلاح النظام يعني الحمد لله
accomplish
ديني ما
their
عندنا مشكلة،
goals.
لكن
That's
أيضا نحتاج
why
في
we
النظام
need
الديني
to
إلى
improve our
تجديد
political
الاجتهاد في
system.
القضايا
Religiously
المستجدة
speaking,
وكذلك في
we
السياسة
do not
الشرعية
have
وبعض
any
الأمور الأخرى.
issues,
طبعا أسباب
but the
الوحدة لا يخفى على
precedents
حضراتكم.
need to be,
مشكلة
of course,
عندنا
viewed
هي
again
حقيقة
based
هناك
on the new
مشكلة
developments.
الأيديولوجيات
I told you
بصراحة.
about the
الأمة الإسلامية
Wahdat-related
اليوم
prisons.
إخوتي
We
الكرام
are also
مبتلى
suffering from
بأيديولوجيات
ideological
مخالفة للعقيدة. والله أنا جلست
challenges
مع
as the Islamic
هؤلاء
Ummah
الذين يدعون القومية، والذي
are
نفسي بيده ليسوا قوميين
fell
حقيقيين،
into
إنما
disarray due
هم
to different
قومية غطاء،
ideologies and are separated
وإنما
from each other,
أيديولوجية الكفر
as in the
وضد
case of
الإسلام
nationalism.
والمسلمين هي
These
الأساس،
are
هي التي
all
تحركهم. فلذلك لابد أن نفضح
These are
هؤلاء
all
تماما.
helpless
كذلك كما قلت
ideologies.
مشكلة
We need
الاستبداد، مشكلة بقايا
to
الاستعمار
act
وعودة
together.
الاستعمار.
These
سابقا
ideologies are
كان
the
الاستعمار
tools
لما يأتي
of the
يدفع، اليوم يأتي
imperialists
الاستعمار
to
ويأخذ.
distract
إشكالية
the
كبيرة
Muslims
جدا، مثل
from
ما فعل
focusing
ترامب
on their goals.
وأخذ
In the
403
imperialists,
يعني
they would
لما
spend
نجمع
money
ما
to
أخذ
achieve
يمكن يوصل
that.
إلى قريب
But
من
today they
تريليون،
are taking
وهو
money from
يعني
us
كذلك
as they
أيضا
achieve it.
مشكلة المصالح الضيقة لدى
Saudi
بعض
Arabia,
الحكام.
for
هنا
example,
مشكلة خامسة
unfortunately
وهي حقيقة
spent billions
الصراعات
of dollars
القومية اللي كما قلت، لكنها هي حقيقة
or something
صراعات
like that.
أيديولوجية تحت غطاء القومية مع
That's
الأسف
why
الشديد.
we need
لذلك
to
يعني
avoid
أنا أقول
conflicts
لحضرتكم نحتاج إلى طرق
and
الوحدة،
any
بذل الجهود الممكنة
sect-based
لإعادة الأمة إلى
policies
رشدها،
will
إيجاد وعي
unfortunately
شامل بين
make
شعوب
things
المنطقة
get
بضرورة
worse.
المصالحة
That's why we
الشاملة،
need to
السعي الشامل
ensure
بكل
that all the
الوسائل
peoples
المتاحة
of the
لتحقيق
region
التربية،
focus
إصلاح النظام
on
التعليمي كما قلت، ودراسة الوحدة
building
ومنافعها
solidarity. We need to
في
look at the
كل من
educational
الروضة
system
إلى
to achieve that,
يعني إلى
and we
الجامعة.
need
هذا مهم
to
جدا. يا ليت حضرتكم
have
تسعون
an
إلى هذه
overhaul of
المسألة،
the whole
ويكون هناك
system,
عندنا نظام
including
تربوي
the
يهتم
universities.
بأهمية الوحدة في
Our
الإسلام
educational
ومصالحها.
system
لا ننطلق من الدين فقط، ننطلق كذلك من المصالح
looks
المعتبرة
at
في الدين
the
والمفاسد
importance of
التي
Islam.
هي موجودة في الفرقة إلى آخرها. إصلاح النظام
And here
الاجتهادي كما توجيه
we
وسائل
should
الإعلام
look at the
بجميع أنواعها والجديدة القديمة
the
والجديدة. يعني
benefits.
الآن
We
حقيقة بعض
should
الأفلام التي
make
عملت
sure
كان
that
لها
our
دور
children
مثل
come
طغرل
together.
وغير ذلك. لابد
Of
أننا
course,
نزيد ولا نكتفي. أنا أدعو من إخواننا في تركيا أن لا
many
يكتفوا بالرموز التركية
TV
رغم
shows like
أهميتها، وهي رموز إسلامية، كذلك يجيبون
show
رموز يعني
a way
عربية
forward. I ask all
وفارسية
my brothers
وغير
to
وكردية وغير ذلك، مثلا عز بن عبد
focus
السلام،
on
مثل صلاح الدين من
characters,
العلماء،
not
مثل
only Turkish.
نور الدين
It
الزنجي
may be
رحمه الله،
Persian or
والسلجوقي هو معروف
Abbasanai
إلى
or
آخرها. نهتم
Zibni.
كذلك
So
بتوسيع
they need
دائرة
to look
الأفلام
at
الوثائقية
personalities,
المعتبرة
other
حتى
personalities from
نخرج
other
من
parts of the
هذه
world in
الدائرة
their movies and
الضيقة.
TV shows.
كذلك
They
مقومات
should
الوحدة، الحمد
widen
لله نحن عندنا وحدة
the
العقيدة،
circle.
عندنا وحدة
They should
الشعائر،
go
عندنا
beyond
وحدة
Turkey
المشاعر،
and
عندنا وحدة
also
الشرائع.
cite the
التاريخ
name of the
المشترك بين الأمم
personalities
والشعوب
that has
الإسلامية 14
benefited the
قرن كما
Islamic
قلت،
community,
الجغرافيا
not only the
المشتركة
Turkish
إلى
ones.
آخرها.
As
إذا
you
معنى
know, we
ذلك
have a
لابد أن
common
ننطلق إلى
geography,
مبدأ
a
الوحدة،
common
وهو واجب أساسي كما قلت،
opinion,
وإلى
a
مرجعية
common
الأمة عند
background
الاختلاف. هذا
in
مهم.
many
يعني أيضا
terms.
نحن
That's why
مهم
we need
جدا أن
to
يكون لنا
emphasize that
مرجعية.
if you
وأنا
focus
أعتقد
on the conflicts,
مرجعيتنا الآن
that will
اتحاد
lead
العالمي
to
لعلماء المسلمين،
inconvenient
الشؤون الدينية
outcomes.
في
I think
تركيا،
we need to have an
وكذلك
authority.
بقية
The
الاتحادات
unity of
والمرجعيات
Islamic
تتكون منها مرجعية
nations
واحدة
can
يكون
be
لها
possible. We see
أهمية
many
إلى آخره. إن شاء
similar
الله أكتفي
nations. We
خلال
need to,
دقيقة واحدة. حماية
organizations. We
مبدأ
need to
حماية
combine
الوحدة،
them.
كيف نحمي هذه
One
الوحدة،
last
كذلك الحذر
remark.
الشديد،
How are we
وكشف
going
ولتستبين
to
السبيل
ensure that
المجرمين. وهناك
these
أمور أخرى موجودة
organizations
في
come
البحث أو في
together?
الورقة. أيضا أهم
Of
شيء
course,
مؤسسة
I
القوة
elaborated
الرادعة لهذه الأمة،
on
أيضا
that
إيجاد
in
مرجعية
my
سياسية
studies.
مثل برلمان إسلامي
Here we need
حقيقي،
to have
ومرجعية قضائية، محكمة دستورية. يا
will,
سعادة
an
الأخ
Islamic
الحبيب رئيس
parliament
الأسام، هذه أمران
to
مهمان جدا.
preserve
ممكن
that. We
نشكل
need a
الآن برلمان،
constitution.
وبدأتم
These are
أنتم،
all
ومحكمة
paramount
دستورية عليا خاصة
elements. We
لمنظمة
need to have an
التعاون
Islamic
الإسلامي. هذا ما
jurisdiction,
أردت يعني بالإضافة
Islamic
إلى مبدأ
cooperation
التدرج كما قلت. لا نستعجل،
can be
وإنما
possible through
يعني نسعى
such
بكل
developments.
جهدنا. هذا
So
هو
we don't need
حقيقة
to
أردت
rush,
بيانه،
but act
والباقي
in a
كلها موجود في
gradual
البحث.
understanding
والسلام
so
عليكم
that that we can
ورحمة
deliver
الله
our best.
وبركاته.
Of course, you can look at further details in my study, but may God's peace and mercy be upon you.
Cengiz Hocam.
Professor Cengiz, Thank you. Would like to thank Professor Dr. Ali Karadağ. Now moving on to the third presentation. Ila Yusuf will look at the search of defense mechanisms. African Union and European defense structure will be addressed by the professor. You have 15 minutes, Professor. Thank you very much. Yusuf.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Prof. Merhaba, for the kind introduction. Prof. Cengiz, Assalamualaikum, Merhaba. I hope everyone is in good health in these trying times. I pray for all of you to have a strong immunity against COVID. And I also pray for the success of this conference and the success of ASSAM Islamic Union thereafter in this world and in the hereafter. Now, I have a very challenging time because I have to cover 4 defense alliances within 15 minutes. And I think I will just speed read my slides, okay? Oh, God, where is it? How do I get that? Just I want to get to my...
You can use share screen, Miss.
Wait, where? What?
Bottom of the screen, share screen. You can see now.
Wait. Oh no, it's not. Where's the share screen?
Bottom of the screen. Middle.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Okay.
Push this button.
Oh no, wait. You do it. Okay. There's a file. Yeah, this one. Okay. No, yeah. All right. Okay. Is that visible? Yeah. All right. Is that visible to everyone?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
All right. Okay. As I told you before, I will look at the security and defense mechanisms of NATO, CIS, EU, and AU Defense Organization, and I'll pose the following questions. Firstly, what are the challenges faced by these alliances? Secondly, what are the lessons to be learned from their flaws or weaknesses of these alliances? And thirdly, can ASRICA pattern itself on existing alliances minus all the flaws? We'll start with NATO first. I have 58 slides, and so I will just speed up, okay? So now, well, there is a progression in this world where the world has become bipolar and then unipolar with only US as the dominant superpower. And now we are on the path towards a multipolar world in which we not only have NATO and the USA as the actors, but we also have Russia, China, and India playing important roles. Okay. Now we have 30 NATO members. All right. About the NATO security and defense mechanisms, NATO is a political and military alliance, and its NATO's essential and enduring purpose is to guarantee the freedom and security of its members through political and military means. All right. And also NATO is committed to the peaceful resolution of disputes. And these are carried out under Article 5. Collective defense is at the heart of the alliance and creates a spirit of solidarity and cohesion among its members. NATO is committed to the principle that an attack against one or several of its members is considered as an attack against all. And this is enshrined in the Article 5. NATO also has this transatlantic link by which the security of North America is tied to that of Europe. And it is an intergovernmental organization, and the resulting sense of shared security among members contributes to stability in the Euro-Atlantic area. The NATO has this 2010 strategic concept, and its core tasks include collective defense, crisis management, and cooperative security. So can NATO members put the political disharmony of recent memory behind them to forge a genuine sense of unity? So here we are talking about Muslims not being united, but I think these defense alliances have a problem also. So what are the key challenges for the alliance in the months ahead? The changing US demographics is a threat to alliance unity. Can you pass that? I can't see this one. Oh no. Okay, this one. Yeah, this one. Okay. The relationship between the US and Europe has been shifting long before Trump's antics, but Trump made it worse with his love-hate theatrics with the alliance. But what is more crucial is that the American public is getting fed up and increasingly reluctant to expand US power abroad. And also the crunch came in August 2019, when the US withdrew from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty in August 2019. Now the INF is an agreement with the Russian Federation that limited the types of weapons systems the nations involved could pursue. It limited both nations from fielding both short-range and intermediate-range land-based ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and missile launchers that could be used to house either nuclear or conventional payloads. Now, concerns are raised as to how European NATO member states will react to the collapse of a treaty that for more than 30 years has succeeded in removing from Europe nuclear and conventional ground-based ballistic and cruise missiles with ranges between 500 and 5,000 kilometers. So here is the situation on how to maintain a united stance on the INF. Okay. Now, the other challenge is that there is a changing European defense. Europe's defense debate is all about America. The US has not welcomed the prospect of stronger EU security and defense role. The Trump administration has reacted negatively to new EU defense schemes, expressing concern that they can duplicate NATO efforts and harm transatlantic interoperability. Now, the US Secretary of State had said that EU defense cooperation should neither duplicate NATO assets nor discriminate against non-EU NATO members, nor have the effect of decoupling the EU from the transatlantic alliance. And the Secretary General also said that any attempt to distance Europe from North America will not only weaken the transatlantic alliance, it is also risking dividing Europe itself. And European unity cannot replace transatlantic unity. So critics view this as being partly misplaced fear, partly exaggeration, and partly based in actual concerns. But the real concern is, of course, on competing interests. And NATO must work out on how to recast the partnership between the US and Europe without the former viewing it merely in transactional terms and the latter indulging in anti-American posting. Right, so now we have NATO's precarious role in West Balkan. With ongoing political dramas and threats in West Balkans, NATO has to juggle its role to ensure peace and stability. And if not wielded properly, it can threaten the peace and security of the wider region. Now in Kosovo, NATO's active military presence in Kosovo for 20 years since the war ended has played a key role in helping to maintain peace and security through the NATO-led International Kosovo Force. Now, the Kosovo War was an armed conflict between the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Serbia, and Montenegro, which controlled Kosovo before the war, and the Kosovo Albanian rebel group known as the Kosovo Liberation Army, with air support from NATO. Now, the war started in February 1998 and it ended in June 1999. However, in 2018, the government of Pristina controversially adopted legislation to initiate a transformation of its 4,000-strong Kosovo security force into a regular army. This irked NATO as it fears such a move will provoke neighboring Serbia. In light of these developments, the North Atlantic Council is reviewing NATO's engagement with Kosovo. Now, NATO is also concerned over the political stability of Bosnia-Herzegovina. In December 2018, NATO announced its readiness to implement its membership action plan for Bosnia-Herzegovina. While the Federation of Bosnia-Herzegovina seeks both NATO and EU membership with increasing military cooperation from these organizations, the country's other autonomous entity, Republika Srpska, remains openly opposed to NATO membership, preferring to cultivate close ties with Serbia and Russia instead. Now, the effects of cutbacks in US contribution to NATO, we'll look at Afghanistan. Severe cuts in the US contribution to the NATO-led non-combat resolute support mission is a cause for serious concern among NATO allies and partners. Though cutbacks are essentially operational, the management of this process will be highly political. And even in Syria, following the defeat of ISIS, US decided to draw down its forces in Syria in 2018, which came as a surprise for US partners, including NATO. Now, the defense spending of allies, excluding the United States, has jumped by 130 billion over the past 5 years. The increase is not entirely due to Trump's cajoling, but NATO started spending more after Russia invaded eastern Ukraine in 2014 and illegally annexed Crimea. The China factor. This is a looming threat to NATO. China has now become a significant threat to NATO, Euro-Atlantic relations on at least 3 levels, an expanding military posture in the Indo-Pacific and a more assertive presence in Africa and the Middle East, an economic and technological threatens Europe's own industrial and technological base, and a growing great power play between Washington, D.C. and Beijing, with Europe caught in the middle. So NATO's approach to China is limited to only low-key dialogue and some statement of concerns about the militarization of South China Sea island features. It has been suggested that working more closely with like-minded partners such as Japan or Australia could be an effective way to better manage the China factor. NATO leaders' divergent views on security issues. And this is something that we can learn from this. Major differences within the alliance were shown at the summit of NATO leaders on December 2019 in London. Most of the disputes were between the Europeans. It is not between Europe and the United States. The main protagonists, US President Donald Trump, French President Emmanuel Macron, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and German Chancellor Angela Merkel, each came with their own agenda. For Trump, it was, as ever, about money. His criticism of NATO was that it is obsolete and that it consists of free riders that take America's security guarantee for granted. In the same breath, he took a jab at Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau for not coughing up enough money and told off Macron for insulting NATO by calling it brain dead. So how to deal? The 3 big unresolved issues among the Europeans are how to deal with and define terrorism. France and Turkey have different perceptions about the terrorist threats facing their country. The Turkish president wanted NATO leaders to agree that the Kurdish People's Protection Units fighting the so-called Islamic State in Syria is a terrorist movement. Defeating the Islamic State is one of his main priorities, and he wants the Europeans to help. His goal hasn't been helped by Trump's decision to pull out American troops from Syria, which in turn denied the YPG militias support and dealt a blow in defeating the Islamic State. With Erdogan determined to defeat the YPG, Macron fears this policy will distract from the main strategic goal of ending the Islamic State's role in Syria and further afield. So how to deal with Russia? Other alliance members such as Poland and the Baltic states and Germany see Russia as the major threat and declared that Russia's aggressive actions constitute a threat to Euro-Atlantic security. Macron has a different view. For him, Europe's security depends on forging a relationship with Russia. Despite the fact that Europe's security has been threatened by Russia's military involvement in Ukraine, not to mention its heavy military role in Syria. Macron's wish for Europe to reset relations with Russia is not one that is shared by Merkel. Similar to the Baltic states and Poland, she has no illusions about Russian President Vladimir Putin's determination to divide Europe, weaken NATO, and silence the regime's opponents. Indeed, on December 4th, Germany expelled 2 Russian diplomats. So what to do about European defense? The different perceptions of terrorism and Russia feed into the third issue affecting NATO's European allies. How should it defend itself in the future? Macron believes that Europe should be prepared for a time when the United States weakens its commitment to NATO. Whether it does or it doesn't, Macron wants some answers as to how Europe can think and act strategically. So in response to his unforgettable remark that NATO was brain dead, NATO leaders agreed a forward-looking reflection process to further strengthen NATO's political dimension, including consultation. And that process is led by Stoltenberg. Okay, but the last thing that NATO needs is a talking shop. And dodging these 3 unresolved issues is no longer an option. The new art of security and space. Russia has not only applied unconventional threats, but also resorted to an increase in the use of highly sophisticated ones. For example, Russia has employed less conventional means, often described as hybrid measures against NATO allies in vulnerable nations such as Ukraine, Georgia, or even Syria. These range from using chemical-grade weapons for targeted assassinations, cyber attacks, disinformation, and election meddling to military shows of force in the Baltic and North Atlantic regions. Besides, NATO seems to be no match with Russia, as NATO merely sticks to a broadly analog approach in planning, command structure, troop deployment, and long negotiations, whilst Russia has gone digital in their defense tactics. Global connectivity presents new security challenges for NATO, and this is especially so pertaining to critical infrastructure interdependence. Therefore, addressing by hyperconnectivity and interdependence, especially with respect to modern critical infrastructures like energy, communications, transport, etc., is at the heart of NATO's push to increase its resilience and that of its members. Article 3 is most closely associated with NATO's current resilience deliberations. NATO considers resilience to be the result not only of the military capacity of the organization, but also of the civil preparedness of the allies. So this assumption is based on the belief that well-prepared allies are less likely to be attacked, making NATO as a whole stronger. All right. I just want to go see. Let's look at the Commonwealth of Independent States, and it has been termed as a loose, porous, and non-homogeneous union. I will not go through that. Okay. The CIS members, there are 9 of them, and the CIS security and defense mechanisms consist of the CIS Charter, which establishes the Council of Ministers of Defense, which is vested with the task of coordinating military cooperation of the CIS member states. So to this end, the Council develops conceptual approaches to the questions of military and defense policy of the CIS member states, develops proposals aimed to prevent armed conflicts on the territory of the member states or with their participation, gives expert opinions on draft treaties and agreements related to the questions of defense and military developments, issues related suggestions and proposals to the attention of the CIS Council of the Heads of State. Well, we'll go to the challenges of CIS. So the so-called Sovietness has proved to be an impediment to the integration of former Soviet republics. The Commonwealth is a kind of a historical process accompanying the civilized divorce of the Soviet republics and a painful progression from union to CIS to regionalism. In terms of raison d'etre, it was vague from the outset because it was built on phantom feelings, pains, and euphoria, and it remains hopelessly unfathomable today. The CIS has failed to become a real international organization, nor will it ever become one. Therefore, reform of the Commonwealth is practically unfeasible. And the CIS today struggles for cohesion. And it has been said that the CIS is more like an annual heads of state conference, and divisions continue to grow in the former USSR republics. For the European Union, security is one of the top priorities of the EU political agenda. Well, Europe has finally woken up to the need to treat defense seriously. For the past few years, the EU has started a series of initiatives designed to stimulate European defense cooperation and build defense capabilities. This is in line with the EU's controversial vision for strategic autonomy as laid out in its 2016 global strategy. Now, the key elements pushing Europe towards a more efficient use of resources and greater coordination of national security and defense efforts and making security one of the top priorities of the EU political agenda are the rapidly changing geostrategic order with new emerging powers, armed conflicts on the EU's doorstep, the rise in hybrid warfare, the lack of interoperability and poor cost effectiveness, and the current fragmentation of defense market. EU members, 27. UK is not there anymore. EU security and defense mechanisms. So following the adoption of the implementation plan on security and defense in November 2016, there were a series of new initiatives launched to enable member states to undertake defense research, enhance defense coordination, increase investment in defense, and develop joint defense capabilities. These include the Permanent Structured Cooperation PASCO, an inclusive instrument enabling interested member states to strengthen their defense cooperation in specific areas. The Coordinated Annual Review on Defense Card is a process aimed at obtaining a better overview of member states' defense-related activities and spending. And the European Defense Fund intended to boost the performance of European capabilities through innovation in projects for the collaborative development of defense products and technologies. So, the challenges to EU defense integration is the ambiguity of EU's vision on strategic autonomy, flawed security and defense mechanisms, budget cut in defense funding, the lack of transparency and accountability, and the impact of coronavirus. There is no precise, universally agreed definition of strategic autonomy, even though the term has been frequently used in European debates on security and defense. So the lack of conceptual clarity surrounding strategic autonomy means the term is often misunderstood, both inside and outside Europe. Not all EU member states are comfortable with the concept, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe. So one may term the autonomy as a European Defense Union, strategic autonomy, common defense, or even European army, but the concept points out to the same vision. Europe desperately needs an autonomous capacity, at least to solve crises in its neighborhood that impact it directly or indirectly, example Syria, and to all extent possible to take an active part in its own defense, be it against old or new threats. So yeah, they have this permanent structured cooperation, but it has flaws. And it is said that it is more of a framework for cooperation projects rather than a proper process to integrate defense budgets, plans, capabilities, and industries, and carry out interoperability exercises in order to form an autonomous capacity. It is suggested that it should encompass a capability process to build the operational capacity of an avant-garde of willing and able member states to conduct crisis management missions outside the Union, which is the essence of the common security and defense policy. And also, it is said that the framework is barely linked to the CSDP. PESCO's main program, which is military mobility endorsed by 24 member states, has little to do with crisis management, but everything to do with NATO. So the European Defence Fund is the most promising initiative in the realm of the European defence, but for this fund to materialize, there are very stringent conditions to be met. So the Europeans need to vote the budget according to the provisions made in the draft multi-annual financial framework. Finally, the most important condition for the fund to be a success is to link it to an efficient defense planning process. This is not the case yet. The European Peace Facility was launched in 2018 to set up a new off-budget fund. At present, discussions on the launch of the EPF seem to be stalled due to the fact that some governments are not willing to consider the common funding of crisis management operations based on Article 4. All right. So now budget cut in defense funding. During the 2021-2027 budget negotiations, the proposed funding for military mobility has been drastically cut. The lack of transparency, impact of coronavirus. Okay, let's look at the African Union. We have...
Süremizi oldukça aştık ama toparlayabilir miyim?
Okay.
I'm afraid you have to wrap up.
Yeah, okay, right. That's all. Thank you.
Örnek olarak Kırım, Irak, Suriye, Libya, Afganistan.
Evet, teşekkür ediyorum.
But thank you so much for this great presentation.
Savunma harcamaları, ekonomik büyüme ve istikrarlı bir İslam dünyası isimli bildirisini.
So now I would like to leave the floor to Issam Samara and Ato Rahman from Jerusalem, Bangladesh. Issam Samara is going to make their presentation. You have 15 minutes, so please respect the timing. Thank you so much. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Buyurun başlayabilirsiniz.
You can start your presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. You can start.
Hello.
Sir, are you on the English channel?
Yes, I am on the English channel.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Evet, buyurun. Başlayabilirsiniz.
Yes, we can hear you. Please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Respected professors, dignitaries, and everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Wissam is a little bit sick, so he's not going to present the paper, but I'm here to present the paper. And the title of our paper is Defense Spending, Economic Growth and Stable Islamic World. And I promise I will try my best to keep myself content within 10 minutes or less. The main question that we are addressing in this presentation will be, how can we get a peaceful Muslim world? And then, is there any role for cooperation among Muslim countries? is military cooperation possible? And how can we build more trust among Muslim countries? I think we will all agree that the prerequisite of any type of treaty or any type of alliance is to have mutual respect and mutual trust among its members. So unless and until we have that mutual trust and respect, and we have some boundaries that we will voluntarily not cross, and this type of understanding is very important for to have a very effective alliance. So about the background, wars are normally welcome from a strict economic sense, and wars means destruction, which also means recreation, more economic activities. War creates an emergency situation, which also means more supervision and higher productivity. War means more production, which also means more jobs. War means exercising authority, which also means forcing people to cooperate when they are not doing that voluntarily. War means demonstration of power, which also means intimidating enemies and consolidating power. So war has a kind of positive effect. War has a kind of positive effect on economy. So in economics, they don't necessarily dislike wars, but we are in a different situation. However, to take the advantage, we need to have some sort of condition fulfilled. We need to have we need to be the winner of the war. In every war, there is a winner and a loser. So we need to be the winner of the war. We need to have war outside our borders so that the local infrastructure remains more or less unharmed. We need to have capacity to produce high quality product and fast. That's more important so that when the demand will increase, we can actually deliver products on demand. We have to have involvement in research and development. A very important thing, we cannot win a war just by purchasing defense mechanism from somebody who is against us. That's a very basic 101 level understanding that we need to have extensive research and development to get benefit out of this war. And if you just, I think this, you can see my slides as well. These are the US and European Union's arms export and imports. The red one is the US arms export, and it went down, but then it again peaked, and US arms import is actually always down, minuscule, and EU arms export is relatively more than its arms import. So if we want to have benefit from this war, then we have to have these type of capacities which those countries are having, and we are clearly lacking from that. Unfortunately, we Muslim countries are not in a position to exploit such economic gains. To make things worse, most of the wars that we experience in Muslim world are categorically civil war. That's a different kind of war, lot more nastier, because there people are killing the neighbors, and people of one country is killing the people of the same country. The war between two tribes because of faith and all these things. So that's a pure mess. That's a pure mess. And it erodes trust among people of same country, same background, and oftentimes of same religion. Just they differ by something very little, maybe insignificant to many of us, but very significant to them. And they start a war and kill each other. So that's the kind of civil war that we are experiencing. So that's a lot difficult to handle. That certainly would not help. Civil wars destroys infrastructure. It destroys trust. Wars destroy trust, but civil war in a specific way destroys it more violently. Civil war shatters confidence. Civil wars breaks families, demoralize people. We need to stop such wars, especially when it happens to within our boundary, and our means our boundary within the Muslim countries. And for that sake, as a human being, we should not allow these civil wars to happen even in any remotest corner of this world, because that's a very difficult thing. However, solution. Of course, there is a solution, historical solution. Historical solution is very simple. You have to have a very strong state government. Literally, the cookbook process is you have such a strong government that all the fighting fractions will say that if we do not stop fight, then big boss will come and they will flatten us. And they just basically intimidated. That is actually the solution that is given by us from the history. However, technically strong government is not something that we normally see in contemporary Muslim world. We unfortunately had strong governments in the sense that somehow, rightfully or wrongfully, they used to exert their full control over their country, and maybe that raised some issues of human rights and other things, but at least that brought peace. And the prosperity, whatever we have, is a kind of indirect result of that peace, internal peace. But unfortunately, especially after this Arab Spring and things, many people are expressing their views, and which is certainly very good, but also the strong government, the concept is kind of gone. So trying to get help from a strong government to stop the civil war is kind of difficult to expect. Alternatively, we can also have a strong alliance of Muslim states so that the fighting fractions will be intimidated, as they have to face the resistance from the alliance, not from a particular country. And in any case, if they win that fraction, they will that winning fraction may not necessarily be welcomed by the alliances. So the strategic discomfort of those fighting fractions will be higher. However, problem is still there, and forming alliance is not a very pragmatic solution for Muslim countries either, because they have very little commonality. And what do we mean by that? Muslim countries have no common enemies. If we start thinking about who is our enemy, of course, we can theoretically say that people of these are our enemies. But when we want to start a war or want to develop a defense, we need to have a state. And I don't think that we can identify one country that we think are common enemy in pragmatic sense. We are very, very generous to everybody through our business ties, through our tourism, through our economic ties, through our everything. We have multi-level stakes in all countries. So we don't have any common enemy. And unfortunately, we don't have any common friend either. If we don't have any common enemy and common friend, it will be very difficult to come at a platform and start thinking that we are all same. Countries have different agenda and sometimes hidden agenda. That's perfectly fine, and that's all international relations is all about. Countries, they have different agenda, of course they will have, and they will have hidden agenda. No established boundary of code of conduct. Interfering into another country's domestic issue is not something uncommon among Muslim countries. That happens always. If we don't respect my neighbor, then I'm not going to get back that respect. So, but unfortunately, that is the reality, and most probably that is not going to change. But does that mean that this type of dismal situation will carry on, and we will not be able to talk about some uniform platform or some common force joining all these Muslim forces together? Well, certainly we can try. Hence, we argue that That's we means we, the authors of these papers. We argue that before thinking of any military alliance, Muslim countries should work on economic cooperation. Currently, Muslim countries have very little trade among themselves, and they said this small table shows that intra-OIC countries exports and imports, and average was around 14% export was around 14% in 2016, and little bit less in 2017, and even little bit less in 2018. That was the last time. That was the last year we got data, and was 16.4, and then it was a little bit higher, and then it depressed a little bit. So many of the Muslim countries actually share border with each other, and many Muslim countries are actually clustered in MENA, Middle East and North Africa region. So it's not very unusual to think that they will have a lot of exports and imports within themselves, but unfortunately, they're not. That's not what is happening. IMF has identified 820 import pairs within OIC countries. So there are 802 pair countries who do not have any business tie among themselves within these OIC countries. So we actually are not very interested to extend our business tie. We are not exploring that what my brother, next door brother have something what he has to sell, and that's a kind of very difficult situation. First, we have to know each other. Then we have to work together. This indicates that there is a huge potential for member countries of the largest interested coalition, which is our OIC, of the world, to cooperate through trade. When they have common enemy, then they can cooperate. Actually, most probably, we all know that there is Islamic Military Alliance for Fight Terrorism, and they have started working few years back, and that is basically to work against what is called terrorism. So these terrorist groups, the groups that are considered as terrorist, and they actually are against kind of all countries, and they disturb every country. So when we have common reasons, when you have common enemy, we can pull ourselves together. But unfortunately, other than this thing, most probably we don't have too much in common. So we have to figure that out. We have to clean that situation before we try to make improve. Improve economic cooperation will strengthen the ties between Muslim countries, will increase mutual interdependence is very important. I need to depend on you and you need to depend on me. That type of mutual independence is not there. If it is not there, then no treaty will come back. Nobody makes treaty with big brother. So we have to have mutual dependence, and which will also bring the concept of mutual respect, will make non-cooperation more costly. That's also another strategy that we can take. We can make cooperation attractive and non-cooperation costly. And that's how we can bind these forces together and can take advantage, of course, with each other's natural bounties. I'm sure a lot of speakers before me has mentioned about these natural bounties. We have unlimited bounties of Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala within our environment, and we have a fair good share of that, and we can take advantage of that by sharing with each other. So the point we are trying to make that yes, it is very important. It is very important that if we can make military treaties, and if we can make military treaties and military alliances, then most probably civil war problem will be kind of gone. But unfortunately, I don't think we are close to that. we have to clear up many issues before going that. And most importantly, we have to build up mutual respects and treat everybody with honor, and we have to be dependent on each other. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. I would like to have some questions, but I think...
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. The time is up anyway.
The moderator has...
Well, actually, we don't have any further time. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And now the latest panelist is Mr. ASSAM Öztürk, who will be talking about the importance of African Union within the context of collective defense for the Islamic Union. ASSAM Bey, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Buyurun, başlayabilirsiniz.
Şu an sesim geliyor mu?
Evet, buyurun.
Tamam.
Can you hear me?
Sağ olun. Buyurun. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saygıdeğer paşam, saygıdeğer hocalarım.
Distinguished General, distinguished professors, I'm ASSAM Öztürk. I'm a PhD candidate. I am a PhD candidate in international relations at Istanbul Medeniyet University, and I'm working in civilization work. I have advanced English fluency, and I have medium fluency in Arabic. Thank you so much for your invitation. So it's an honor for me to be a part of this 4th ASSAM conference. And today I will be talking about the importance of African Union for the Islamic Union within the scope of the collective defense. So in this session, I will be focusing on the importance of the African Union. And I will be looking at different aspects of the African Union in terms of population and the other parts of potential opportunities. So, collective defense. So first of all, I will start by that, or in other words, collective self-defense. The second title will be the African Union and Turkey relationships as an example of collective defense and the importance of African Union for Islamic Union. So, when we look at the collective defense or collective self-defense, it means that the states come to an agreement against the state or groups of states which are posing a safety and security threat from their existing and potential enemies. So it includes the concept, the notion that there is a collective and joint defense, and this is a right of reconciliation, which is recognized by the international law, and it is designated in Article 51 in the United Nations Agreement. And when we look at the cases, the global cases, we have NATO, we have EU, we have SCO and AU, and the UNASUR are some of the examples. As you could see on the map, so the region marked in dark blue corresponds to NATO and the European Union. And likewise, when you look at this part, the turquoise, it is Shanghai Cooperation Organization and Collective Safety Agreement Organization. The African Union in green, and in red, it is the South American Nations Union and South America Defense Council. When you look at the map, this is Middle East, which is marked in gray. In Southeast Asia and the Central America regions, we don't have comprehensive regional alliances and a collective defense complex which would be led by Turkey and which would be headquartered in Middle East will simply bridge the gap in this respect. So, and the conditions are not very feasible at the moment, but this is not a barrier in terms of the Turkish Islamic world to form a union. So there is this union which is failing to be established due to the lack of existing conditions. This could be still not a barrier. And the second thesis is that even though geographically there is not a unity, there could be still a union or unity. And in my upcoming presentation, I will be focusing and elaborating that point even more. So now, what is the significance of African Union within the context of the collective defense? So this collective defense complex, which would be established, is very important in relationship with the other collective defense complexes within the scope of an Islamic Union or a regional defense complex, which would be led by Turkey, would be very key to the strategical partnership of Turkey and between Turkey and the African Union. So particularly for three reasons, we believe this is very key. So one of the first aspects is population, geography, politics, and the military capacity. So this could be called as the defense capacity of the African Union, which are very key, especially in terms of the Islamic Union as well. And we have to have new initiatives, particularly, in this geography, it started to simply increase its importance, just like Mediterranean. And the African Union is critically important for the Islamic Union. And we need to simply increase the infrastructure, defense infrastructure, jointly used with African Union, which would be key for Turkey. So when we look at African Union and the Turkey relationships as an example of collective defense, so over here, first of all, we see African Union, and then African Union Peace and Security Council, followed by Turkey-African Union relationships. Asım Bey, could you make it smaller? Because, we can't, it's not fitting to the screen. I beg your pardon. For example, I can't see the first part and the last bit of the screen. Is it PDF? No, it is actually PowerPoint. Could you please press F5? So maybe it has something to do with your screen. No, I'm not actually. My screen, but I can't see the other bits of the sentences. Is it the same case for all the other attendees? I don't know them, but I can't see them, but I don't know them. No, we have the same problem as well. So I think it's a rather large size, particularly where we are located. So then I'm just going to open it from my file. Thank you so much.
Herhalde bir entegrasyon sorunu oldu.
Ya olmuyorsa da çok önemli değil. Yani
yok, yani şu şekilde şu an bir dakika.
Problem değil.
Şu haliyle nasıl? Tam görülüyor mu şu an?
Yani yine gözükmüyor ama hocam şey değil. Çok sıkıntı değil. Siz yine bildiğiniz şekilde
yapın. Şu anda
yapın.
uygun. Şu anda iyi.
Tamam o zaman sıkıntı yok hocam. Böyle devam edelim. Siz kaldığınız yerden devam edin. Kusura bakmayın. Buyurun.
Tamam.
Evet, görünüyor ekran tam.
Tamam, okey.
Yani tam ekran olduğu zaman kesilme oluyor mu şu anda? Şöyle göstereyim.
Şu anda da görüyorum ben.
Tamam. Sıkıntı yok hocam. Buyurun.
Tamamdır. Bu şekilde ilk önce Afrika Birliği'nden, sonra Afrika Birliği Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi'nden, sonrasında da Türkiye-Afrika Birliği ilişkilerinden bahsedeceğim. Bu anlamda Afrika Birliği yani African Union olarak geçiyor. 1963'te 32 bağımsız Afrika ülkesinin bir araya gelmesiyle ve bağımsızlık sonrası da ilk kıtasal kuruluş olarak Afrika Birliği örgütü üzerinden birlikteliğini sağlamış bir örgüt. 2002 yılında Afrika Birliği örgütü 55 ülkenin katılımıyla Afrika Birliği'ne dönüşüyor. Afrika Birliği'nin amaçlarından bir kısmı şu şekilde: Afrika ülkeleri ve halkları arasında birliği ve dayanışmayı sağlamak, üye ülkelerin meşruiyetinin, bölgesel bütünlüğünü ve bağımsızlığını korumak, kıtanın siyasi ve sosyoekonomik birleşmesini sağlamak, kıtada barış, güvenlik ve istikrar sağlamak, uluslararası işbirliğini teşvik etmek. Bu noktada Afrika Birliği'nin kolektif savunma bağlamında barış ve güvenlik meselelerini Afrika Birliği Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi bünyesinde uygulamaya alıyor. Afrika Birliği Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi ile alakalı protokol 2002 yılında kabul edilmiş, 2003 yılında yürürlüğe konmuş ve 2004 yılında tamamen işlevsel hale getirilmiş. Yani aşağı yukarı 2 senelik bir süreç. Böyle çok böyle komplike süreçler değil aslında bunlar bir masaya oturulduğu zaman. Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi Afrika Birliği'nin uyuşmazlıkları önleme, yürütme ve çözme organı olarak görev yapmakta. Afrika'da çatışma ve kriz durumlarına vaktinde ve etkin cevaplar verebilmeyi amaçlayan bir kolektif savunma ve erken uyarı uzlaşısı olarak kabul edilmekte. Yine güvenlik ve yani Afrika'da güvenlik ve istikrarı geliştiren yapı olan Afrika Barış ve Güvenlik Mimarisi'nde ana sütunu olarak zikredilmekte Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi. Afrika Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi'ne bazı yetkiler de tanınmış. Bu yetkilerden bazıları da şu şekilde: soykırım ve insanlığa karşı suçlara sebep olabilecek ihtilaf çatışmalarını öngörmek ve önlemek, çatışmaların çözüme kavuşturmak, adına arabuluculuk ve barış inşası işlemini üstlenmek, Afrika Birliği'nin müşterek savunma politikasını belirlemek, uluslararası terörizmle mücadele etmek için yöntem ve araçların ikmalini sağlamak, barış ve güvenliğin istikrarının tesisinde Afrika Birliği ve bölgesel mekanizmanın çalışmaları arasında uyum ve koordinasyonu sağlamak, üye bir ülkenin milli bağımsızlık ve egemenliğinin paralı askerleri kapsayacak şekilde taciz ile tehdit edildiği durumları tahkik etmek ve harekete geçmek. Yine silahlı çalışma ve büyük doğal afet durumlarında insani müdahaleyi desteklemek ve kolaylaştırmak. Peki Türkiye ile Afrika'nın ilişkileri nasıldır? Afrika Birliği'nin ilişkileri nasıldır? Bu noktada 1963 ile 2002 yılları arasında sınırlı bir ilişki var. Bununla birlikte 1998 yılında çok boyutlu Afrika'ya açılım politikası kapsamında bölge ülkeleriyle siyaset, ticaret, kültür, güvenlik ve askeri işbirliği ile kalkınma projeleri gibi alanlarda ilerleme sağlanıyor. 2013 yılına geldiğimiz zaman bu Afrika'ya açılım politikası yerine Afrika Ortaklık Projesi'ni bırakıyor. 2002 yılından itibaren Afrika zirvelerine misafir ülke olarak katılıyor Türkiye. Ve 2005 yılında da Afrika Birliği'nde gözlemci ülke statüsü kazanıyor. Afrika Birliği 2008 yılında Türkiye'yi stratejik ortağı olarak kabul etmiş. Yani Türkiye'nin Afrika Birliği'nde aktif bir üyeliğinin bulunmaması sebebiyle Afrika Birliği Barış ve Güvenlik Konseyi kapsamında bir birliktelikten söz edememekteyiz. Bununla birlikte Türkiye ile Afrika Birliği arasındaki ilişkilerin gün geçtikçe gelişmekte olduğunu ve daha da iyi bir noktaya doğru yol aldığına da dikkat çekmek yerinde olacaktır. Bu gelişmeler kolektif savunma bağlamında birliktelikler noktasında da bir potansiyel oluşturmakta. Peki yani Türkiye-Afrika Birliği ilişkilerinde yine kolektif savunma bağlamında yeni seçeneklerin oluşması açısından değerlendirebileceği gibi ileride İslam ülkeleri arasında kurulacak bir birliğinde Afrika Birliği ile ilişkilerin tesis edilmesinde ve muhafazasında değerlendirilmesi açısından da düşünülebilir. Zira Türkiye'nin içinde olacağı bir İslam Birliği ile ilişkilerin tesisinde şüphesiz Türkiye, Afrika Birliği ortalığı kadim bir birliktelik olarak ilişkilerin geliştirmesinde önemli bir rol oynayacaktır. Türkiye, Afrika ile olan birlikteliği ve stratejik ortaklığı sebebiyle İslam Birliği ve Afrika Birliği arasında kolektif savunma bağlamında sağlam köprülerin kurulması anlamında değer taşıyan bir ülkedir. Yine bu süreçlerin, yani birliktelik süreçlerine öncülük edilebilecek potansiyeli ve uluslararası etkinliği ile gücü bünyesinde barındırmaktadır. Bu noktada yani ilk etapta şu anda İslam Birliği bağlamında genel bir kapsayıcı bir birlik kurulamayacak olsa bile bölgesel veya bölgeler üstü bir kolektif savunma kompleksinin oluşabileceğinin ortada olduğu görüşüyle yani bu bölgesel savunma kompleksini de kurabilecek yani temellerini atabilecek şekilde potansiyel en yüksek ülkelerden bir tanesi de Türkiye. Bu noktada şartlar belli seviyelere gelmiştir ve potansiyel girişimler uluslararası karar alıcıların adım atmasını beklemektedir. Benim kendi görüşüm. Üçüncü başlığımız Afrika Birliği'nin İslam Birliği açısından önemi. İslam ülkeleri arasında kurulacak bir birliğin kolektif savunma açısından da bir kapasite oluşturacağı yadsınamaz bir gerçektir. İslam ülkeleri arasında savunmaya dayalı bir anlaşmanın da yapılması gerekliliği ortaya çıkmaktadır. Yine kolektif savunmayı da kapsayacak bir birliğin elbet dünyada var olan diğer kolektif savunma kompleksleri ile de bir ilişkisi olacaktır. Bu noktada İslam Birliği ile Afrika Birliği'nin ilişkisi ortaya çıkıyor. Bu açıdan da yani gerek coğrafi yakınlığı olsun gerek de yani kapasitesi olsun Afrika Birliği'nin İslam Birliği için ayrı bir önemi bulunmakta. Bu açıdan 3 tane başlığımız var. Nüfus, coğrafi politika ve askeri alanlarda inceleyeceğim bu konuyu da. Nüfus açısından gördüğümüz üzere yani özellikle Afrika Birliği'nin İslam Birliği açısından en çok ön plana çıkan özelliği Müslüman nüfusu. Zira yani çok büyük bir nüfus kapasitesine mevcut. Müslüman nüfusunun 1/4 gibi bir oranına sahip Afrika Birliği. Müslüman nüfusun büyük bir bölümü Afrika kıtasında ve yani çoğunluğu da Müslüman ülkelerin yani çoğunu barındırmakta. Devletler arası işbirliği ve dayanışmanın sağlanması yani ek olarak da toplumlar arası birlik ve beraberliğin kuvvetlendirilmesi açısından da değer taşıyor. Yani sadece devletsel düzeyde değil, aynı zamanda toplumsal düzeyde de yani birliğin sağlanması, beraberliğin desteklenmesi gerekmekte. Yine Müslüman nüfusu ek olarak Afrika kıtasının toplam nüfusu da değerlendirildi. Yani sadece Müslüman nüfus değil, Afrika Birliği bağlamında kıtasal nüfus da yani ciddi bir nüfus kapasitesi oluşturmakta. Bu noktada Afrika kıtasının 2020 yılı toplam nüfusu 1 milyar 300 milyona yakın, 300 milyon civarında. Ve Müslüman nüfusu bu nüfusun %40, yani Afrika'nın %41.48'i Müslüman yani Müslümanlar ve bu yani rakamsal olarak da 542 milyona tekabül ediyor. Dünyadaki 7 milyar 880 milyon dünya nüfusunun %26.01'i de yani toplam Müslümanların nüfusu şu anda 2 milyar. Yani yaklaşık bu da Müslüman, yani dünyadaki Müslüman nüfusu dünya nüfusunun 1/4'üne tekabül etmekte.
And that constitutes 1/4 of the Muslim population in the world. So general population, like 26% of the Muslim population is in Africa, and about 16% of the world's total population lives in Africa. So to sum it up, 542 million is the Muslim population in Africa. The total population of the continent is 1.3 billion. The percentage of Muslims is 41%. The overall figures is that the Muslims are 2 billion in the world, and the world total population is about 7.9 billion. And the Muslim percentage of the world population is 26%. And in terms of geopolitics, Middle Eastern politics should be integrated to the rest of the Muslim population, and it is a hope for us in political terms as well. In the African continent, when you look at the north and northern, eastern, and the coastline of Eastern Africa, where the Muslim population is intense, starting from the Western Africa, it extends into Central Asia. I call this Islamic crescent. That is because of the shape that it has in geographic terms. A significant part, maybe like almost half of that whole crescent, is in Africa, and that bears a value in geopolitical terms. Looking at it from a military perspective, this map indicates the military capacity and the military expenditure of the year 2014. The northern part of the continent, where Muslims are majority, you see the darker colors here, the darker greens, for example, are identifying bigger military expenditure. And the blue boxes here represent 10,000 soldiers. And the turquoise are naval forces, and the reds are air forces. And as I said, the colors are indicating the defense budgets of these countries. See, it is darker in Western Africa, and in addition to that, in terms of military capacity, Northern and Eastern Africa, as you see the blue squares here, you know, together they constitute the Muslim majority part of Africa. So they have a significant military capacity, and that basically is an important factor of cooperation and solidarity in terms of Islamic Union. So African Union stands as an sine qua non partner of Islamic Union. So it is also important for the peace and security and justice in the region as well. You see the 2018 figures of military expenditure here, based on the GDP of the countries. You know, the dark navy colors are representing 4% or more of the national budget that is being allocated to military expenditure. You see again the northern and western part of the African continent, where Muslims are majority. The military expenditure is higher in terms of percentage or proportion over the total GDP of the countries. And that means military capacity for Islamic Union. Can you please wrap it up? Okay. In terms of military capacity and collective defense, the African Union bears and represents a value. To wrap it up, I touched upon collective defense, and the concept of collective and self-defense are basically, they mean that states are looking for reconciliation on the face of a collective threat. And this is a recognized right by United Nations Article 51. And in the world, NATO, EU Joint Defense, SCO, AU, and Southern Africa Defense Council, these are all regional collective alliance and defense systems. When we look into all these regions, we will see that the world is headed towards a multipolar structure. You know, in the past, we had NATO and the Soviet Union. It was a bipolar system. But now it is more of the formation of regional alliances. So it is going to be a multipolar world. The collective, regional collective defense systems would basically mean political collective defense as well. Islamic countries are in need of establishing something like that, and communicating with other similar defense systems, or by the nature of defense, is important. The collective defense relations between AU and Islamic Union is very important. And Turkey's relations with AU bears an important value in terms of the establishment of such a cooperation. In African Union is an essential means of defense. And as almost half of the Muslims live in the continent of Europe, you know, as of 2020, the Africa has 1.3 billion population, and 540 million of that, that is 41%, is Muslim. So once considered, that is the African Muslims constitute 1/4 of the global Muslims. And it is important that this part of the world is integrated to the rest of the Muslim geography. Muslims are mostly intensified in the northwestern and eastern Africa, and it is important that they are integrated to the Middle East. The last slide is the African Union's value stems from its military capacity, mostly in terms of the collective defense of Islamic Union. And as I mentioned, the military expenditure is more intensified in Western Europe, and the military capacity in terms of the number of soldiers is more intense in the northern and eastern part of the continent. The military capacity of the African Union is going to play an important role in terms of building and maintaining peace, security, and justice. And once we put all together, African Union has a certain potential in geographic and military terms, and that bears an important value for Islamic Union. And a cooperation between Islamic Union and African Union will build and maintain peace and security in the world. Thank you very much. This is all I have to say. Thank you very much, Professor ASSAM. So with this, I adjourn the session. Now, we're going to start the next session right away under the chairmanship of Professor Atilla Batur. Since we exceeded time, I am basically skipping the Q&A part of my session and giving the floor to Professor Atilla Batur. Thank you very much, Professor Cengiz. The speaker is muted, so this cannot be translated. Do you have me now? Can you read me now? Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Cengiz. General Adnan Tanrıverdi, the chairman of ASSAM Executive Board, and the participants of the Congress, I salute you with love and respect. As Professor Cengiz said, we exceeded our time, so I'm skipping my intro and I'm starting the session right away. The first speech is going to be delivered by Professor Ahmet Ojli Abdulwahid, and he's going to talk about military bases in Islamic countries. Professor Ojli, Professor Abdulwahid, are you with us? I think he is not connected now. He was online. Well, if you like, we can move on with the next speaker and we could basically give him the floor when he reconnects. So, there's a technical problem with Professor Abdulwahid. So let me introduce the next speaker, Professor, the Associate Professor Admir Mula Osmanovic, joining from Bosnia and Herzegovina. He's going to talk about an ideal defense organization model for Confederation of ASRICA Rapid Intervention Forces. That is the title of speech. Again, I'm being warned by the technical team. Okay, I think we are moving on with fourth speaker. I'm sorry again. Let me just share an information that I received. Associate Professor Mehmet Naci Efe, he has health issues, just urgent health issues now. He was going to talk about analysis of the defense industry of Islamic countries and the policies that need to be established. These Presentations are going to be on the webpage of ASSAM, so you're not going to be missing them as information. So we also would have Hussam Rashid Hadi al-Rubai from Iraq. He had an accident and he's hospitalized. He was hospitalized, and I wish him quick recovery. And I would ask for prayers from you. Hussam Rashid al-Rubai had sent a video. He is in hospital, and I'm wishing him a quick recovery, but we will be following the video that he sent.
نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل والامتنان لإدارة المؤتمر الرابع للوحدة الإسلامية وكل القائمين على الأعمال. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أحدثكم اليوم في محور يعتبر من أهم المحاور في عصرنا الحاضر. سأحدثكم عن مشروع لنظرية جيوبوليتيكية إسلامية. في البداية يجب أن نعلم أن المعرفة تسخر الجغرافيا، والجغرافيا تحكم السياسة، والسياسة تكتب التاريخ. لطالما كان الترابط بين هذه الفواعل الثلاثة هو العامل الحاسم الذي يغير ميزان القوى عالميا، ويؤثر في إعادة التموقع الحضاري للأمم والدول، لا سيما في مراحل الانعطافات التاريخية العالمية الكبرى التي تظهر فيها انزياحات في مكانة وقوة التأثير للدول، حيث نجد قوى صاعدة تتحدى القوى الرائدة وتحاول إعادة إنتاج قوانين لعبة جديدة تطابق إرادة القوى الصاعدة لتحقق مصالحها وأمنها القومي. ولأن العالم الإسلامي ليس باستثناء من هذه التحولات، فلا بد من أن نضع نظرية أو مقاربة لنظرية جيوبوليتيكية للعالم الإسلامي تمكنه كقوة صاعدة من تحديد أولوياته ومجالاته الحيوية. خاصة أن العالم الإسلامي يمكن أن يبرز.
Ya benim internet çok stabil değil. Beni bağlar mısınız tekrar internete?
يعني من النادر أن تظهر في جغرافيا أخرى، وهي ظواهر فريدة من نوعها لم تجتمع إلا في النطاق الجغرافي الممتد من وسط آسيا إلى سواحل موريتانيا على الأطلسي. وهذه الظواهر هي ممرات النقل البحري الرئيسية، الاحتكام على مخزونات هائلة من الطاقة، وتيارات الإسلام السياسي التي تنشط بكثافة في هذه الجغرافيا. ومن المنطقي أن يكون إنشاء اتحاد كونفدرالي إسلامي طريقا شائكا ومحفوفا بالتحديات لاعتبارات كثيرة، مثل إعادة تموقع عالمي للقوى الاقتصادية والعسكرية، واحتمالية إنتاج عولمة إسلامية مضادة تناهض العولمة الغربية السائدة، إضافة إلى ترابطها الوثيق مع العقيدة العسكرية والبنية الاجتماعية والثقافية لهذه الجغرافيا. يجب أن لا ننسى أن هذه الجغرافيا فيها ارتباط من نوع من الروح المحافظة التي تحاول التصدي للفوضى الناشطة خارج هذا الإقليم، وإمكانية تحول هذه الجغرافيا إلى قلب العالم البديل للقلب الأوراسي، وانعكاس ذلك على إمكانية إنتاج المعرفة محليا باعتبارها أهم عوامل تشكيل القوة في القرن ال21. لذا سنحاول في هذه الورقة البحثية تقديم ملامح لنظرية جيوبوليتيكية إسلامية على شكل دليل لرجال السلطة، يعني أو بشكل أعمق ملخص عما يجب وضعه.
So we need to evaluate this matter from a geopolitical perspective, so that we can understand what agreements need to be made between the countries. There are two important tasks here. First, we need to be given the topics to be studied, and we are able to explain the intertwined matters in a much more clear way. Second, we need to look at the humanities and social sciences so that we can talk about all the beneficial outputs for the Islamic community. Of course, Islamic world has all the means and opportunities, be it airways, seaways, or land transportation. We are able to say that it can form a geopolitical structure and a political discourse that benefits it. We're talking about the Central Asia to all other oceans. That's why we can keep the trade and other resources under our hand. What does geopolitical mean to start with? Well, there are many laws concerning, many facts concerning geopolitics, as in other humanities. So an analysis-based interpretation of the state, taking into account its internal and external potential to achieve high targets, and including the geographical tenets into the decision-making processes. Of course, the geography plays an important role in international relations as a pressure instrument. It contributes to the affairs of the state. Geopolitics, of course, has an influential role. And here there are fixed issues and versatile ones. Here's resources and social infrastructure does not change, but we can talk about the military, economic power, and other topics that can be changed quickly. So what are the important geopolitical factors of the Islamic world? We talk about 232 million square meters of land. When we look at the Islamic geography, so this geography presents a land mass of 168,000 square meters and 1.2 million square miles can be measured in sea area. We are talking about 52 countries. Of course, 24% of the world is accounted by the Muslims, who have a population of 1.6 billion people. Of course, when you look at the populations across the Islamic world, the projections show that we are going to see a fast population increase until 2060. So 60% of the population aged from 19 to 29 constitutes 60% of the population. And these countries use more than 20 languages. We're talking about an artificial, in that sense, structure, artificial barriers. Also, Hanafi sects and other sects are also part of this spectrum. When we say the Islamic world, we're talking about 18 sea borders and important transit points, including the Hormuz Strait, Istanbul Strait, Hormuz Strait, and Al-Jabra. Here, the Islamic world also has over 250 rivers, Nile, Ceyhun, many other rivers can be referred to here. They are important contributors of fresh water. And here, of course, we can say that these rivers meet the food and vegetable and fruit requirements of the people living here while contributing to internal and external trade. Also, petrol, gas oil, and many other raw materials are vastly accounted for by the Islamic states. Another important characteristic of the Islamic world is that they are becoming the crisis spots. Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Palestine, Yemen can be cited as examples of it. Another common trait of the Islamic community is that they have Islamic heritage by Islamic scholars who were interested in space. Of course, land and marine power elements come together in space endeavors. And here, as a matter of fact, these countries have boundaries or borders with the seas, and I think they have a more convenient ground to conduct research on the seas. Similarly, the International Confederation, Islamic Confederation, can be formed with a military aspect and geographical aspect. And here we know that these are essential elements to be able to create such a unity. When we look at the economic and nuclear power, we can say that these powers are trying to govern the world with such means. So Islamic geography is of paramount importance in that sense. We have many research activities referring to the geopolitical position of the Islamic world, and the Islamic community has a central position in all of them. In terms of sea activity, etc. I mean, the French, like Sandre, through conduct geopolitical studies, and they highlight the importance of the Islamic geography, all the way from Asia to Britannia should be controlled in air, sea, and land aspects. Whoever does that will assume superiority. So that actor can take the international trade under control, and no single government can achieve that. Or an outsider, an external power cannot achieve that per se. We need a country who will bring about a change in all this geography for the sake of a unity. And we need to establish a confederation to achieve that. We can look at the geopolitics on 5 pillars. We need to have a center. Second, we need to have a cultural and civilization aspect. Third, economic element. And here we need to exchange IT and technological infrastructure as the other pillars. So when we think about these standards in terms of the Islamic geography, the Republic of Turkey seems to be the country to assume such a position as it has more competencies. And all the Islamic countries will definitely benefit from such a confederation. But we see that Turkey will probably be more active in such an initiative. That's why we need to create a web of economy and power, which includes many countries from Turkmen in Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan to other parts of the world. We need to create an economic alliance between them as they have domestic resources and the infrastructure to tap the potential. Also, to further develop these countries, such an alliance need to be improved further and replicated in other areas, including security and defense. And this project will inevitably present certain challenges locally or internationally. Decision mechanisms will encounter conflicts, will see opposition from internal politics or differences of social perspectives. All of these factors will have an important impact. But we highlighted the sort of contribution to be benefited by these countries. By the way, certain countries may not give up on certain geopolitical considerations like Iran. Iran, for example, geopolitics need to be discussed with Iran. And here we need to pay attention to the international powers when we talk about challenges, especially the United Nations, the European Union may see it as a threat, geographically speaking, strategically speaking, and that will mean a challenging process for all of us. However, we need to see that there are plenty of opportunities to accomplish these targets. France and all other countries, in a nutshell, make us say, well, the solutions are possible by being more active, historically or culturally speaking, being more active and sort of supporting each other. I would like to thank Professor Hüssam Rashid, for his important remarks. Because we have time limitation, I had to stop it there, as we need to make better use of time. Geographical, political, social, and economic and demographic considerations were analyzed by him very aptly. We wish recoveries to our professor. Inshallah, God willing, we will be able to share this video in full on our web page so that all the participants can benefit from it. These are all important matters. However, we cannot play the whole video due to time limit. Now, another speaker will be Sahar Zeki Kayben, Ms. Sahar who joins from Egypt. The political geography of Islamic countries. That's the topic. Professor Sahar, the floor is yours. Professor Sahar? Sahar, welcome. Professor Sahar, the floor is yours. It's 1:25. You have 15 minutes for your speech.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكم. البحث عنوانه النظرية الجيوسياسية الإسلامية، وإن شاء الله الصوت واضح؟ الصوت واضح؟
Sesinizi alıyoruz.
Alo?
Sahar hocam buyurun devam edin.
تمام. أعرفكم نفسي بس. سحر زكي من مصر، بكالوريوس هندسة اتصالات والإلكترونيكس دبلوم تكنولوجيا المعلومات، دبلوم تطبيقات الليزر في الصناعة، ماجستير في الاتصالات اللاسلكية باستخدام الليزر جامعة القاهرة. ليا بعض المؤلفات: حقوق الإنسان بين الإسلام والغرب 2010، لو كنت رئيسا لمصر بعد الثورة ب6 شهور 2011، سيناء بوابة مصر الشرقية، الأمم المتحدة الإسلامية 2013، الحكم الراشد كيف ومتى يتحقق في عالمنا المعاصر، المشاركة في المؤتمر الأول لأسام دولة المدينة من مكة إلى الجزيرة، المشاركة في منتدى كوالالمبور بعنوان بحث بعنوان ديمقراطية الفيتو، الديمقراطية على الطريقة الأمريكية.
I'm joining this the first version of this international conference. I took part in the second one too. In the third one, I joined a forum. Of course, when we think about geopolitical theories, the question of how we can better manage the world arises. A few questions were asked about geographical sciences. Here, many geopolitical developments are shaped depending on the locations of countries. Each and every country, for example, America has its geopolitics, which is sui generis, which is different from other countries. So each and every country has their own geopolitical considerations. We need to understand all the emotions and considerations of countries, and certain geopolitical theories need to look at the world upside down, look at the heart of the world, and try to understand who manages it so that they can rule the entire world accordingly. So, from this theoretical line of thinking, there is this heart from the Sahara to the Middle East, to the middle of Sahara, extending from the northern part. So Arab countries lie in the middle of this, theory, in the middle of this geography. So Islamic community stands at the heart of the world, which is very important as they have strategic depth. The position of the heart stands in the middle of the map, on the middle of the map, which is important. Another marine officer from the United States expresses the following based on this theory: the importance of the countries is related to their position according to the seas and how they cooperate with other countries. Similarly, Nicholas Bickman's theory from 1943 to 1943, Astrasevsky claims the opposite. This is an American officer with a Russian descent, from a Russian descent. Here, there is this referral to being dominant in aero industry, aviation industry. Alexander Neferinsky's theory again refers to airways, air bases, air control points, showing that many Arab countries, Islamic countries, have an important place. Similarly, Jimmy Carter talks as the fall of the Soviet Union and the emergence of the US as a superpower. in terms of geopolitics and geostrategic. And he refers to the dominance of the US in Eurasia. And this man, who is a political commentator and a political strategist from a Russian descent again, states that the United Nations and the United States approach of dominance is broken by Russia. So each and every country and society has a unique structure, and he refers to the importance of breaking America's dominance, hegemony. When we look at this theory about the generals and geographers, here we talk about the extension of the cooperation between countries based on their borders. As you know, America has this cooperation between the states, which made it the biggest power on the world. It created NATO, superseding the Soviet Unions, and controlled France and other countries from a financial perspective, and of course inserted missiles. How did the US protect itself from the western side? Thanks to Alaska, it created a boundary. After World War II, America was a winner, and it had defeated Japan. And here, this clash enabled Russia to conquer certain islands. However, America's expansion in terms of geopolitics and geostrategy was possible through its campaigns in Africa, in Asia, Central Asia, creating divided countries which are independent from each other. In South Sudan, Rwanda, or other countries, we see such examples. So the geopolitical Islamic theory can be implemented in the Islamic geography only through wahdat, the unity. The unity of the Islamic community is exemplified by Turkey, and then Pakistan, Malaysia, and other countries can be part of the same group. Russia's here existence it can be Russia's cooperation can be achieved through Turkey with Russia, and here Iran can be again part of such a collaboration on the northern side. The military bases in Qatar will of course support such a unity. Similarly, the peace of the African continent will be possible through such cooperation. The protection of the borders of the Islamic world and its extension can be possible through an alliance between Turkey and Greece, so that a third party cannot be an interferer. That should also be done with Armenia. And Crimea, here Turkey's position towards Crimea as annexed by Russia will enable the protection of northern borders. We can see the extension of the Islamic geography as such. We need to continue relationships with Syria and Russia, of course, but under the umbrella of an Islamic Union. As you know, Muslims constitute 30% of the population here. This will contribute to the Islamic world here. Indonesia can reclaim Timor, Australia can again open a gate to the unity of the Islamic world. As you know, China has usurped rights of certain Muslim communities there. So the problems experienced by the Uyghurs can be resolved through such a unity. In Africa, similarly, we see conflicts as well as Central Asia. So England, Canada, Iceland, they have important clout there. As you know, France has influence in Africa. So when America and Russia has a dominance over the world, they can create a coup in Egypt. The other one gets cash from these countries. The third one, on the other hand, caused Syria to be devastated. So they bring down mosques, they build churches, and they make caricatures of the Prophet of Allah, prevent the invitation to Islam. And of course, they do not enable Muslims to be a part of the religious, educational, and economic life. And they just put blames, they just put labels on the Muslims. Here, the Islamic community can be created as such, as opposed to Russia and America. That's how an environment of peace can be created. Of course, the Islamic community should aim to serve Allah rather than making the people being subject to each other. The message of sending prophet as a messenger for all the peoples can be conveyed all around the world. When we look at this theory, we talk about turning humans back to themselves, so that Allah, as the creator, is not ignored. And America and Russia must know that as long as the believers wage war on behalf of Allah, the infidels will continue their campaign in opposition. So my part will be this. This will end the end of my speech. Muslims should continue their survival as necessary. Our professor was very quick. Would like to thank Professor Sahar a lot for this nice presentation. Also, I would like to thank her separately, as she finished her speech in 15 minutes. She did not go beyond that. That's why I would like to thank her again. Here we discussed important points, like each country having their own geopolitical theory, and the Islamic world should be a part of the same structure. We agree with her. The Islamic world is disparaged, and here we need to come together. And here she said that we need to create a structure for that. We'd like to thank her for this brief and concise presentation.
Doçent Doktor Admir
The third One is by Admir Osmanovic, Professor Osmanovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina. He will tell about an ideal defense model for the ASRICA structure, ASRICA Defense Forces. We had a technical glitch a while ago. Hopefully it has been resolved. Professor Admir, the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I just want to do the confirmation that you can hear me and that you can see me, because I'm using my mobile phone for this presentation.
Yes, we can hear you and see you very well. Welcome once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the confirmation. So I am really disappointed because I couldn't attend from the very beginning of this conference, and I missed some of the presentations, but I hope that our hosts will disseminate the materials of the conference, and we will be able to see and to read all the presentations of our distinguished colleagues. What I wanted today to present actually is related to non-existent security network among Islamic countries. The reason why I wanted to talk about it is something that we can relate from our Bosnian perspective, from the perspective of the Bosnian Muslims, to the horror that we went through some 30 years ago, 25, 30 years ago, when we witnessed one horrible aggression and attack on the Muslim population of Bosnia-Herzegovina, on our culture, religion, and our tradition. But also if I will step out from my own experience or experience of my people and experience of my country, we can see definitely that the most important tensions, conflicts, and wars are happening in the region of the Middle East and the wider region of Islamic geography. Now, we can speak about, of course, the conflict and war in Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Sudan. We can see from this perspective that the war and the most important geopolitical struggles are happening in the region of Islamic geography. In that sense, involvement of other political or military alliances are very well visible. The NATO under the leadership of the United States, but recently with the Syrian conflict, also thanks to the rise of the Russia under President Vladimir Putin, the involvement of that world power became crucial when we speak about the end and the solution for the Syria and the Syrian people. Who is not offering dominantly the program and the possible solution for the Syrians, for example, or any other Muslim country, are the Muslims themselves. Why they are not offering? Because we cannot see, or this is maybe just my European perspective, I don't know. What is the main interest of the Middle Eastern countries? Do they have their one main goal when we speak about Middle Eastern countries? And can they gather around that one specific goal? For Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iran, and all other countries, can we see that goal? I don't see it. One common goal for all of them. At the first place, we are talking ideologically about the countries who are sharing so many things in common. Once it was one state. for some period of time. One ideology, if we can consider Islam as ideology, with the specific elements and characteristics of it, with very influential thought about community, with very influential thought about mutual aid, and all of these issues, unfortunately, somehow we are missing from our perspective. We don't see when we speak about Muslim countries, particularly in the region of the Middle East or in MENA region. So what is the main interest? What it should be? From my perspective, from my point of view, I believe that the peace and stability should be the first and the most important goal for all of these countries. But what these countries should establish and have as a protector of this stability and peace, no need, as we say here in Bosnia, to invent warm water. It already exists. The rapid intervention forces should be established as a mutual organization for all of these countries, with very specific tasks. And in that sense, I believe that Middle Eastern countries, Muslim countries of that region, can follow the European countries who are establishing their own military organization, even if they are participating within NATO from 1999, European Union intervention or rapid intervention forces. And they are working through something known as the Petersberg tasks. They are keeping the peace. They are securing the peaceful environment. They are helping those in need through the humanitarian aid, and they are managing the crisis. All these four perspectives are so necessary for the Middle East and Muslim countries, and to work on them together, to work on them through the mutual and common action. Call it peace action, intervention, or whatever else. But to manage the crisis, and we are witnessing the crisis in Sudan, we are witnessing the crisis in Libya. In that sense, in that context, we can speak about the crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean basin. Very important for the Muslim countries, but from the perspective of some of them, it looks like a Turkish intervention, non-legitimate intervention in that area. So I believe, and I am hoping that the leaders of the Muslim countries, Middle Eastern countries, will broaden their own perspective. They will realize that they have to take their own destiny in their hands. That the time when NATO, the foreigners, the world powers dominated this area should finish. And if you want, from my perspective as a Muslim, I am praying for that day, that we should realize, as a late President Ali Izetbegovic said, that we are the mediator nation. And he said nation, he thought about the Muslim Ummah, and that our position is the privileged position in the world, that we can mediate among other powers, and through that mediation to rise again as a Muslim Ummah. But we have to start and to take some steps in that direction. One of the steps I strongly believe is to establish the rapid forces, the military rapid forces, with the specific tasks: to offer humanitarian aid, to keep the peace, and to manage the crisis all together. If we will our generation, your generation, I don't know, will succeed in that task, Alhamdulillah, I believe that we are on the right path. But all what is going on in the last 30 years in that region, of course, as a historian, I know that it lasts for more than the century, but let's be focused on last 30 years. Is strongly witnessing that path, that action is necessary. And to conclude, I believe that everything what is going on in Turkey under the presidency and the leadership of the AKP party and President Erdogan is very positive and will reflect, inshallah, Muslim world, specifically the region of Middle East and North Africa. This is the core of the mankind, the core of the civilization. The Fertile Crescent is the region where everything started and probably where everything will end. In that sense, we as a Muslims have to gather ourselves to find the common interests and to start to think from our own perspective, not from the perspective of the others. In that sense, I'm very glad that I had the possibility to participate today to disseminate these few messages. Unfortunately, I had a problem with my laptop, but also the mobile phone was quite enough to share these ideas. Once again, maybe it is pandemia, but maybe this kind of the congresses with these topics should be continued, and next years, not only 1 year, the next years, with our gathering somewhere in Turkey or other Islamic country. I thank you for your attention. I thank you for having me, and you have one huge salam from Sarajevo. Assalamu alaikum.
Biz çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Well, we would like to thank you very much, Professor Admir. This was a great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, actually, what is hurting us, he actually started with a question. You actually started with a question, which is rather hurting. Whenever there are problems, who is offering a hand? So that was indeed, very rightfully asked, but a hurtful question. And at the basis of every problem, I believe that is the question which is relevant. We need to offer solutions. And he actually came up with a number of great solutions. He focused on peace and stability, without which, unfortunately, nothing could ever happen. It's not, health, economy, no the other aspects. So thank you so much. That was an inspiring presentation. You joined rather late, but it was perfect, and you respected your time. Thank you so much. That was perfect. And now the last speaker of this session. Thank you. We would like to thank you very much. Dr. Ahmet Ojni Abdulmahid, who is joining us from Chad. And he had some technical problems because he's rather remote. And he had some technical problems, but I believe he's connected now. Well, actually, now that we're connected, your time is gone. 5 minutes, please. Maybe a summary for 5 minutes? That would be perfect. The military bases in Islamic countries, case of Chad. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
الله خيرا وأشكركم على إتاحة هذه الفرصة في مشاركة هذا المؤتمر القيم. وعنوان ورقتي بعنوان القواعد العسكرية في الدول الإسلامية تشاد نموذجا، ففيه مدخل ونتائج وتوصيات. بالنسبة للمدخل، إن إقامة قاعدة عسكرية في بلد ما
I'm going to be talking about
التعاون العسكري بين البلدين وتأمين المصالح المشتركة وحماية الأمن القومي والوطني، كما يهدف إلى جمع المعلومات ومعرفة ما هو دائر في الدول الأخرى. كما تتدخل هذه القوات في بعض الأعمال التنموية والإنسانية، وإذ أن المصالح لا يمكن استمرارها إلا إذا حمتها القوة العسكرية كما يسمى بتوازن الرعب. كما أن موارد العالم الإسلامي عامة وإفريقيا خاصة شكل مطمعا للقوى الدولية، وقد أدى إلى صراعات عسكرية مسرحها العالم الإسلامي، وقد مثل هذا استنزافا للموارد وتدميرا للبنية التحتية، وهو ما قد تحمله مؤشرات المستقبل من حرب الاقتصاد والموارد كالمياه والغذاء والمواد الخام. وهذا يحتم إعداد القوى المناسبة للمجابهة عند اللزوم. كما يعتبر شعور أوروبا بأن مجتمعاتها أصبحت شائخة عجوزة تحتاج إلى تجديد، وكذلك ضعف مواردها الذاتية جعلها تعتمد على تصدير التكنولوجيا والسلاح إلى الدول النامية. من الدول المرشح لقيادة هذا العمل.
Can you hear me? Ahmed, can you hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me? We can't hear you. When we look at the historical progress, such a leadership could be possible. This is what I believe. Well, of course, in sub-Saharan Africa, again in the same region, because it has huge resources, it means, increasing the appetite for so many different countries. Likewise, for the Western world, we know that is enhancing the appetite of the Western world. When that is such a situation and supported by the African Union, I believe this is going to be sort of deterring. And again, in terms of protecting the wealth, it's going to be very instrumental. And when we look at that also means that this could be an instrument to drive away the imperialist forces in the African region. That means the sovereign nations are going to be simply, the local, the African and Muslim Ummah are going to be strengthened more, and some important steps could be taken in this respect. But of course, the repercussions on the politics and on the social world in the field of defense, once, if and when that cooperation happens in the military world, that would be very instrumental in terms of constituting an army, a military army, as well as offering the relevant military education and training. This would have repercussions on politics, media, finance, trade, business, world, so on and so forth. When there is such a fully fledged cooperation, this is going to be simply based on a world and community, based on the merits and the virtues of the Muslim way of living. When that happens, this means that so many crimes cannot be committed, which used to be simply committed in the imperialist times. Thank you so much. That would suffice. Ahmet Bey, thank you so much. You were actually joining us from very remote places, but this was very short summary. Thank you so much. And actually, you touched upon a very important issue. So the African resources are rather increasing the appetite of the Western world. There needs to be a commonality so that the African people and nations would rise again and stand together. And for that, particularly in the military, financial training, media, and social fields, there definitely needs to be a union and a solidarity. And I wholeheartedly believe with everything you have said in your short summary, and hopefully such events, such symposia, such conferences are going to be positively contributing to all these objectives which we wish to pursue in the Muslim world. That brings us to the end of our second session. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my panelists. So we don't have any break, and let's continue with the third session. By the way, for the third session, our moderator is from Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University, ASSAM Strategic Council President, ASSAM Nishar is going to be the moderator. Ensar Bey, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Professor Ensar, you're muted. Could you please unmute yourself? Thank you. Ensar Bey, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Sesim geliyor mu efendim?
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you now.
Atilla hocamıza çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Well, Professor Attila, thank you so much. It was indeed a very well managed, very well moderated session. And I would like to thank the panelists. They were very informative in this respect. And now, without further ado, because we are beyond our time, distinguished attendees, primarily the retired General Adnan Tanrıverdi, and all of my panelists. Before I start our session, I would like to simply greet you with the most sincere feelings, and I do hope it's going to be a very productive and efficient session, just like the previous ones. Now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished attendees, we're completely lost in time, so I would like to get started very fast. We have 5 presentations in this session, and in this session, the first speaker will be Dr. İbrahim Karataş from Turkish. And he will be talking about his analysis on the need to go for a cooperation of the Islamic countries, Muslim countries, to go for local arms manufacturing. Ibrahim Bey, maximum 15 minutes. So please respect your time, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Ibrahim Bey, are you there? Can you hear me? Hi, the floor is yours. Distinguished professor, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank ASSAM for this great organization, because this is completely about the Islamic Union, and on behalf of the Muslim community and Muslim world, this is a great commitment. And if we can make a contribution with our own presentations, that would be perfect. Well, actually, I wrote my speech in English. It's okay. I could continue in Turkish as well. Well, as you know, if we conduct a survey and ask people, is there any possibility for the Muslim countries to join one another? And people would say that, it is a very low probability, because there are countries at war with one another, or which are hardly friends with one another. So people would believe that is a very, very low odds. The odds are rather low. Well, this is not my personal claim, but other friends also claim that if there is a methodology to that, this could be viable. And from ASSAM, we have Mr. Kazım, and he had a great idea. And he says that all of the Muslim countries, they don't necessarily have to be aligned with one another. There should be, must be differences. But if a number of countries constitute a core structure, definitely in time, it's going to have a snowball effect. My proposition in this respect is this growth should be at least prioritized and kicked off in the military production and then disseminated to the other industries. Is that possible? Yes. Why? Because in 1952, European Union was founded by a number of core countries, and they reached 30. It is 29, but with the addition of the Western Balkan countries, it's going to be more than 30. There used to be some alternative unions like Scandinavian countries plus UK. And then they saw that Union was doing very well, and then they switched to that union. This is the reality, and this is the model which we have in front of us. So we, at least in the military cooperation, or to put it better, if we could collaborate and partner in the field of arms manufacturing, I believe this would be disseminated and simulated to the other industries. Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, Azerbaijan, Qatar, and Kuwait. The 6 countries are happy, but it's not necessarily related, only limited to this. If Saudi Arabia would like to join, we won't say no to them. Of course, they are free to join. Why 6 countries, or why a core structure as such? Because, as I told you before, there are different existing models. And the most important factor in these models is like-mindedness or commonalities. So the better, the more, the better. If you have more common values, that means that the odds of you being in harmony with one another are higher. Scandinavian countries achieve that. European countries achieve that. And of course, the Muslim countries could do that. What is the suggestion? There are some ongoing military joint projects. The other countries might want to contribute to those, particularly these 6 countries, which I have just listed, and some other probable additional countries might want to chime in, and they could start joint arms production. What would be the benefit of that? So first of all, from a cost perspective, that would come in very handy, because except for a few countries, no one single country can produce a major arm on their own. They don't have the capacity. They are rather bound and relying upon the other countries, hence huge expenses. That's why when they come together, the cost is normally on the manufacturing cost. There's no profit included. So at least for the manufacturing company, the profit of the manufacturing companies are going to be staying inside the respective countries. And when 6 countries come together, there is little possibility for embargo. Well, you can embargo one single country, but not 6 of them, because this time it means that you have a power of a certain size in front of you with a significant base of clients. So that would be a way to simply relinquish or minimize the embargo possibility of the other countries. And there would be technology transfer. Malaysia and Turkey is transferring technology to Malaysia. And Malaysia can now manufacture its own thing. So if this collaboration happens at the end of the day, they would have very advanced tools and weapons. So drones, which are manufactured by Turkey, if they become partners, they would have first-class drones. The participating countries would have first-class drones. At the same time, in case of a successful cooperation, which, by the way, should not fail, under normal circumstances, this would be reflected to the other fields. Take Turkey and Azerbaijan. In the latest Nagorno-Karabakh war, Turkey directly supported Azerbaijan, and this military cooperation impacted the economic and trade relationships. Well, we already had very good relationships in terms of trade and business, but now this time they only escalated and they were elevated. Likewise for European Union, they're acting as if they're single one country. So they don't have visas. People are very free to roam. Likewise, their goods as well. The free mobility of individuals and goods. Only in military and in the foreign relations, they seem to be having issues. But if the Muslim countries, as I told you before, in the arms and weapons manufacturing. If the Muslim countries can act together, then in no time they could reach such levels. There is also another benefit of joint weapon manufacturing. So if you establish joint armies, well, you have right to do so, but the response that you're going to get will be less. You know, why did you gather so many soldiers? Are you going to form an Islamic Union and fight or have a war against the Christians? So, you know, a drone, a tank, you know, it's rather innocent as a union. And I don't believe we will have some responses or criticisms. And self-sufficiency, self-sustenance terms are the terms that I would like to quote here. And that is also going to be another added benefit, so that if countries act together, they won't be relying upon the other foreign forces. 75% of the military needs can be manufactured, can be covered by Turkey. And for example, at least they could stand against the embargoes. If this was not the case, in the last few years, Turkey had to conduct a number of military operations in the neighboring countries, and it was purely based on, thanks to its own soldiers or armies and the tools and arms or weapons it had. So having the human capital is not sufficient anymore. So the success of Turkey was thanks to the weapons, the advanced weapons and tools. And we're merely at the beginning of this journey. We don't have our jets, we don't have our tanks. We're just at the beginning of this journey. And particularly in the engine, we have difficult challenges, huge challenges. If Qatar and some other countries could contribute to these joint projects, that means, for example, we can make a contribution and tanks would be procured rather easily. And again, we have very good relations in terms of training with Pakistan. We are selling them corvettes and their submarines are modernized.
Bildiğim kadarıyla yine Pakistan'dan parça alıyoruz, satın alıyoruz. Yani zaten devam
As far as I know, we purchase parts from Pakistan, and so there is a small scale togetherness. So if they grow, we're going to have a lot better results. You know, at the utmost level, we observe this in Azerbaijan, the relationship between Turkey and Azerbaijan. You know, it creates a model of a relationship. You know, in the future, they may be partners to our projects, and Turkish companies would partner their projects, and they would basically reach their targets better. In terms of security, Malaysia has a relatively better situation. It doesn't have serious problems. It is just in very large countries, and it is anxious about the rise of terrorism, but still there is not serious problems compared to Turkey, Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Qatar, and Kuwait. So in Turkey, we have been in a low intensity war for a long time, and we have overcome this with our own means, with our own weapons. We held Qatar, which was about to be invaded in 2017, and with this togetherness, with this solidarity, it basically saved itself. And we know that Qatar is partnering projects in Turkey, which could be furthered. You know, the situation of Azerbaijan is obvious. Recently, they had the war in Karabakh, and with the advanced weapons, they were able to retake their land in 44 days. So if we have this kernel-like cooperation, if we sow the seeds right, we will have successful results, and the other countries are going to want to join. And there's a saying in Gaziantep here, you know, like the bird would not just run away from the grain. If anything is beneficial, basically, the others will come and join. So alongside the 6 countries that I mentioned, other countries are going to want to join this cooperation. For example, maybe Saudi Arabia is going to want to join, maybe Tunis. And you will see 15, 20 countries already on board. Once you establish a military cooperation, you can have a free trade agreement, you can have customs union. So the economic field could reflect in finance. One of the previous speakers mentioned about common currency. That could be an option as well. So it's going to have to start somewhere at some point, and the divisions within the Islamic countries is preventing the togetherness. And, you know, all the time, there is a fluctuation in the relations and alliances between the Islamic countries. So a togetherness, that a union that starts with more stable countries would extend further, and like after 10 years we will have very different things to say. This is all I have to say, and thank you very much. Do you follow, dear moderator? I think Professor Ansar, I think you are muted. Professor Nishancı, you are muted. Do you hear me now? Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, especially for 2 issues. The first one is that he's stuck with time. And more importantly, as a colleague, for me, I followed him very closely and very carefully. He put forward very good findings. At the beginning, you know, like he asked the question, whether the Islamic Union is a utopia, and then he moved on with realistic evaluations. And if there's ever going to be an Islamic Union envisaged, it should start with baby steps and in the issues that constitute priority. So in this regard, rather than choices, we should focus on necessities. You know, Qatar, Kuwait, Turkey, Pakistan, and countries that have been going through low-intensity war for a long time. Maybe togetherness of these countries could constitute a model. As Professor said, it is valuable. It is worth discussing further. Since the time is limited, we're not going to expand on that now. We are basically looking forward to the follow-up of his studies. And I'd like to thank him on behalf of ASSAM and the participation. I'd like to move on then with the second speaker. Dr. Fehmi Aca is going to be joining from Turkey. And the title of his presentation is The Defense Organization and Management in the Ottoman Empire. Dr. Aca, the microphone is yours, and your 15 minutes started right now. Thank you very much, Professor Ansar. I'd like to start with expressing my respect. I have 2 presentations today. The first one is going to be now, and in the evening session, I will talk about Turkey's land waters in Aegean and Mediterranean. It is going to be in English. These are important issues because in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean, well, we're not going to be defending Turkey's rights only. It is also pertaining to the rights and security of the whole Islamic world. So right now, I'd like to talk about the defense organization in the Ottoman military and its management. I think you have it on board now. You have it on the screen now, right?
Kuruluşundan itibaren ordusunun sevk ve idare sistemini ülkenin siyasi ve
Ottoman Empire, from its very foundation, has considered its army together with its political and economic situation. The Ottoman Empire was basically its army was made up of the cavalry, and as it grew, especially in the Balkans, it started recruiting military from locals, and as the empire grew, the janissaries were established, and the recruitment system from the Balkans was established, and a strong army came about. Devşirme, as a word, it means recruitment, and a legislation was made in the time of Murat II, and from the people of the Balkans, Rumelia, if there is more than one boy, one of them are recruited into the Ottoman army, and many Christian families were doing this voluntarily because they would know that their child could be promoted to the point of the prime ministry. So the Bosniaks, Rooms, and many others are have promoted themselves through such a mechanism. This system basically aims to increase the military capacity of the empire. The cavalry, the Timar cavalry, was based on the land management system, which was divided into three: Timar, Zeamet, and Has, and that was a system of mobilization, and this was an effective system which enabled maintaining a huge number of military presence in different places. From the very beginning of the empire, there was a system of sanjak, and the conquered lands were basically divided into units of management, units of administration that are called sanjaks. And they were basically ruled by beys. Bey means the ruler, the one with the authority in the Ottoman times. And for every 5,000 akçe, that is the Ottoman currency, one soldier is fed and made ready for the army. Shehzades, that is princes, were basically ruling these sanjaks in their youth, and they were given someone as an advisor that was called Lala, and they would basically they participated in the wars as supporting forces. Attackers in the Ottoman army played important roles, and they were mostly constituted by the small princes in the boundaries of the empire. The founding father of the Ottoman Empire, Osman, he was also a small prince at the beginning, and they basically took over lands that they controlled in the places that they conquered, and they used the income that they had through the foundation system, Vakf system in the Ottoman Empire. So they basically were the most experienced military unit of the empire. In the 19th century, during the Industrial Revolution, the Ottoman Empire fell behind the scientific and technological advancements that took place in Europe, and that became the biggest deficiency in the Islamic world. So during the retreat, the Ottoman Empire failed to create a center of gravity, and this is why its forces were defeated piece by piece. During the foundation and the rise of the Ottoman Empire, the Sultan headed the army in person, which has been the case until the death of Suleiman the Magnificent. And after Suleiman the Magnificent, the sultans didn't join in the wars. Instead, sadrazams, that are practically prime ministers who headed the wars, who led the wars, the army in the wars. In terms of the management of the army, there was a big council that was called Divan Humayun, that is kind of a royal court. And in the modernization period, the collection of the army and its management for these purposes, Chief of General Staff system was adopted in 1845. That was basically the Prussian system. When the army was strong, the Ottoman army aimed at carrying the war into the lands of the enemy and aimed at getting sharp and quick results. But in the retreat period, the wars were mostly were defensive in character. This map indicates the strategic defense system of the Ottoman Empire. The river Danube, especially, and rivers Sava, and the Alps that divide Bosnia and Croatia. So this is basically used as a defense line. And this was implemented successfully by the Ottoman Empire, and it constituted the very backbone of the Ottoman defense. You know, the river Danube, Tuna, is a natural river, and in the backside of this river, it is the population was there was an intense Muslim population, and even today the Muslim population in the Balkans exceeds 20 million. On the Eastern Front, especially against the Russians, Ardahan, Kars, and Ağrı, maintenance of these three provinces was strategic for this reason. The Ottoman lands were its defense strategy was built on this line, and in 1877 and 1878, the Ottomans lost these three provinces to the Russians, and this constituted a huge security deficit, security breach in the whole Islamic world. At the operative management level, if the campaign is going to be in Rumelia, the army starts from Davut Pasha Halkali, and the army moves on to Edirne, that is Adrianopolis, and from this, the Rumelian ruler joins forces with the Central Army, and the Anatolian forces would also move on to Balkans from Gallipoli, and they join forces in Sofia, and then they move on to wherever the campaign is directed to. It could be Hungary, it could be in other places. So the Bosnians were the last parts to join the army. If the campaign is in Anatolia, the army would start accumulating in Doğancılar Haydarpaşa, and the second stop, the second collection area was the Yenişehir region of Bursa. The Rumelian armies would pass through Gallipoli and join in, and the army would move on to Baghdad or Russian front. And on the way, the Anatolian soldiers would join in the army. And these collection areas are mostly chosen in rural areas. The wars of 19th century against Russians were mostly conducted in two fronts, and that divided the army into two. So the Ottoman Empire started locating its armies in a dispersed manner, and this incapacity in the deployment created one of the biggest reasons of the loss. A very basic tactic that is being used by the Ottoman army is taken from Central Asia by the ancient Turkish history. And this basically is based on misleading the enemy. This is called Turan tactic, and in the central forces, they basically contact the enemy forces and they wait for the enemy forces to attack. Once the enemy attacks, they basically do stalling and the central forces retreat. And during this time, the cavalry at the side create ambush and exterminate the enemy. The selection of the battlefield is specifically important for this tactic to be successful. For example, using the liberation of Karabakh from Armenia was basically based on using this tactic as well. So the lessons from that. The first one is that we lost the spirit of attack. You know, the defeat of the enemy is possible only through the attack, and the Ottoman army was very successful in this method during the rise. But during the retreat, decline of the empire, the Ottoman Empire fell behind in terms of the war tactics and weaponry, and the army lost the spirit of the attack altogether and lost in many fronts. The second deficiency is the problems with the chain of command. During the foundation and the rise of the empire, the Sultan was commanding the army in person, and this created a huge chain of command. And the Sultan has been successful in terms of directing the army to the target. During the retreat, there were commanders-in-chief in both Rumelia and Caucasus. The Ottoman army failed to provide unity and was defeated. And to be safe everywhere, the Ottoman army dispersed its forces and lost its center of gravity. So the idea of being strong everywhere led to the situation of being weak everywhere. The last problem is that misidentification of the boundaries and targets. You know, the Ottoman Empire, it used the Alps, Ocean Alps, and from Carpathes to Crimea, and from Caucasus to Caspian Sea, and from there, you know, maintaining the border with Iran, and it went down to Basra, and from the Saudi Arabia, it would include all the way to the west to Tunis. It was a very large empire, but this was impossible to maintain during the retreat, and the Ottoman Empire started losing land piece by piece. The Ottoman Empire, with its own will, if it created a line of defense here, because under this line there was a huge Muslim population, it would be a lot easier to defend its lands. And again, you know, maintaining the Ardahan and Kars on the eastern front. If Egypt, Libya, and Tunis, and especially Arabia, you know, Arabia gaining its independence a little early would basically cripple the Ottoman Empire's fight against the Western colonialists. So the Ottoman Empire shrank, but at the center, for both the colonial powers, it could have been an effective force against the colonial powers and facilitate the development of the other Islamic countries, because protection of these lands, it's not just land, from Basra to Red Sea, from there to Mediterranean and Caspian. Can you please wrap it up, Professor Raja? Yes. So it would basically had the capacity to deploy its forces everywhere. So the railway from Istanbul to Medina and the railroad project to Basra and Baghdad, it helped maintaining this land. Well, that's all I have to say. Let me end here, and thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Fehmi. The Ottoman defense system was basically portrayed in a strategic mindset over maps. I'd like to thank him very much for this nice presentation. Now, without further say, I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Oğuzhan Akyeler. He is going to talk about the climate change effect on defense policies. Thank you very much, Dr. Ansar. I'd like to thank everyone who contributed and participated. I'm learning a lot in this Congress. And today I'm going to talk about climate change a little bit. And then, it is an important matter that is not really receiving a lot of attention, but within ourselves, we can obtain the support of international institutions. Not looking down on us, but we can obtain their support because they care about the climate support a lot. Especially for the ones in Turkey, after the Friday prayer yesterday, that was a prayer for rain, and it was a very nice prayer. But you see that there is a need for rain prayer because we're going through drought. And let me just start with my presentation. My time has started. I think you have it on the screen, right? Yes, we do. Climate change affects international security policies. In this regard, about the climate change, use of hydrocarbon sources is basically brought to the fore, and the carbon dioxide emission in this regard, and the greenhouse effect that it creates, and the melting of the ice caps. Because of all these, it triggers the temperature increase, and in a chain effect, it creates a lot of effects. There has been an increasing temperature in Ankara, for example. We're not really going through a winter now. And each one of us are basically seeing the effects of the climate change. Long-term effects aside, I'd like to say right now is that the use of energy and hydrocarbon sources is very important, and many international institutions, United Nations, EU, and United States, with the financing of these bodies, many policies are being made, many grants are being given to decrease the carbon emission. To decrease the carbon dioxide emission, we need to change the energy trends, and it's not really easy. I'd like to emphasize that in the, what is being imposed on the international system, to decrease, we need to decrease the carbon emission, and we need to reshape our energy usage for that. It's not really being implemented at the full by anyone, but all the issues that are being sanctioned by the international society. You know, it may be okay for the developed countries with strong economy, but they cannot really be implemented globally, especially what is funded by the United Nations. You know, underdeveloped and poor countries, many African countries, for example, we see similar implementations. You know, small-scale incentives are not really making a lot of change. So what kind of future projection should we have? Looking into the demographic balances at a global level, the biggest rate of population increase comes from the poor countries, unfortunately, and the intensity of these countries are in the Islamic world. And the increase of population in these poor countries, you know, like about 8 billion, the world population now, it's going to be 11 billion. And the biggest population increase is going to be either poor, coming from either poor or the mid-sized countries. And, you know, there's a song in Turkey which says, if anyone is going to burn the whole world, it's going to be the poor. And we are going to see how these imbalances will affect the international system. You know, the issues that we are going through in pandemic, for example, the pandemic basically decreased the carbon emission at the desired level, but it is indexed on the petroleum use. So whatever plan we do, the fire in Australia, it disrupted the whole balance, and you know, this huge fire, it does not reflect on the statistics used by the Western countries. Let's have a future projection here. Between 700 and 1900, you know, there was a coal revolution. The petroleum started its revolution in 1900, and it will move on its effect until 2020. And the natural gas is going to be effective in 2120. And renewable sources are going to be the most important from then on. On the other side, looking at the relevant geographies here, look at the areas that are put in ellipse. These are where the population explosion is going to take place, and therefore they are going to increase economically. And they are connected to the Islamic world. They have energy potential, petroleum potential, and this area has to use coal, petroleum, and natural gas. And whatever inclination they have towards the renewable energy, but the issue, they won't have the capacity to invest in it. So on a monthly basis, for example, there are many people that have $10, millions of them, and when we come to 2050, they will have $100, and they're going to use it on natural gas. And the same goes on for the natural gas potential. You know, structures like United Nations, if they want an implementable carbon dioxide policy, they have to analyze whether the model that they present is correct, because the sociological distribution, you know, the existing carbon monoxide emission is still being made by the developed countries. So these countries had, you know, industrial leaps forwards, and they had basically intoxicated the world in terms of the carbon dioxide that they have emitted. And looking at the Islamic world and African countries, you know, they exploited the sources of African and Islamic countries to the point of enslaving them, and they developed their own technology using this. So now what they're saying is, let's decrease the carbon dioxide emission. Well, it's not really possible. So if they still want a decrease in carbon dioxide emission, they should do much more than the small-scale so-called incentives. Or they should basically give up on their targets. About the global trends, this is our projection for 2100. There's going to be a 191% decrease in the energy demand, but the proportion of the renewable energy is increasing here. But natural gas is becoming the most important energy source. Nuclear is increasing. Coal is decreasing. But about the petroleum and natural gas, we're not really receiving the expected results. And you can see the projections that we made in European Union and United States, and you see that there's an increase in renewable energy. But you see different balances in China and India. Especially in India, there is a necessary coal consumption because there's no other way to respond to energy thirst of India. You see the general overall situation here for these countries. You know, India and China, you see their weight, their relative weight in the overall consumption. These are going to be the countries that are going to be the thirstiest. And the efficiency of Europe and United States is going to decrease. You see, Turkey is orange here. It's not very visible, but for many Muslim countries are listed in the rest of the world, by the way. When we come to 2100, this is going to be the general equation of energy. The biggest source is going to be natural gas, and it's going to be followed by renewable, and the petroleum is going to be a little more than 21%. The petroleum is not going to be over very quickly, by the way. Looking at the future of the Islamic world, the Islamic world has a young population, and after 2070s, it is going to be the biggest religion in terms of population. And you see the demographic distribution on a religious basis in the lower right map. And you see these are energy-hungry areas, and in economic terms, when we come to 2060 and 70, in terms of the GDPs, China is going to be the leading country, and India is going to follow that. And Turkey is going to be 11th country, most likely, and again, Indonesia is going to be number 4. And this is going to promote Islamic world in terms of international balance. So in terms of climate change, there are risk scores. You can see the relevant article if you want. There are different criteria. There are 2 factors. One of them is because of the temperature increase. You see the negative effects A1, A2, and in 2C, from 2A to 2E, they are going to be the negative results because of the rise of water level, degradation of the life quality, food security, and disasters, water shortage, and in hydroelectric systems, well, this is creating further risk in hydroelectric systems as well. Because, you know, higher temperature means more use of AC, and that is more energy consumption. And even the United States is having its own problems about that. And nuclear plants are using a lot of water to cool off the systems, and you're going to have to evaluate the water security for that. Biodiversity is also important here. Forestry is also important, and because of the rise of the water level, the migration, natural disasters, and conflict risks, especially in Arctic zones, well, these are possible risks that we're going to be faced with. So you see two graphs in the United Nations. On the right side, you see the risk score of climate change. As you see, there's an intense Muslim population in India. This is why I included in my list. From India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, these countries are going to be facing the risk brought by climate change. And from your financial operations to military, they are going to be affected by the climate change. And many countries are going to be affected in the Islamic world because of this, especially in countries like India, Japan, Germany, Philippines. They're going to be increased by the temperature rise. And in many other countries, because of the rise of the sea level, they're going to be affected. Here's my last slide. We need projects, declarations, videos, trainings, and projections to raise awareness. You know, we need to set up long-term projects about the climate change for renewable energy, water cleaning, and water consumption. R&D studies could be conducted on that. There could be a climate policy support fund, and we could have water management center, and especially hydrocarbon manufacturing countries could basically provide funds for renewable energy. And, you know, once we say that we want to start an integration process in the Islamic world, and we receive a lot of reaction for that, but in this regard, to fight against the climate change, if we say we are starting an integration process to fight the climate change, the United States, Europe, and the other institutions are going to have a more embracing attitude, and we may receive bigger support for that. And this is what we have to put into account. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Akyener, you touched upon the climate change based on the facts and statistics.
Would like to thank you a lot. By the way, I couldn't switch off my presentation. That's fine, sir. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to leave the floor to our next panelists. Professor Mehmet Zeykal, Cengiz Toraman, and Professor Hüseyin Altay will deliver a presentation together on a very interesting topic, military organizations structure in the IT age. They will make recommendations from an IT perspective. The floor is yours.
Şimdi öğreneceğim. Çünkü
I'm curious how they will present, because this is the joint study of the three professors. The floor is yours, professors. Professor Cengiz?
Sesimiz geliyor mu acaba?
Can you hear me?
Mehmet Zerka hocam.
Professor Mehmet Zeykal, Mr. Hüseyin?
Oğuzhan Bey sesim geliyor mu?
Can you hear me, Mr. Oğuzhan? Yes, Professor, I can hear you. Professor Cengiz, we have been waiting for you. The floor is yours, sir. This is your time for presentation now. Hello.
Buyurun lütfen.
Mr. Chair, can I start? Please go ahead. Thank you very much. I would like to share my screen now.
Benim konuşmam bilişim çağında askeri organizasyonlarda,
Organizational structures in military organizations in information age, recommendations from the management and organization perspective. That's the title of my presentation. I will try to respect the time limit and complete my speech on time, God willing. As you would acknowledge, organizations change depending on the changes taking place in the outside world, and that's inevitable for military organizations as well. Also, the horizontal organization is the sort of organizational type spearheaded by militaries as an interesting fact. And here, the tools, instruments, and perspectives of organizations are changed due to these developments. Even the war doctrine of the military organizations get varied over time due to such changes. These revolutionary changes in the military organizations make these differentiations more discernible, as stated by Fukuyama in his various activities. These radical changes take place in military organizations considering the technological weapons in the First and Second World Wars, which introduced new innovations to militaries and new war tactics and tools that are not used by the enemy, have been the guarantors of success for the armies. When we speak in today's terms, we talk about the digital transformation or information age to refer to these developments. So these these developments accelerate militaries to usher in changes, and they have a bigger change concerning the interaction between humans and machines. Coordination-wise, many employees do not need to be working at the same place, but rather do it remotely. Based on technological changes, organizations can control more people through their leaders, and most of the time, artificial intelligence, in fact, coordinates these people, so they replace people. Chatbots can be seen as an example of it. Thanks to the developed algorithms, they can, for example, make purchases or they can sell stocks in stock exchange. Such technological changes have an impact on stock controls, GPIs, applications, and the locationing of organizations, impacting them in a wide spectrum. So a lot of businesses can continue their operations at a low cost. Such technological transformations enable decision makers to act more quickly and establish right communications with the societal segments. And they are important part of the corporate strategies. So these changes and the differentiations on organizational structures can be elaborated on as such. When we look at organizations and their structures, there is no single consensus regarding their definition. However, we can refer to the studies on their structures by certain elements, through certain elements. And when you look at this chart, you see that organizations are related to their peripheries, and they have a regularly coordinated events, and their efficiency and effectivity require expertise, and they need to have written instructions. They have this formality level, and they are able to use technical and social tools which help overcome the complex structure of the society. The organizational structure comes into shape after certain organizations. They are a network of relationships, and here an organization is similar to an anatomy of a creature. We look at the organization from a general perspective, and here we emphasize that the complexity influences its structure. The organizational the environment and the context also impacts the organization's age. When we look at the elements shaping the organizational structures, we first see, of course, the administrators or managers. And organization cannot be thought independently of the founder or the ideologies behind that. Organizational structure is primarily influenced by the leader, and depending on the size and target strategies of the organization, other factors come into play as well. When we look at the order of significance, it is not an easy feat. And here, technology and environment has also an importance we cannot ignore. When we look at the impact of the environment on organizational structures, we see plenty of studies. Different environments have different impacts on the sort of organization, on organizations in terms of where they operate. Here, one of the important elements, as we previously stated, is technology. Technology generally is defined as technical tools or ideas that enable inputs to be transformed into products. So here we know that they also impact management technologies. Organizations are also social technical systems. So technology has an impact of organizational structure in terms of their essence. And there are many applied and theoretical studies in the literature referring to that aspect of technology. Currently, organizations or entities turn to a network organization or horizontal structure. Due to such changes, military organizations specifically are shaped by the technological development in the sense that these military organizations adopt a horizontal structure like the businesses or other organizations. In the past, they were gigantic organizations. They did not have any competitive nature, and it was almost impossible to usher in change as they would show great reaction. However, today's businesses act more horizontally due to information technologies, increasing their productivity, and the hierarchical steps, as the figure shows, has been decreased. Why do organizations get flatter or more horizontal with fewer layers? The professionals working in these businesses can take their own decisions. Decision-making mechanisms moved away from centralization as the traditional businesses require, and this means easier access to information with much easier dissemination of information, and people in different locations can come together thanks to technological means. We can refer to online meetings as an example. Throughout the pandemic, students and teachers came together as we are doing right now on a virtual platform. So self-managing groups, WhatsApp groups, or other working groups are examples which mean that the middle layers are removed in organizational structures, making them look like more horizontal. Military and defense technologies also change with technology. We are talking about drone wars today. We are talking about unmanned vehicles, and drones redefine everything. And here dehumanization of these instruments mean that wars acquire different forms, and the balance of power change in an extraordinary way. Unmanned aerial vehicles are used by people who can put everyone at fence, keep everyone at fence, or keep everyone at bay with a single touch on the button. Internet technology enables information to be disseminated or shared or expressed very easily. The internet also decreases the proxy costs, and here enterprises need to ensure that they achieve these digital transformations with robots, mobile applications, etc. So the formation of these new units represent the visible aspect of technological transformation. World Wide Web played a major role in such transformation. As for the communication with internal units of organization and access to outputs from these units are possible through internet technologies, collecting the information processing and dissemination also gain speed. These changes in digital developments led to important changes in the organization's costs as well. The operational costs declined very quickly as sending an email from one part of the world to another takes place in seconds. Technology also enables one to access the most quality product on the other end of the world, communicate with working groups, and also adjust coordination accordingly. That applies to military groups as well, as they can communicate, share documents with different troops on different parts of the world. Another advantage is decreasing the number of mistakes thanks to digital technology. Here, the information and documents are exchanged from the highest point in the hierarchy to the lowest unit with such perfection, and digital technologies enable these organizations to resort to outsourcing as well. Let's look at outsourcing and core competencies of the organizations. Here, core competencies and outsourcing are very critical. We talk about core talents or core skills, which set any organization apart from its competition, referring to all the talents, information, and competencies. So when an organization focuses on these core elements, it will be all the more stronger. In information technologies, we see the facilitation of information sharing between organizational units. When the information is disseminated as a core competence, that makes the organization superior to other competition. And here, businesses, thanks to this information technology, can achieve, harness certain capabilities. For a capability to be considered as a core talent, it should enable the company to provide more benefits to the customers than others. Can you wrap up, Professor Cengiz? Of course, sir. American Army, when viewed regarding its core skills, you see combined weapon maneuver, or wide range security, wide area security, or support security cooperation, or tailoring forces for the combatant commander, or supporting joint and army forces, as well as supporting domestic civil authorities. In virtual organizations, these are the sort of organizations that benefit from outside functions and resources, internal network and external virtual organizations are the extensions or examples of this type of organization. When we heard from the military structure in the United States or military industry, we can move on to horizontal military organizations, and they are the most well-known examples of hierarchical organizations. And here we can see that this horizontalization became visible in the army before then the enterprises as we know it, as it decreases costs, leaves the room for, removes the room for error, etc., etc. I have already referred to them. So the changes in the information technology enabled the traditional hierarchical structures to more horizontal and decentralized organizations. Also, the information moved through the layers of organization faster, and the horizontal structure organization have spread to other businesses or enterprises as we know it. Based on technological novelties and developments, they have updated themselves. Currently, they moved from these traditional structure to horizontal structures, and they came to understand that they need to use outsourcing. So these technological changes turned these organizations into agile ones. Of course, all this refers to a new threat area, which is about information security. And in that sense, organizations need to take significant decisions and also shoulder important responsibilities. Thank you very much for your attention. Professor Cengiz, thank you for this beautiful presentation. Now, sir, we are going to listen to the last presentation, to the last presenter in our panel, Special Forces Standard and Internal Unity, considering the Islamic organizations. This presentation will be delivered by Professor Mehmet Emin. The floor is yours. Thank you, Professor Ensar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. ASRICA Confederation Defense System takes place in its fourth occasion. I would like to wish auspicious outcomes for this Congress. I would like to greet all the participants and speakers of this organization. The speakers have been referring to their academic studies, knowledge, and experience. I think you have also observed that some speakers have referred to the creation of an emergency unit in terms of defense. As a retired SAT commander who served the Turkish military forces for a long time, I will refer to my idea about special forces. My topic is titled Creating the Special Forces Standard and Cooperation as part of Islamic cooperation. What we call as special forces is a unit designed to overcome internal and external threats, serving on any type of territory, with the ability to use all technological tools as select soldiers. The special forces concept has an important place in the military jargon, and it has a long-established structure, new threat perceptions, and the evolution of the current world landscape into multipolar structure means an extension of the mandate of special forces. One of the important aspects is that they can be mobilized very quickly and also realize the operations very quickly. Generally, they act in the form of small units, using every tool of communication in their operations, and they achieve the sort of activities that cannot be achieved by regular armies thanks to unique techniques and tactics. Why does the Islamic world need such special forces? The imperialist states have been developing a new war conjuncture, which is called paramilitary or outsourced terrorist organizations serving in target destinations with a remote controller at a low cost and without the necessity to assume any risk. And they inflict great harm on these targeted places. And it is not that easy to fight with such paramilitary forces through police forces or the army. Only special forces that have received tailored training can deal with such organizations swiftly and quickly. Islamic states are trying to overcome these problems by themselves, be it United Nations or NATO. Unfortunately, these international organizations do not help Islamic countries to overcome these problems. How are we going to form these special forces then? Almost all Islamic states has its special forces designed according to the geographical circumstances of their countries. Here, in terms of the structure and formation, we are referring to small units. Such a unity in Islamic countries would not have to incur huge costs. So they may have mutual agreements and they may exchange 15 to 20 special, a group of 15 to 20 special forces personnel who can mutually execute common techniques and tactics and develop the warring capacity of the partnering countries, foster their capabilities, and also contribute to the development of new drills, the new techniques and tactics. So the drills will enable these countries to achieve standard operation techniques and tactics, and these special forces will be able to operate in a country making a request very quickly. They will be able to interfere and achieve great results. As you well know, the imperial governments can do it by themselves. However, when the Islamic countries do that, they will be the power to have the biggest special forces. These imperial states use formations through NATO and United Nations, but Islamic states do not have a joint intervention unit. Imperial states like NATO do not meet the requirements of the Islamic states, but also encourage the outsourced organizations. So we need to achieve our needs together. In Anatolia, we have a saying like every man for himself. So we need to create a solidarity among special forces as an Islamic unity so that we can overcome this terror, the trouble of terrorism, so that we can enhance the defense capabilities of weak Islamic states. I believe that it can be one of the first steps to achieve such unity and solidarity so that the Islamic states can escape from such do away with such trouble very quickly. Sadat, which has been established as an international consultancy company as part of an ASSAM, played an important role in terms of organizing these forces. It is able to provide support to an Islamic state which doesn't have the enough infrastructure through strategic support. So if any Islamic state says, I lack in terms of special forces, or if they say, we do not have such an organization, ASSAM also has counterpart organizations which act with the same mandate. I would like to give an example, by the way. We were part of the common joint training of NATO in Germany years ago. And here special forces of NATO members came to the same location for a drill. The goal was to ensure that in a likely operation requirement, we were supposed to create an emergency, an intervention capability, but that training had a face value only. As our president says, United Nations or NATO are just operating as a Christian union. So we need a union that will help us preserve our survival, maintain our survival. I will refer to another example where we were in Germany. Again, we are telling the observers our operation for such a joint requirement. A Greek commander, whose country entered NATO thanks to us, of course, observed us. He asked this question: if you see a kid when you conduct this operation, how are you going to act in the most critical stage of the operation? Of course, I would like to share the answer of a clever friend. If only I had given that. Whatever you do, we will repeat as well. Here, what they were trying to say is that you are Muslims, you are killers, you kill people, because he expected us to say that we will kill the kids. So there is this, in fact, fitna in that alliance. Of course, they know about Turkey. They are trying to look down on Turkey, belittle Turkey. He was trying this technique in his own way to trick us. So we know that whenever there's request for special forces from NATO, we will not see anything favoring us. That applies to July 15 as well. We have seen the sort of support they gave to us, or the lack of support they not provided to us. So in my humble opinion, I think special forces will be the beginning of such an action. So two Islamic countries like Turkey, Azerbaijan and Qatar, Pakistan, we can join it.
But this one needs to be improved. So my humble opinion is that one of the first steps of the Islamic Union is to designate a standard for the special forces and kick off the special forces. But of course, everyone is free to say what they wish.
Hali hazırda İslam devletlerinin en büyük
But
sorunlarından
right at the moment, one of the biggest challenges of the Islamic states is unfortunately this menace of terror. They are clustered in small groups, the terrorists make their operations, and well, of course, I'm talking about Turkey, as well as this. In the other Islamic states, Islamic countries, we have such terror organizations and formations. And, this is actually, externally, outsourced, so to say. This is subcontracted work of unfortunately, the external forces, the menace, because they can mobilize rather fast in case of any need, such teams could be sent perhaps to the countries in need, and that would reinforce our position against terrorism and terrorists, which means both eliminating them and simply have an upper hand. I would like to focus on a very specific formation: what to do, how to do, and it's not very difficult. This is my take on the subject. With if we get started with the countries on which we are friendly terms on a mutual basis, the rest will follow. And inshallah, hopefully, this is going to be implemented and the benefits will be reaped. Well, may Allah Ta'ala grant this unity and the presence of special forces to the Islamic countries. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I would like to wish you a great weekend. Mehmet Emin Bey, thank you very much. I think this was a very important framework which you provided. And maybe a small contribution in this respect. I would like to share something with you. So maybe focusing on a narrower version of the Islamic countries and offering a proposal as such, it would really be very helpful. So thank you so much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you very much, Mehmet Emin Koçak. Distinguished attendees, ladies and gentlemen, this is bringing us to the end of our session, and I am sure you enjoyed the presentations as much as I did, which all of the presentations were very useful, very helpful. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our panelists. Unfortunately, we don't have any time, and we're completely actually beyond our time. Therefore, we can't have a Q&A session. And now, in order to moderate the next session, I would like to call up Professor Dr. Yakup Bulut as the moderator of the next session. Okay, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Ensar. And you actually respected time, and you are actually setting a great example for the upcoming panel. That would be perfect, because this is on a digital platform. We have to be very careful about this. Well, one wishes that we had time for Q&A, but we have great presentations. And I think this webinar in a pandemic such as COVID-19 is very timely. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank ASSAM President General Adnan and the organization committee, Ersan Bey, and all the other colleagues whose names I don't have time to mention. Kütahya University, ÜSKÜDAR University, and their rectors. So this is the 4th edition, and I did my best to participate in all of those webinars. Well, the specialties, the fields are rather distinct from one another, but the awareness of Islam, the consciousness of Islam, it's mentioned, it's discussed, and gradually there is a paradigm shift. That's what I said in the previous edition. And my hopes are rising up every time, and there is no simply reason for despair. Allah gave us mind and reason. So this is actually what we should do for this cause. Within a certain methodology, we need to simply put forward our arguments so that the whole world would know that, well, specifically, well, you know, the main objective of Islam is human. And I love simply the method of deduction. And I believe that is going to be simply possible through events such as this. Without further ado, in order to respect time, I just wanted to give the floor to our panelists. And in the previous session, Mansour El Amani from Niger was added to our session. and Oğuzhan Akyener was in the previous session. So there was sort of actually no change in the number of presentations of the speakers. Maximum 15 minutes per speaker, but please try to simply obey and respect the time. Otherwise, we don't have time for Q&A, and we are already delayed when you look at the overall program. So the first speaker is now ASSAM Öztürk from Turkey. Within the collective defense context, supra-regional collective defense architecture is going to be the title. Thank you very much.
Tekrardan Esselamualeyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Tekrardan saygıdeğer paşam, saygıdeğer hocalar.
Once again, distinguished general, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce myself for the newcomers. I'm ASSAM Öztürk. I'm a PhD candidate at Istanbul Medeniyet University in the international relationships, and I'm focusing on a number of topics such as defense and safety and security. And it's a pride and joy for me to be a speaker in this 4th edition of ASSAM conference. In my previous presentation, I talked about African Union, but this is going to be sort of actually a general topic, which is going to be on the collective architecture of the collective defense. So the Islamic Union and the capacity it will provide. So I will do my best to offer a projection. So this is a supra-regional network of defense, and this is very important in terms of offering a projection in this respect.
Savunma bağlamında İslam Birliği Bölgeler Üssü Kolektif Savunma Mimarisi başlıklı çalışmayı 3 başlık altında.
Now it has 3 subheadings: collective defense, Islamic Union in the context of collective defense, and supra-regional collective defense network and architecture. As you could see, well, actually, I have talked about this in the previous presentation, but for the newcomers, collective defense or collective self-defense means the reconciliation against states or group of states which are posing a threat against the national interests. And in case there is an attack towards any state or government, any country, then there is this support which is granted to the member state according to the international agreements that is designated in a number of resolutions. For example, this is recognized by the international law, but for example, in Article 51 of the United Nations Agreement, we see that is defined. So these are the primary security alliances, NATO and EU. We see European Union, and we have Shanghai Cooperation Organization. We have EU, AU, African Union, and we have UNASUR for the South America Council of Security. So geographically speaking, and looking at this map, the regional defense schemes, NATO is one scheme. For example, Latin America is another one, Africa, and this is the Central Asia. And politically speaking, we have the complexes of the collective defense. So this is the analysis we have. In the New World Order, maybe is this going to be bringing forward yet another new order through the collective complexes of self-defense. So when we look at the collective defense, mainly these are regional. In the aftermath of the Cold War, from that bipolar structure, we are going through a multipolar structure, and they are already existing, geographically speaking, in the world. And regional collective defense schemes are simply available in the geographical sense, and in the political sense, in the Central Asia, we see the gray areas are the lacking ones, and particularly an agreement or alliance based in the headquarter in the Middle East could be very critical, maybe led by Turkey. And Middle East and North Africa is in a turmoil situation. And given the conflict in the Islamic countries, it's not very realistic to simply consider a union which is only encompassing all of the Islamic countries, but there is such a need. That is also a fact. Then there is this question, two questions actually. So if all of the Islamic countries can't gather together, then shall we simply step away and stay away from the idea of a union, or shall we simply delay this idea until all of the Muslim countries are involved in this? So when we look at the current situation, when states are alone and solitary, and when they don't have sufficient communication among or between one another, unfortunately, they are exposed to strategies such as fragment, divide and manage, or swallow. And that has resulted in the weakening of the Islamic world and the oppression faced by the Muslims. So if the conditions are feasible, then the states should not be deprived of a union, and at least the essentials of a union should be placed, and there should be a way which is paid for further work. And the existing international bilateral relations should be expanded, and it is inevitable that the multidimensional relationships and this advancement towards a union is inevitable. And we need to simply understand the fact that when there's a defense and architecture and network among Islam countries, then this is definitely going to reinforce the position of each and every Islam country, Muslim country. So now Islamic Union within the context of collective defense. So the intellectual infrastructure or rationale is very important. Why we need such a union? Essentially, it is an existential questioning in this respect. So one of the first responses is the common enemy. We heard from one of the previous panelists as well, resisting against common enemy. So there's this idea. However, particularly, this is very much based on simply putting your existence vis-a-vis the other. So it should be also, I think, possible, and it is possible for Muslims to exist without the existence or the presence of another. So under the Tawhid idea, they should be able to come together and support one another. So this union should not be based on one enemy or on the other per se. And that means that they will be sustainably maintain their presence. So on an existential basis, like raison d'être. And when we look at the fact that even though the Muslim community's union is not compulsory for the states, but when we have such a union, it would be very significant when it has a political correspondence to that, because when there is this deprivation among different states, this is weakening the states. Whenever we lack a currency, a joint or common currency, and only that on its own is weakening the financial capability of the Muslims. The European Union was able to achieve that. For example, if we had an Islamic Union, our currency would be more valuable, hence more income capability or purchasing power. So this is weakening the Muslim community in so many aspects, and we need to have an administration style which is responsible and accountable, both for the things which were done and the things which were not done. And all of the leaders and the authorities with a certain responsibility need to take part, and they need to be involved. And when there is not a planned or designated union in the Islamic world, this is harming the Muslim community more and more. And when we also consider the presence of the politicians or the leaders who are individually against such an idea of a unity, then that is making things even more problematic. So even though there is a partial or, because, that has not been attained yet, it is also possible that the conditions are met and the people come together. And at this point, under circumstances where the political equations are excluded, when you consider the population of the Muslim, population ratios of the Muslim people in Northern Africa, Western Africa, Eastern Africa, Sahel Belt, Middle East, Middle Asia, and the Southeastern Asia, we see extensively populated by the Muslim people. And starting from the Western Africa to the Central Asia, there is this whole crescent. And over here, you see Bangladesh, Malaysia, Indonesia, Maldives, and Comorolar are sort of acting as the stars. They are known as the Islamic stars. And because the world is round, this is crescent, and this is the star, which could be seen on the map. And here, within the context of the collective defense, on the African-Asian line, there should be a geographical unity. So it would be awesome. Unfortunately, I have to offer you a suggestion. You have last 2 minutes, so please just try to wrap it up.
Kısa bir uzatma isteyeceğim yalnız. Yetmiş olayım ben de. Siyasi dengeler bu coğrafi unsurun kullanılmasına engel teşkil etmekte. Özellikle.
Unfortunately, the political balances are posing barriers against the use of this geographical aspect, and we need to start working in the Muslim world. And we need to identify the countries with the capacity to do so. Political, military, economical, academic negotiations should start. Turkey primarily and all the other countries need to take responsibilities. DA, Turkey Council, and the Maghrebian Arabic Council are the countries or the unions that we need to mention in this respect. And there has been an initiative to come up with a projection proposal as to how to form a union, and the political conjuncture could immediately change momentarily. So through a template, maybe a procedure should be attained to be put forward. And with then probable union, the actor countries could change and the regions could also change. And necessary computation and capacity should be put forward, and a number of countries were determined in this respect: Turkey, Pakistan, Malaysia, Qatar, Uzbekistan, Libya, Senegal, Sudan, and Hungary have been identified so that they would simply constitute the backbone of a collective defense agreement in this respect. And some regional defense complexes were established, and including the center in the regional defense complexes, there are at least 3 countries. So Western Africa, Northern Africa, and the Eastern Africa, Balkan countries, Middle East, Gulf, Central Asia are connected to one another. As you could see on the map, Turkey, Pakistan, Qatar, so Malaysia likewise, Uzbekistan, Hungary are forming the center, as well as Libya, Sudan, and Senegal. So these countries are simply constituting the center. And it's actually a power and defense center. So when opting for the countries, we considered their relationship with Turkey, as well as the regional dynamics and the country data. So the ones which could actively take part, and again, the ones with pins are considered to be observing countries, observer countries. So they're going, and the ones with pluses have to change their political preferences. They could perhaps be involved in the union. So in this respect, the green ones are where the regions are connected to one another. The reds indicate the relationship inside the region. And in this respect, the network model is going to connect the geographically unconnected parts, and these are going to be the micro regions among different Islamic countries that would reinforce regional development and security, and it's going to facilitate the solution of the problems. Coming to the architecture part, so there's going to be capacity development. Awesome. You have completely beyond your time. That means you have to still, I'm so sorry. We're going to be reading these anyway. So please conclude the presentation with the, if you give me 3 minutes, how many minutes? 2 minutes, please, because you have completely taken your time and your other speakers' times. So from a collective perspective, there's going to be a capacity, and there's going to be a defense cooperation and agreements based on defense. There could be a collective agreement in this respect. So when you add them all together, the regions, this is going to be the architecture which we have. And this is the Balkan region, defense complex, Western Africa, regional defense complex, Northern Africa, and Eastern Sahel Africa, and this is Gulf, Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and micro regions. Through micro regions, we see some regional defense complexes are put forward, and this is called the Islamic Union Defense, Collective Defense Architecture. So it's supra-regional. It could be also interpreted as a supra-regional defense architecture projection. It is going to contribute to the resolution of the regional problems in a more active fashion. So when you go to the micro regions, for example, the hub is Senegal, Mauritania, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, and Gambia. And in the South Africa, South America, because of the geographical proximity, the countries could be reached over there. So South Africa and Western Africa, and liaison complexes, the Northern Africa and the Eastern Sahel Belt. So when you look at the Northern Africa regional defense complex, it's going to be a Maghrebian Arab League or Arabic Union. Libya is going to be the hub. Spain is the observer. Potential member is Egypt, and these are the other complexes with a certain liaison. Coming to Sudan, as you could see, they're as follows. Okay. Okay. In Turkey, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, and Georgia, I have involved those parts because they are the vicinity countries. Yemen is observer. And this is the Turkey Council is offering a very valuable infrastructure. And okay, that's it. So supra-regional complex defense architecture is put forward. In addition to offering the liaison among different states, there is also a three-dimensional projection. And in this respect, actors might change, but methodology-wise, it could be implemented to the new projections. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, ASSAM. Actually, it was a very comprehensive presentation. I know, hopefully, we will hear it somewhere else. Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation. So we don't have time. You have actually consumed some of the other speakers' time. The second speaker is from Egypt, Dr. Muhtar El-Arshi. I would like to give the floor to you without further ado. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you. Geopolitical evaluation in ASRICA Islamic countries. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. دكتور مختار العشري، محامي من مصر، أستاذ في القانون الدولي العام.
Thank you very much. I'm an international law expert. I come from Egypt, and what I'm going to be sharing with you is very relevant. And mainly, I will be looking from the perspective of this international law and the geopolitical evaluation within the scope of the ASRICA countries. And you are going to be seeing those on the map. Before we can start talking about an Islamic Union, we need to consider the current situation, particularly geographical, political, and the geopolitical aspects need to be taken into due consideration. Particularly these issues need to be considered so that we can have a proper and a very sound Islamic Union. So after this due evaluation, only then we can talk about and working towards an Islamic Union. So now I would like to start sharing the screen. If the host just allows me.
دقيقة. إلى أن تعرض على السكرين نتحدث شفويا إن شاء الله.
Well, let me get started while I'm setting up the screen. But first of all, I will be touching upon a number of aspects after the introduction.
عن تأثير الجغرافيا ثم عن تأثير الموارد الطبيعية.
I will be talking about the current situation of the geopolitical situation and then the impact of the geopolitical situation, the soft power, the tools at hand. Last but not least, I will be talking about challenges and some proposals, suggested proposals. And I just wanted to simply ask for 20 minutes because I have a long presentation, but I will do my best so that I will respect my time. So, as you know,
هي موجودة في وسط العالم بصفة خاصة في
the Islamic countries are very much located in the heart of the world.
الموجودة سواء كانت في أوروبا أو في أفريقيا أو في آسيا هي قلب العالم في حقيقة الأمر.
Some of the countries are rather geographically distributed, but still they could be simply deemed in the heart of the world. In order to be able to understand the terms, we need to look at the distinction. When we look at the political geography, mainly we're talking about the impact of that geography in terms of a political perspective. And some of the economic and social and cultural aspects need to be into consideration as well. So this is not from a dynamic perspective, but an aesthetical perspective. So we have some conditions which are not changing, the population in the field, so on and so forth. However, from a geopolitical perspective, we're talking about the impact of geography and politics on one another from a dynamic perspective. And that is changing all the time. It's not static. And that, of course, has a different set of repercussions. So when we look at the geography, it is very much shaped by a set of factors, including geography and the strategical aspects and the power relations.
مثلا عند النظر إلى الأدبيات الجيوسياسية على مدار القرنين التاسع عشر والعشرين فنجد أن هناك نطاق انطلاق قوية.
When we come to 19th and 20th century, big countries, there's a big difference between the way when they started and the current situation. For example, Black Sea, Red Sea, and the rivers, Hormuz Strait and Bab el-Mandeb, all those passageways and many other places like that are situated in these countries. In terms of geopolitical definition of the countries, different concepts are used. Some of them are based on ideological systems or cultural or political systems. For example, the relations between Iran and China. There's a mutual interaction, let's say, and it could be sometimes, again, ideological, like nationalism, like Saudi Arabia and Iran. In their relations, they exhibit behaviors like that. Turkey, with the influence of the United States and the role of Russia and its possible conflicts with China, we see the emergence of such powers in 19th and 20th centuries. So we have to consider the colonial powers. We have to take them into account as well. All these mobilizations they could be geopolitical, they could be strategic. We see that mobility. I'd like to underline that these countries strive for expansion to provide for certain needs, and in terms of Islamic countries, we see that happen. And they'd like to, of course, legitimate their presence outside their countries as well. They basically exhibit their presence in political fields. And in terms of the raw material and energy sources, they take such actions as well. You've seen what happened in Gulf area. The Islamic countries are situated in the heart of the world, especially Eastern Mediterranean. That creates a lot of conflict, and different countries are, for example, during the Cold War, different countries get involved in conflicts. In this region. So, when we talk about ASRICA, in this system,
الحديث عن الدول
There are common grounds, common denominators for these countries, and what matters here is that this is an Islamic region, and they have huge common denominators. And for political, economic, and ideological means, they have common interests. That is the system that we're talking about. At the same time, Islam is the very basis in this part of the world, and this is such kind of a union that we're talking about. You know, Asia, 27 countries, and Africa, 26 countries, and some European countries are going to be involved in this system as well. And this basically makes up about 13% of the world's land, and about 20% of the world's population are in this region. Many economic or political common grounds, they reflect on geopolitical and strategic dimensions. Of course, the global powers will also take this into account, and Iran, the United States, and the West, well, they all take that into account. This Islamic Union, the Turkish power and the Iranian power, once we consider that, we know that they have been effective in the past. So in the future, like China, United States, and Russia, and European Union, these countries are going to be great powers. 30 million cubic meters, that is 15% of the world's water resources, and 174,000 kilometers square, that is the Islamic world. And in Africa, Asia, and some of them are European countries. So in the Middle East, or in Central Asia, I think Kazakhstan, Sudan, Algeria are the largest countries by area, and Maghreb and Bahrain constitute the smallest countries. Can you please wrap it up in a couple minutes, Dr. El-Ashri? Of course, I will. I touched upon that because it was important, especially in terms of the intro. In this political landscape, has been effective throughout history. This is why I went into history. This is a land of importance in political and commercial terms, and economic terms, and it is going to be a bridge between the land and the waterways. It will contribute to the formation of unity in the Islamic world and contribute to the rest of the world. If this part is controlled well enough, it is going to provide a lot of power. As you know, this is right in the middle of the world, and it has Islamic countries. So, for example, Bab al-Mandab or Hormuz Strait, as you know, it influences the Red Sea, and this basically constitutes the 8% of the natural resources. All right, please wrap it up. Thank you very much, Professor El-Ashri.
والله يا أخي أنا أجتهد في ذلك لأن هو موضوع في منتهى الأهمية فأنا أعتقد أن الحديث
And that's what I'm trying to do, but we exceeded our time. So the last couple sentences, please. We'll be following your presentation in written anyway.
يعني أنا لا أعرف إذا كان الوقت لا يكفي فأنا يعني سأكتفي بآخر نقطة وهي التحديات وفي نقاط 7 وأنتهي.
If I'm out of time, let me just talk about the challenges and recommendations.
لا نعطي الموضوع حقه وبالتالي لن يكون مفيدا بالشكل للمستمع.
We have to give every issue what it deserves.
لهذا السبب إذا كان ممكن ناخذ
أنا حاولت الحقيقة أن أدخل على السكرين
I'm sorry, but the time is limited. I couldn't turn my presentation on. Unfortunately, I couldn't. So, all right, thank you very much. You provided important information. Please say last couple of words, and we will have it in written anyway. The last point then.
هناك العديد من التحديات التي تواجه المحيط الأفريقي الإسلامي سواء كانت استراتيجية أو عسكرية أو سياسية وتأتي في مقدمتها.
It could be geopolitical, strategic, or military difficulties. One of them could be the identification of the boundaries by the external forces after the First World War. And the second one is we need to have a more stable relationship between Turkey and Saudi Arabia. And the third point is the migration from Syria and Northern Africa. And the migration should be better controlled by international institutions. And the fourth issue is using the soft power of the superpowers, we can get better results. This would basically provide us with the opportunities of a pivotal country in the world, a central country in the world. I exceeded my time, so I couldn't express myself, I think, very clearly. We will obtain a better power from Palestine-Israel fight, and in countries of Maghreb and Morocco, their normalization with Israel is happening. And in Africa, a lot of conflict, a lot of wars are going on. And Islamic countries should focus on that as well. Another issue is the terror groups in this part of the world. We need to get rid of them. And we should get the rift between the Sunni and Shiite. We should build good relations. And we should basically cooperate better in civilian and military terms. And we should stay away from ideological and sectarian conflicts. I think Turkey could establish such a balance, in Gulf region. A balance could be established. Last sentence, please.
نعم هذه آخر الخاتمة. أقول بالرغم.
All right, my last words then. Just 1 minute, please.
بالرغم من تمركز العالم في وسط القارات الثلاث أوروبا وآسيا وأفريقيا فإن هذا التمركز يزيد.
In 3 continents, in Europe, Asia, and Africa, different centers would be established. And as I said, this is a region with a lot of passageways and serious resources of petroleum and natural gas. So in economic and political terms, using these resources, we could emerge. As you know, the soft power and hard power, once they are considered for political purposes, well, we can see that there is a significant increase in population. And, you know, like organizations like United Nations and some other countries would not be able to intervene because we will have our own stability in our own land. All right, we exceeded time, Doctor. Thank you very much. Of course.
Tabii ki yerin harcıyla çok geniş bir zamanda daha ayrıntılı bir şekilde konuşmak, tartışmak, dertleşmek.
Maybe we need more time for these issues, but we'll be following your studies. And I'd like to thank you for the information that you provided. I'm sorry, but I have to end it here. So we would have time for the next sessions. I'm sorry for my interventions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No worries at all. All right. The third speaker is not going to be live. There's going to be a pre-record video, and we're going to wrap it up with that. The speaker is from Niger, Mansour El Amani. The title of the video is Defense Organizations of the Global Powers and Their Activities in Islamic Countries.
Welcome to my presentation for the 4th International ASSAM Islamic Congress Union. I would like to introduce myself. I am Mansour El Amani from Niger Republic.
Dördüncü ASSAM toplantısına hoş geldiniz. Benim adım ben Nijer'den katılıyorum. ASRICA başlığı altında önemli bir kongre yapılıyor. Bu yıl
which is going to talk about defense organization of global powers such as USA, Russia, China, UK, France, and their activities in Islamic countries. This is the Niger case. So we will have point A, military bases in these countries. Point B, the private military companies, PMC. So I have divided my presentation into 6 or 7 parts that I'm going to talk about briefly, and those who would like to follow, I will submit the article, the entire article, then they will have the opportunity to read it. So this talk about Niger Republic, one of OIC founding state and active member since the creation of the organization, which was the 25th of September 1969. So superpower countries, as you know, used to dominate weak countries for a long moment. It was the case of colonization era of many Muslim empires by Western for more than 1 century. When you talk, you take example of Niger, in 1900, France made Niger, so the then empires, at that time it was empires before the colonization era, a military territory administered from the Sultanate of Damagran, which is a region in the eastern part of the country. It became a French colony in 1922, the autonomous colony of Niger. Niger became republic on December 16, 1965, and got its independence on August 3rd, 1960. So according to the global fire research for 2020, Niger is ranked 103th out of 138 of the countries in the term of military strength, and it showed that the weakness of the country in the military field. So before, now we said 138. Before, Niger was ranked about 85, I think, if I remember, like 4 years ago. So this weakness show the country had a lot of difficulties and security problem. Today, Niger is facing the security problems such as ACME with the Malian border and Boko Haram in the east, with Chad and Nigerian borders, including Cameroon. So this came after the collapse of Libyan Gaddafi regime in 2011. That I will talk the details in my article, like how the collapse of Gaddafi regime impact the security problem in Niger. Not only Niger, a lot of sub-Saharan countries like Nigeria, Cameroon, Chad, and Burkina Faso also, including Mali. So before that, I was talking about 2011. Before 2011, the country was faced to the Tuareg rebellion from 1990 to 1996, so 6 years. And from 2007 until 2009. So this had many impacts on its economy and development. So in this regard, Niger has signed agreements and military cooperation with many countries such as USA, France, Italy, Germany, and Belgium. So in this program of combating insecurity and the fight against terrorism in the Sahel. So let us see all those military bases, that what they do in Niger and their role in the stability of the country, and also the countries those who have the project to install new bases. Will they good for the future of the country or not? So my first point is from the part A, which talk about military bases. Yes, one like is France in Niger. As I said in my introduction, so France used to colonize Niger since the year 1900 until 1960. So this is about 100 years. When we talk about officially the diplomatic relations, like Niger started its diplomatic ties with France after the independence from 1960. So this was the official creation of the two sides embassy with the Niger. And today we have actually currently some military bases in Niger, such as in the current airport, international airport of Jore Hamani in Niamey, which we have a base of the crafts and drones pilot without pilot, and also when you go to the Tlaberi region, which is a border with Mali, we can find some military bases of France, and also in Agadez region, which is border with both Algeria and Libya. And also we have the biggest military bases of France in Niger, which is in Madama. Madama is a northern part of Niger, which is a way to go to Libya. So what is the role of those military bases? It's the military cooperation which has been signed with France in combat terrorism, and this starts, I think, from 2011-2012, the time that the insecurity started in Niger, as I said in my introduction. So all started after the collapse of the Libyan regime, the Gaddafi regime. So this declared insecurity in many countries, in a lot of countries, but Niger was one of the countries which is a victim of this insecurity. So the second part of my presentation, US in Niger, so United States. So we are talking about the superpowers and their role in Islamic countries, Niger case. So the US diplomatic ties started after the independence of Niger from France from 1960. So from this day, cooperation and development aid started. The US started helping Niger in terms of development. Until now, we have a lot of projects and programs which is led by US, such as USAID, an organization that everybody knows, and the Millennium Challenge program, which used to make roads and school creation, school construction, and also investment in livestock and agriculture in Niger. Also from 2012, as I mentioned from my first part, since the time of the started of insecurity in Niger, also America had signed an agreement of installation of military base in Niger. Also America has military base in Niger with the same objective with France to combat terrorism and combat insecurity, to help the country to struggle against the terrorism and extremism. So this is the US, and the third part is Russia. With Russia, Niger has a diplomatic relation, but unfortunately there is no diplomatic representation, such as embassy, both in Niamey and also Moscow. But in terms of military, this is an academic issue. Russia used to give Niger military scholarship. So Niger used to send students to Russia, to Russian military schools, to go to study and come back to work in Niger. And the Niger Minister of Foreign Affairs recently visited Russia and also invited his counterpart to come to Niger in order to open the two sections of the embassy. But until now, between Russia and Niger, there is no intense diplomatic ties. But in terms of military, there is a military academy of the military, and now officially there is no deal, there is no agreement of installation of a military base of Russia in Niger. The fourth part is China. So our relation with China is not also military, it's like Russia, but Chinese cooperation with the Niger is the side of infrastructure. When you look at the other African countries, China used to make dam, bridge, buildings, and also contribute to drill oil or gold or uranium in African countries, especially Muslim countries, OIC member state, which is the case. So for China, with China also there is no deal, there is no any program of installation of military bases in Niger. We have UK in the fifth part, UK which the diplomatic ties started recently. It was less than 5 months ago that the UK opened its embassy in Niger, which they will send the attaché of defense. As you know, in every embassy you can find the attaché of defense, the person who will care, the person who will work with the embassy in terms of military and security. So with the UK also, until now, officially we don't have any project of the installation of military base, and UK is planning to give scholarship to Nigerian citizens, not in terms of military but in terms of science, social science and diplomacy. So the sixth part, which is the last part of my presentation, is 3 important European countries, those who are present in Niger, and they have military bases with the countries, those who are not cited in the topic which has said Defense Organization of Global Powers. It cited USA, Russia, China, UK and France. And when we look at those 5 countries, the countries that permanent member of Security Council of United Nations, and we consider those countries like superpower, and there are the countries those who has right of to detain nuclear weapons. But now in my last section before the conclusion, we have Italy in Niger, we have Germany, we have also Belgium. Those 3 countries, we have a good relation, I mean diplomatic relation, and also we have the existence of military bases in Niger. Italy has military bases in Niger. This is also the same objective, the same aims to combat terrorism and insecurity in the Sahel. We have Germany, which when we had last year the visit of the Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, which visited Niger, and also they have an institution which is called ECAP Sahel, which is in Niger and making activities in terms of security. And also this is different from the Russian system or Chinese system, those who give scholarship to the student or Niger citizen to go to China or Russia to study, to come back to serve the country. German system, until now we don't have a Niger student who go to
Ersan Bey beni duyabiliyorsa, videonun süresi hakkında bir bilgisi varsa.
School here or with the ECAP Sahel institution, they used to
Hocam 21 dakika.
train our police, they make training to our National Guard, they make training to be
15 dakikayla sınırlandıralım onu da.
Military corps. We have also Belgium. Belgium also recently, like 2 years ago, they have signed an agreement with Niger to install the military bases. So as I say, also there are some countries those who have project that they want to install new bases in Niger. So the question that we are going to ask, all of those military bases, do they play an important role in combating terrorism and insecurity in Niger and also the other countries or not? So this is a question. And who are those countries who, or what are those countries who has a project to install the military bases in Niger, and what is their aims and what is their objective? So when you look at the situation in global situation, the Muslim countries, the countries members of OIC, especially African countries and Asia. So the ASRICA countries, there are those who suffer, those who are suffering of insecurity and global terrorism. That's why global powers used to come to make a deal with them in order to help them. So the objective of ASSAM Islamic during Congress, as we had previously, we showed that the aim of ASSAM is to make a common defense.
Yakup Hocam buyurun.
Evet, teşekkür ederim. Ben Mansur El Amani'yi dinlerken
Thank you. When I listened to Master El Amari, I went to beyond technical information, and I understand that we need to show more resolution and determination. I would like to thank him for his valuable presentation. Well, we have two speeches from Ersan, the host of this schedule, and then myself. I will not warn our speakers because of the time limitation. One of the speakers is going to look at the Defense Secretary of African Unity and its relationship with the US. And we prepared it together, but as I moved to Gaziantep University, we were not able to, I was not able to contribute. Professor Soner made bigger contributions. That's why I would like him to present this speech. I'd like to thank him for his care. The floor is yours, Professor Soner. Well, you're always humble. As always, I have been honored to become a student of Professor Yakup. I conducted this study under his supervision. Now, I would like to briefly discuss the data from the study. Because we have a very short amount of time. The European Union has a multilateral diplomacy, and I would like to show the African Union's defense policy and its cooperation with the EU, which is quite related to our Congress title. Here we are talking about an incubating Islamic cooperation, which means, in fact, an alternative to the Islamic or African Union. However, when you look at the European Union as a model, you see that it also puts forward an example so that the internal wars can be ended in Africa. We looked at it in many ways, and we tried to address the issues as scientifically as possible. Okay, now I want to provide a breakdown of the presentation topic. We are going to look at the defense union or the threats and opportunities of being located in Africa. I'm going to refer to threats and opportunities because I study the European Union and the surrounding region. I would like to make as many inferences as possible. And I would like to look at the regional governance standards and how ethical the European Union is. Is there a realism there or constructivism? And I will refer to the classical theories of international relations. My analyses will focus on that. Let me provide a historical backdrop. referring to Zimbabwe and Lisbon summits. And also, I would like to touch upon certain internal developments in the EU. I think here we need to also refer to the historical colonialism, as we see the examples of it, especially with France, among others. Yes, in 1963, in Addis Ababa, 32 signatory governments formed the African Union, and it had a 50-member structure in 2002. And among these independent countries, 27 of them are former France colonies. So this landscape would even automatically show that these countries have an organic relationship with Europe, almost half of them. So it is not unexpected that they have this cooperation with a focus on security. The current chair is France Ramorosa, a South African politician. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. And he has been the chair, the president, since 2018. Excluding Mali, by the way, the African Union also gave this green light to Mali by removing sanctions. But we know that the United Nations also took the initiative, and the secretary is based in Addis Ababa. Why do they need such a defense union? As I referred to at the beginning of my presentation, it is important for Central Africa's and Sub-Sahara region's security. The internal wars, ongoing internal wars, already show a stability problem in these countries. Christian-Muslim conflicts are experienced, as in the examples of Eritrea and Ethiopia. So this organization wants to provide a radical solution to do that, as well as creating a new market for the natural resources and workforce utilization. As you know, America and China have a competition in sub-Sahara Africa, which still has a fresh place on the agenda. When former colonial countries of Europe are not pleased with the African potential disappearing. So we see a regional politician which appears in the form of multilateralism, but we see a Europe trying to turn Africa into its backyard. So France specifically has an interest in that. We're talking about over 1 billion people in Africa being included in an area, in an organization which represents 29 million square kilometers. And here, of course, the defense policy needs to be integrated to other policies, including immigration. Another one is labor policy. Another pillar is trade policy. So through external partnerships, the Western countries are seeking stability in this region. Taking a place in the African Union is related to threats and stability. Why did we give an example of Mali? We refer to the example of Mali because there are underlying stability and economic cooperation aspirations here. One of the main goals is to ensure peace within countries by upholding human rights and other rights. Here, especially Congo, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Sudan, Zimbabwe, and Ivory Coast are the countries reporting many human violations, human rights violations. And United Nations Intergovernmental Climate Change Panel described Africa as the most vulnerable to climate change. Here we see certain other internal threats or vulnerabilities, including social policies, defense policies, environmental policies. So we try to exemplify all of them. The proven oil reserve of Africa, as I stated at the beginning of the lecture or presentation, is quite remarkable, as it stands at 7.2% vis-a-vis other countries. So it also stokes appetite among other countries, with countries having technological means trying to tap that potential. And in 2018, the proven gas reserves of Africa is 7.3%. And China tries to create this political and military clout in Africa by benefiting from its appealing economic stance vis-a-vis the Western countries. As I stated at the beginning of my class, no presentation, sorry, this is a slip of tongue, says the speaker. We see 54 countries being acknowledged, diplomatically speaking, in Africa with a legal status, and majority of them are former African colonies of France. America-based Gordon Conwell made this study in 2020, saying that the Muslim population, in fact, 22 of the countries has a Muslim population, which is majority than the Christian ones. Here, in overall African countries, 28 million people are of Christian religion compared to the Islam, which can be related to the missionary activities. So all in all, the Christian population seems to be a little higher than the Muslim population. So as we can understand, the cultural needs of the Muslim population are important considering the strategic partnerships with other Muslim countries in other parts of the world. Here we see 20 countries having higher Christian population, whereas 3 states have a majority, a breakdown of people from other religions. So we can say that in Nigeria, Islamic and Christian population have an equal role. In today, we can refer to 54 sovereign states in Africa. Since colonialism, African states could not develop due to instability, corruption, violence, and authoritarian governments. Majority of them operate under presidential systems as republics. However, certain number also suffered from military rules. When we look at the partnerships, we need to evaluate them from economic, financial, social, and cultural aspects, as well as the military dimension. For example, anti-Islamic terrorist organizations, the importance of these cooperations become all the more clear. And when you look at the European Union and Africa in terms of defense cooperations, you see the Arab League and the Islamic military anti-terrorist organization, Islamic Alliance Against Terrorism, as it is named, and it's called IMAT. It is abbreviated as IMAT. So here, stability is important in terms of the fight against terrorism. When we look at the trade volume, we see that Africa is one of the important trade partners of Europe. Again, it has 12% share in terms of imports and 13% share in terms of export. So it's like they are equal to each other. And this is quite a significant figure for the European countries, meaning that Africa is an important trade partner. And there are important investments in Africa by European companies and governments alike. When compared with the other countries, we can say that the partnership with Europe is followed by China and the United States. Foreign direct investment stocks, according to 2018 data, show that European Union has the highest partnership status together with the official investments, as it doesn't benefit from friendly investments or charity investments. Europe seems to be a friendly bloc for the African countries. Here, preventing the terrorist activities as condemned by the Christian world, as in the example of illegal weapons trade, or overcoming the gaps and lack of capabilities in this defense system is the desired targets. And that's the reason why the European Union wants to have such a cooperation with Africa. And the European Union is, of course, one of the biggest partners of the African Union. Here, common structures like CADSB was created to address long-term issues. I will stop my speech. I will keep my speech shorter due to the time limits. Civil wars have been besetting certain countries. Here, post-war revival aids have been like defense and recovery aids. We refer to the shallow nature of such aids. For example, when you look at the European Union's relationship with NATO, you see that these two thematic helps are not that significant when it comes to Africa. Rather, they aim to create a regional dependence, trying to make these countries more stable. What about uh, creating solutions or the failure to do so? We already talked about the difficulties in terms of creating a defense policy in Europe, but that becomes like a similar situation in Africa, and that is still considered as a necessity. Well, Professor Soner, can you wrap up the last part of your speech? Okay, I think I have the last couple of minutes. I referred to cooperation in terms of weapon or armament with multilateral conference means, well, it's not that ethical as we see it as a motive to create a backyard. Immigration is, or forced immigration is another force. Here, Lisbon and other conferences like Tripoli also has addressed security issues. In this case, gender equality or other items are also addressed by the European Union countries so that they can tap and the potential. And when we speak about the country of Chad, France comes into play, and France is criticized as it aspires to benefit from the security opportunities. When you look at the highest number of bases outside Europe, you see Chad, Congo, Somalia. Some of them remain from the Cold War, of course. And here, when you look at the security policy, in terms of the joint security policy, you see EU now for EU now for certain bases are formed in Somalia, and others EUTM are about raising officers. EU BAM is for border security. EU NAVFOR is for naval security. We looked at the actual conflicts as well. Somalia, internal war, Nigeria's internal war, Rwanda, genocide. Also the terrorist organizations like Boko Haram in the 21st century, Sudan's internal war, Libya, and other countries are also addressed in terms of the defense policy of Europe vis-a-vis Africa. Well, as a conclusion, this transition to digitalization, sustainable growth actions, and also guaranteeing the immigration movements are other targets. And the European Union tries to strike this cooperation, and it sort of gave the green light to such formation. I tried to explain it very quickly due to time limits, but thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Soner, for this presentation. Well, we have a huge delay, but we have our last speaker, Ersan, Professor Ersan. I will not make such a reminder as he looks at the defense alliances in the world with an emphasis on NATO. You are already aware of the time issue. That's why I do not want to interfere a lot. If you can summarize it in 10 minutes. Thank you. Selamun Aleyküm. After this big, we saw a huge demolition after the Second World War. And to prevent strong states from interfering with the security of others, certain countries wanted to create NATO to establish global security, to ensure that social development of member states can take place, starting with the US, with the dominance of the dominant power states in NATO. They tried to so-called bring democracy to the Islamic world, but rather they end up with tears and bloodshed. So it is one of the important organizations. However, we need to acknowledge the indisputable importance of security. At the foundation of the vulnerability of these countries is their vulnerability about defending their own country. Here, if people can enhance their welfare in a peaceful environment, then they will become more secure. So, in the current picture, states came to the forefront again in NATO and brought up fourth generation proxy wars, placing the world at the center of conflicts. And they shed just crocodile tears. And the colonial understanding in the European countries has a backdrop of the claim that these countries cannot sustain their security by themselves. These countries leave their security situation to the Western countries, which opt for, in fact, spreading their clouds. So they open their internal resources to the colonial understanding again. Here, rather than looking at NATO's establishment reason, we want to refer to what lies at the source of NATO and how Islamic countries can prevent the hidden or overt military alliances and preserve their resources and means. And as the customers of the Western countries, how can they ensure that they have a joint defense organization and turn things around? And especially, we want to understand how the NATO-related countries can be used as an example to prevent this bloodshed. The operations that started in the name of peace in Afghanistan, Yemen, West African countries, Iraq, Syria, and most recently in Libya did not come to an end. On the contrary, it led to chaos and struggle. In every Islamic country where NATO has a presence, we don't see any stability. Israel, US, and NATO-led countries support these organizations, and Israel is encircled by Islamic countries, but it still acts as a bully. So the lack of instability, the stability in Islamic countries need to be tackled by themselves. In Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh situation, we have seen the victory of these countries. That's why the Islamic countries need to establish a defense alliance. Let's look at the defense spending of the Islamic countries and the countries they are giving their money to. The biggest military spenders in the world are showing that Middle Eastern countries have a presence. According to the latest data, in 2019, there's this 3.6% global increase, adding up to $1.9 trillion. 62% of this amount was accounted by America, China, India, Russia, and Saudi Arabia.
En büyük 5 harcama yapan ülkeye baktığımızda
when you look at the top 5 military spenders, you see that China, US, and India have a concentration of this figure and steers the world agenda, although they don't see any regional or global threats. So this begs the question of why they spent this many $1 billion in military spending, although they don't have a huge threat. As the last slide would show, they use this as a revenue in the as the source of the bloodshed and tears in the Islamic countries. Well, these three countries do not have a problem concerning each other specifically. So these spendings,
ülkelerini ortaya koyduğumuzda
when combined or analyzed together, can we move on to slide 8?
İlk 10 sırada
we see
bir İslam ülkesinin olduğunu görüyoruz. Suudi Arabistan'ı görüyoruz.
We see Saudi Arabia is at top. Israel ranks 15 and Turkey is ranked 16. So as slide 10 shows,
Evet. Dünya üzerinde askeri harcamaları yapan ülkelerin gayri safi yurt içi hasılaya göre oranlarını da görüyorsunuz. Bu
portion
oranlarda da yine
of the spending
emperyalist ülkelerin
to GDP
başarılarını görmekteyiz.
shows that imperialist countries lead
İşte İslam
the
coğrafyasında
pack,
başta Suudi Arabistan olmak üzere
starting with Saudi Arabia.
fazla miktarda yapan ve
These countries have excessive military spendings. And
geçelim arkadaşlar bir sonraki sırada.
can we move on to the next slide, please?
13 sırada gelelim arkadaşlar.
Slide 10,
13
please.
slide. Evet. Bakın burada en fazla askeri harcama yapan İslam ülkeleri
Here you
görmekteyiz.
see the highest
Başlayacak
countries with the Islamic countries with the highest spending.
bu gruptan ayırmak
Here,
gerekiyor.
Turkey needs to be separated from this group because it has a 74% domestic share, domestic contribution. And we saw this in Nagorno-Karabakh issue in Azerbaijan, Iran, and other countries
Emperyalist sistemin üretmiş olduğu bu savunma sanayi ürünlerini üreten batılı ülkelere
use
kendi milli sermayelerini maalesef peşkeş çekmek durumundalar.
give their national capital to these countries.
Örtüne sahip olan Cezayir,
Here,
Afrika'da
Algiers accounts for 44% of Afghanistan, and it spends a huge amount of its national income to for military purposes. When you look at the countries with the highest contribution to weapons production is US, Russia, and UK.
Daha bir İslam ülkesi söz konusu değil ve İslam
There
ülkesi
is
yok.
no Islamic country among all these countries. Therefore, with a reasonable initiative, both in terms of defense industry and defense cooperation, they're going to be putting a barrier towards transferring their equity to the Western countries. On slide 13, the number of countries, the list of countries which are procuring the highest number of weapons. Could you go back to 13?
En fazla silah alan İslam ülkeleri.
The number of Islamic countries which are procuring the highest number of weapons and arms. So, again, Saudi Arabia, India, and Algeria. So, 3 Islamic countries. So, countries procuring highest number of weapons. Out of 5, almost, unfortunately, 3 of them are in the Islamic geography.
Burada baktığımızda özellikle bölgemizdeki savaşan ülkelerinin
You see military expenditures in African countries in war. 9 of them are African countries, and 6 of them are Islamic countries, and 3 of them are again neighbors to Islamic countries, Muslim countries. So from that perspective, photographs show that Muslim countries with their natural resources from oil and with the income from the underground and over the ground richness, unfortunately, they are procuring weapons, which means transferring their financial means to the other countries. So there should be an ASRICA, Confederation of Defense Cooperation. So very briefly, I would like to take you through an example system, which is simply placing this system into the heart of the methodology. And in the minutes of in the proceedings book, you're going to be seeing the full version of the paper, so that I will finish it in a timely fashion.
Evet Ersan Bey, son değerlendirme diye anladım onu mu?
Ersan Bey, are you going to say the concluding remarks or?
Evet Ersan Bey, sesim geliyor mu?
Ersan Bey, can you hear us? He was going to show an organization. Probably that's what we're waiting for.
Evet, zannediyorum teknik bir
Okay, there
arıza
seems to be a technical glitch, and he could not share his screen. Exactly, he froze. So,
şöyle söyleyeyim, çok Ersan Bey de tekrar gelmeyecek galiba herhalde.
so I guess he won't be joining us again. So,
Bilgilendirmek istiyorum ben de.
okay, so I would like to now finish this part. Well, distinguished panelists made great presentations, which is obviously a wide spectrum of important topics. And, you know, we have limited time, so we can't do justice to all of them. Hopefully, in the upcoming editions, at least 20 minutes per presentation and 20 minutes for Q&A. So, you know, that's an obvious need because, you know, otherwise we had to simply interrupt people. And, you know, it's a mood breaker because, you know, the presentations are perfect. So sometimes this could happen in scientific work setting. But, you know, at the end of the day, this whole series of presentations are going to be published in Proceedings book. So thank you very much, panelists. We had definitely limited time. So without further ado, now we would like to proceed to the last question. And I would like to leave the floor to my next moderator, Cengiz Bey. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Hocam sesinizi açarsanız.
Okay, if you could just mute yourself. Unmute yourself, sorry.
Açılmadı hocam. Tekrar.
I'm so sorry, you're muted. Okay, can you hear me? Yes.
Teşekkür ederim Yakup Hocam.
Professor Yakup, thank you very much. Now we are kicking off our last session. We have 7 presentations in this session. And without further ado, now I would like to leave the floor to the first panelist, Shahid Hashmet from Pakistan, examining NATO as a political and defense alliance. And the floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much. Distinguished Shahid Hashmet, if you're here, you can take the floor. Is he connected?
Galiba yok.
Okay. I think not. Okay.
Şedid Bey yok herhalde. Şedid Haşmet Bey.
So Shahid Hashmet, do we have you here?
Olmazsa biz ikinciye şey
Okay, so let's continue with the second panelist if they join us later on, because, you know, we have to be effective in terms of time. Now, the second panelist is Dr. Ghulam Nabi Faisal. We will be looking at a Kashmir case, global peace and conflicts resolution. Ghulam Nabi, do we have you?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can. Buyurun, başlayabilirsiniz efendim.
Sir, the floor is yours. You can get started. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Brother Chairman, General Adnan Tanewadi, Professor Muhammad Zalka, my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
First of all, it is really my pleasure and honor to speak during this very important webinar on the subject of global peace and Kashmir. But before expounding on the subject, I would like to thank ASSAM for providing the leadership to the Muslim Ummah to educate them of her responsibilities and rights. To establish peace, security, and justice within the Muslim world, to reclaim our dignity, to reclaim our honor and respect. Here, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank President Tayyip Erdogan, who said during the OIC conference on November 25th, 2019, let me quote him rightly. He said, President Tayyip Erdogan, he said, Muslims have no problem in living together in peace with other religions. And he said Muslims have had no problem in history to live together with minorities. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question arises, how many fellow human beings know what President Tayyip Erdogan has said? How many fellow human beings know that it was our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who gave the concept of human rights, who gave the concept of human dignity, who gave the concept of global peace at a time which was the worst possible civilization of all times? How many fellow human beings know that it is a historical fact when Jewish people, they were persecuted, not in the Middle East. Jewish people, they were persecuted in Europe during the Middle Ages. They found peace, they found harmony, they found acceptance with the Muslim community. In fact, the Jewish scholars, they say that was the golden chapter of Jewish history. Ladies and gentlemen, President Macron of France and people like him who accuse Muslims for inciting violence, who accuse Muslims for disrupting peace, they need to be given the lesson. Lesson of what? The lesson that was given to us by Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam at the time of Battle of Badr. What did Muhammad say sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Not everything is okay in the battlefield. He laid down the guiding principles, ladies and gentlemen, the guiding principles which are applicable today in 2020 as they were applicable 1400 years ago. Subhanallah, you cannot kill the non-combatants. The prisoners of war could not be tortured. The temples and churches could not be demolished. The green trees, can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? Our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam telling us, the green trees cannot be harmed. The steady crops cannot be demolished, and the wounded people cannot be attacked. Tell President Macron of France that these guiding principles, they were given by our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam when there was absolutely no idea of human rights, when there was absolutely no idea of human dignity, when there was absolutely no idea of global peace. Now, coming back to the subject of global peace in Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole world is facing the COVID-19 lockdown, and Kashmir is no exception. So the question arises, if the whole world is facing the COVID-19 lockdown, then why do we need to care about Kashmir? What is the fun of caring about the people of Kashmir? Ladies and gentlemen, we need to care about Kashmir because it is the most dangerous place on earth. Not because I am saying so. It is President Bill Clinton who has said so. We need to care about Kashmir, ladies and gentlemen, because Kashmir is the only region in the world which shares borders with 3 nuclear powers of the world: India, Pakistan, and China. India is fighting with China on one side. India is fighting with Pakistan on another. Why do we need to take care about Kashmir? Because Kashmir was known as the paradise. Today, that paradise does not exist anymore. Today, that paradise has become the killing fields, ladies and gentlemen. Not because I am saying so, because the New York Times says that Kashmir has become the hell for the people of Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, Kashmir was known for its extraordinary beauty. Today, Kashmir has lost its magic. Today, Kashmir has lost its beauty. Not because I am saying so, ladies and gentlemen, but because there was a European parliamentary delegation from Brussels, from Belgium. After having visited Kashmir, they reported back to the European Parliament that Kashmir is the most beautiful prison on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, he would like to tell you that India is the largest democracy. But ladies and gentlemen, Huffington Post, it is not published from Ankara. It is not published from Islamabad. Huffington Post is published from United States of America. Huffington Post says that Indian democracy in Kashmir is dead. Now you may be thinking, ladies and gentlemen, that after all, do the people of Kashmir at least talk to each other that we are suffering? Not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a journalist, you can write anything you want to write, but you cannot write a single word what Indian army is doing in Kashmir. If you do, you will be picked up and thrown thousands of miles away in the jails of India. In fact, the New York-based Committee to Protect Journalists, not a Muslim organization, nothing wrong to be a Muslim organization. It is one of the most impartial, neutral, internationally known NGO, Committee to Protect Journalists. They say the news media in Kashmir has been pushed to the brink of extinction. And committee says it is being done to silence the people of Kashmir. Narendra Modi, he imposed ban on the internet. Then he tried to justify it. He said, because we have terrorists in Kashmir. These terrorists, they talk to each other through internet, so we have to ban the internet. You know who responded to Narendra Modi? Not Imran Khan. It was Dr. David Kaye. Dr. David Kaye is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression. He was appointed by the United Nations. Dr. David Kaye says, India, we have to have the internet in Kashmir, not to stop the terrorism, but to prevent the disinformation and to protect the civil liberties, to ensure the accountability of authorities. Question is, it is not that nothing is happening at the international scene. Antonio Guterres said when India abrogated Article 370-35A, Narendra Modi said it is the end of the chapter, nobody is going to talk about Kashmir. 3 days later, the Secretary General of the United Nations, he said Kashmir has to be resolved under UN Charter and applicable United Nations Security Council resolution. So there's a lot of talk at the international scene. We have no problem with that. But our problem, ladies and gentlemen, is that this understanding in the mind of Antonio Guterres, this understanding in the mind of Dr. David Kaye, This understanding in the editorial board of New York Times, it has yet to be translated into action so that we can have the impact on the streets of Kashmir. Now the question is, what can we do? Ladies and gentlemen, wallahi, it is coming from my heart. Never underestimate the power of pen and intellect. You know how many pens we have? The Muslim Ummah has 1.8 billion pens. If we can use our pen and intellect, 2020 is totally different. It's the age of social media. Ladies and gentlemen, you and I, we have to be the voice of the innocent people who are suffering in the refugee camps of Rohingya. We have to be the voice of the innocent people of Yemen and Syria. We have to become the voice of the oppressed people of Palestine and Kashmir. Number two, I know there are so many important people here. Kashmir is not the issue of Muslims of Kashmir. It's not the issue between India and Pakistan. It is an international issue which was recognized by the United Nations. For God's sake, talk to your own foreign office. Tell them you have given the right, you being the United Nations, you have given the right to the people of Kashmir to decide their future. 72 years have lapsed. Let them fulfill their promise and pledge. And number three, very important development, United Nations Commission for International Religious Freedom. It's a part of Foreign Office of America, State Department. They recommended to the State Department that this RSS, by the way, Narendra Modi belongs to RSS, but this is coming from the State Department's commission. This RSS, they are doing violence. You have to condemn the violence of RSS. And the assets and the bank account of RSS, it has to be frozen. And they should not be allowed to travel abroad, and particularly to the United States of America. We must initiate a global campaign because we have now proof from the State Department of America that RSS is involved in the terrorism and the violence. This RSS must be declared as a terrorist organization. It is possible because the report and the facts we have from the State Department. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, alhamdulillah, we are Muslims. We really feel for everybody because our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was the mercy to all mankind. Raise your hands, make dua. And make dua, oh Allah, we know that these Rohingya Muslims, they have nobody to talk about. The only person who went there along with his family was President Tayyip Erdogan. That poor guy cannot reach everywhere. Nobody talk about Kashmir in the United Nations. It was again President Erdogan and Mahathir Mohamad of Malaysia. So, oh Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you are all powerful. Nobody cares of the people of Yemen. Nobody cares what is going on the streets of Gaza. Nobody cares what is going on in Afghanistan. And nobody cares what is going on in Kashmir. But if you raise your hands to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when nobody is watching, even your own spouse is not watching, make a dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You are all powerful. Liberate these people from the clutches and the occupation and let them be free. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Teşekkürler.
Dear sir, thank you so much, Dr. Ghulam Nabi. And now we are going to have, yes, he was just about to introduce you. The floor is yours, sir.
Sorry that there was some technical problem in unmuting the system. I hope I can share my screen. Is it okay?
Tabii. Ekranın altında
Of course. Yeah, share screen.
ekranın altında.
So at the bottom of the page, sir, you're going to see share screen. Yes.
Evet.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chair, Brigadier General Adnan Tandiverdi Pasha, the President of Assam, my old friend Dr. Yaqub Bulat, Colonel Ersan, and the organizers, thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to share my thoughts on the eve of the 4th International Assam Islamic Union. I shall be speaking in the broader context of examining the world defense alliances, and in particular, I will focus on NATO as a political and defense alliance. May I continue?
Buyurun.
Of course, the floor is yours, sir. Please go ahead.
Buyurun.
Ladies and gentlemen, NATO is generally considered a military alliance, but in reality, it is far more than that. It is essentially a political alliance made for the political objectives, which is assisted with the military means. Some speakers, including Dr. Shala Yusuf and Mr. ASSAM, have already spoken about the NATO, and they have spoken about the collective defense concept as well. So the NATO was established in 1949 based on the collective defense concept to counter the military threat from the Soviet Union, where the Soviet Union forces were deployed in the Eastern Europe after the Second World War. It was primarily created under the North Atlantic Treaty, which is called Washington Treaty as well. The NATO initially had only 12 members. Later on, there were 2 or 3 expansions. In the first expansion from 1952 to 1988, 4 countries had joined, which included Greece and Turkey as well. And in 1990, the Germany was granted the membership, which was already held by the West Germany. During the period after the Cold War, from 1999 to 2020, 14 other countries also joined, making the membership of NATO to 30 at the moment. France withdrew from the Integrated Military Command in 1966, but later on joined in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, the fundamental concept, as I already mentioned, is that of a collective defense, which means that an armed attack against one or more of them in the Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them. Therefore, all countries will be asked to provide the resources so that the country which has been attacked can be defended. The basic geographic scope of the NATO, as initially it was conceived with Europe, or for that matter at that time Western Europe, and later on the complete Europe and the North America. Now this is something very important, because over a period of time the NATO has transformed from a collective defense organization designed and mandated for a particular region to a global arena. So that's important, which one we must discuss and we must understand. NATO, as I said, is a political organization with a military cooperation and with a military operation. There were 2 main political objectives, that was strengthening of the domestic democratic institutions and to invite other European states to join the organization. It is very interesting to note that the expansion of the NATO and expansion of the European Union has been taking place almost simultaneously, side by side. As far as the NATO organization is concerned, the highest body is the North Atlantic Council, which is a political decision-making body. It is chaired by the Secretary General, and each member state is represented at the ambassadorial level. There are two planning committees, which is the Defense Planning Committee and the Nuclear Planning Committee. In the military committees, military representatives, they represent their chiefs of military staffs, and then there are two commands, and then there's, in addition, Canada-US Regional Planning Group as well. I will quickly go through some of the slides so that I can focus on the main issues. The NATO is a formidable political and military alliance. Why I'm emphasizing on this issue is that no defense alliance can work or can be established without the political unity. So this is extremely important for the concept of the Islamic unity as well. The aim was to unify, consolidate, and strengthen military powers of the Western allies to ensure the political stability in Western Europe, and the numerical superiority and the preponderance of the Warsaw Pact was to be countered by the deployment of nuclear weapon, which was done by the United States in Western Europe. After the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, there was a very big question: what should be done with the NATO and what should be the future of the NATO? In 1985, as you all know, that there was a lot of reforms introduced by Gorbachev, which resulted into dissolution of the Warsaw Pact and into the disintegration of the Soviet Russia. In March 1991, when the Soviet Union decided to dissolve the Warsaw Pact, a major question arose: should NATO continue to exist? And if so, then what should be the NATO's mandate? A new mandate was adopted, and that was maintaining international peace and security. Excuse me. The new mandate had two objectives: to promote cooperation with former Warsaw Pact countries and to participate in the conflict management and conflict resolution in Europe. The North Atlantic Cooperation Council was established in 1991, and a partnership for peace, where Turkey is also a member of this program, was established in 1994. It was aimed for standardized military training of the NATO states. Those of you who had attended the last ASSAM Congress might remember that I had spoken on the standardization of the and on the principles and the procedure of establishing a standardized military training institution for the Islamic Union. Non-NATO members were also invited. That included Russia and Ukraine. NATO's transformed role in the post-Cold War era is extremely important because the organization was initially mandated for defensive purposes only, the collective defense of Europe and North America. However, when the conflict management and conflict resolution was included in the Europe, the NATO forces were deployed in Balkan, and NATO forces airstrike was a major operation in Bosnia and Serbia against the Serb position. In 1995, following the Dayton Accord, the NATO implementation force was deployed later on, which was transformed into NATO stabilization, commonly known as S4, which stayed there till 2004. In March 1999, NATO carried out massive airstrikes for 78 days in Kosovo, and later on there was a Kosovo force deployed comprising of 5 nations. Till today, these forces are there. Despite having 20 years lapsed, the Kosovo future has not yet been decided. In fact, there is a military occupation of Kosovo by NATO. There is a symbolic representation of Russian forces as well, which was done under the United Nations Resolution 1244. I shall speak few words about the prospects of the European defense independent of NATO. The reduction, there's a lot of discussions going on, and security experts have been talking of reducing the reliance on the United States, and simultaneously it would ensure more sovereignty and the ability to make independent decisions. Of course, there are certain difficulties in it. The forced deployment in Europe and its periphery for the crisis management. Austria, Germany, and France, they are more interested in such European structure. The idea has been temporarily dropped because of the military capabilities and financial resources. Now, the NATO has assumed a global role, which is a very big transformation from collective defense organization to a cooperative security organization. In two terms: one, of course, the expansion has taken place from 12 members to 30. Second, the security policy revision. That's a greater role for global security arena. After September 11, 2001, NATO has adopted a different role altogether in support of the United Nations forces. It was the United Nations which invaded Afghanistan after these the attacks on the pretext of self-defense, which is allowed under the United Nations Charter, Article 51. And this invasion of the Afghanistan opened a new opportunity for the NATO to be deployed outside Europe. Prior to this, they had been deployed within Europe in Balkans only. Sorry. In Afghanistan, the NATO forces were deployed in 2003 and they were withdrawn in 2004, 2014 and 2015, but there are about 12,000 troops which are still there. NATO also has used its forces either in support of the US invasion of other different countries like Iraq, Libya, and Syria, and number of African countries as well. The more active participants are British, French, and Italian military forces, mostly in Middle East and in North Africa. Now, there are some very fundamental strategic and academic questions. Number one, is it a coincidence or manifestation of a deliberate strategic policy that in the last 2 decades, all military adventures, invasions, and occupation by the US and NATO forces have happened in the Muslim world? Second, why any political resurgence in the erstwhile colonies, be in Africa, be in Asia, especially in the Muslim countries, is considered as a global political threat by the West and the existing world order? Third, has the narrative of the global terrorism and counterterrorism been used to legitimize the US and NATO military operations for invading Muslim countries and developing world and grabbing the natural resources? A few words on our NATO and US relations. Lately, in the last few decades, there has been tensions because the US has dominated NATO politically and militarily. European countries have expressed their concern on such arrangement. The US is a major contributor, and lately, very lately, in the last 4 years, during the President Trump's tenure, the US leadership has, the leadership role of the US has considerably eroded. President Trump had demanded that the European countries should share more financial burden and provide more military forces. President Biden probably is expected to maintain better relations with NATO members. Just to conclude, the NATO has transformed. The deployment of a large conventional forces was done in the Western European soil, but post-Cold War, NATO has readjusted its mandate, including cooperative security, and has operated far beyond its geographical initial mandate. the military operations have been criticized on this expanded military outreach by a number of scholars, the former security experts within the NATO countries as well. But what is important is that NATO's role has been adjusted to respond to the important global political development. I will focus on few lessons learned. Political and military alliances, they need to be dynamic, and strong political will is required. If the Islamic Union, if the Islamic Union plans to have the defense cooperation, then the political will and the political leadership is mandatory. Strong leadership inspires motivation. There has to be core states. In NATO, there are few core states. They decide the policies. Consensus building is extremely important. Cooperation of all members is required. And then the concept of the comprehensive, comprehensive cooperation is extremely important, which is political, diplomatic, military, economic, commerce and trade, and the shared philosophy. The Muslim world needs to have crisis management arrangement, conflict management and conflict resolution, counter sectarian and ethnic threats, protection against the foreign invasions, higher education and science and technology, and moreover, enhance the cooperation comprehensively in political, diplomatic, defense, security, and economic domains. Only then the Islamic unity and Islamic solidarity can be achieved. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. If there are any questions and if time is available for the Q&A, I will be available.
Teşekkür ederim sunumunuz için.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and you stuck with the time. You used the time effectively. Thank you very much. The third presentation is going to be made by Dr. Levent Kenar. He's going to talk about the coronavirus and the threat that the other bioweapons present to Islamic world. The floor is yours. You have 15 minutes. Assalamu alaikum. I salute all the participation with respect. This is not a medical congress. Of course. Can you turn the volume up a little bit, please? You know, the coronavirus cases are increasing. You know, in every congress, we talk about coronavirus. So there's an increasing interest in this because almost every issue is somewhat relevant to ongoing COVID situation. You know, the COVID-19, according to what they put together, you know, it basically broke out at the end of 2019, and it basically covered the whole world. More than 170 countries are affected by it. And looking at the numbers, the number of cases is about 72 million, and about 600,000 people lost their lives from this. So I'm not going to focus on medical information here, and I'm going to touch upon what we can do about that. I'm going to talk about the speculations that are being made on that. You know, whether it's a bioweapon or not, we have to discuss this. You know, how it came about. There are a lot of speculations on that. Some say bioterrorism, some say the scientific explanations are enough. Well, there are different approaches to it, basically. From a scientific perspective, bioweapons, you know, these are microbiological weapons, bacteria, virus. They are, you know, various agents that are used to harm or kill a person or a society. But in the last 2 decades, genetically modified microorganisms should be involved. You know, they take a bacteria and they modify the DNA or RNA of it and make it more fatal or effective, or make it more resilient to the drugs that we use. And this is what is being discussed. Didn't we have that before? We had this microbe since 1970s, but you know, all of a sudden, all of these countries in the world are being affected, especially in this day and age when we have serious measures against such threats. It spread very fast. You know, there are markers in terms of the use of bioweapons. You know, the specifics of a certain biological agent, for example, for this COVID-19, it uses an enzyme in the body. And its geographic distribution is another issue. When it broke out in China in January, we thought it would be just isolated in China. It would not come out of China, but it did, and it spread to the rest of the world. So the contamination is one issue, mortality is another. So if the coronavirus cases, you know, there are respiratory issues, which is the most fatal and vital issue for human body. You know, it creates fatality, it kills people, so it has a huge psychological pressure on humans. Another issue is the economic situation. That could be an attack on a certain region. At the beginning of the pandemic, for example, there was an economic warfare going between China and the United States, the trade wars. So this could be just another means to it. So there's now the COVID cases created a lot of economic gaps, and this created a fast spread of it. Well, we hope this is, well, we're going through the last months of it. You know, the vaccines that are being invented, well, we hope they're going to be effective. What did we do on that? As Turkey and the Islamic world, we took various measures. We could have taken better measures, but what I want to underline here is in this geography, in this region, in the Middle East especially, where Turkey is a part, you know, it has always been under a biological, chemical, or possible nuclear risk. So as Islamic countries and as Republic of Turkey, we should always be aware of that situation, and we should take the necessary measures. So this is what I had to say in sum. Maybe we could expand on that with questions if you have any. They could be in Turkish or English. I'd be happy to answer if you have questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. Coronavirus, whether it's not a bioweapon or not, you know, it is still being debated, and we don't really feel okay about that. Thank you. If you have questions, you can basically shoot over the chat box. and we'll pass them on to you. Thank you very much. The fourth panelist is going to be Dr. Kumpir Bukhari, be joining from Burkina Faso, and he's going to be talk about defining the procedures and principles of the common defense system for Islamic Union. Dr. Bukhari, do you follow us?
Evet, kendisi mikrofonunuzu açarsanız Doktor Kompure mikrofonunuz
Can you unmute your microphone, sir?
mikrofonu kapalı.
You are muted, Mr. Bukhari. Unmute your microphone, please. Mr. Bukhari, can you unmute your microphone, sir?
Alo, alo.
Buyurun, sesiniz geliyor. Buyurun.
We have you now. Go ahead.
الشهر الحرام بشهر الحرام والحرمات قصاص ومن اعتدى عليكم فاعتدوا عليه بمثل ما اعتدى عليكم واتقوا الله.
Quran, Allah basically says, whoever attacks you, respond with the same means, and Allah is always together with those who maintain taqwa. And thanks and hamd goes to Allah, and salutations go to our Prophet and his friends, and whoever basically follow their footsteps. In very brief, we are talking about joint defense and its importance for Islamic Union. Formation of a joint defense is a demand of Sharia, actually, and formation of this system has to be based on necessary research, and this research comes about as a necessity of life. As humans, we cannot live alone, so we basically cannot provide for our needs without other people. And in economic and defense terms, we need other people to live. So the existing threats that we could face, we can always get over them with in cooperation with other people. Against those challenges and difficulties, the best weapon that we have is cooperation and the unity. And if we leave unity aside, we cannot overcome these difficulties. There are things that we cannot do on our own. And we would increase our power, and we would basically join in the society as a power, not as a burden when we act together. In this defense cooperation among the Islamic countries, well, this is going to be a success. Success could be brought about the cooperation and unity, and leaving our selfishness aside, we can go over things like that. In every field, we should accomplish this unity. utilizing the opportunities that we have and learning from the experiences of other people as well, we can only accomplish this way. There are many things that we cannot do on our own, and this acting together, we can serve Islam and humanity. Allah asks us to cooperate on ma'ruf and not to cooperate on munkar, on evil. So my work could contribute to the understanding of joint defense in the Islamic world. And for the Islamic world, the joint defense, about that, if my work does any good, makes any contribution, I'm going to be happy. And that was my intention from the very outset of my work. And what I wish from Allah is that He protects us from our enemies and evil. Allah in Quran says that build your capacity against them and scare your enemies and enemies of Allah. So if you spend on the name of Allah, He would know that, He definitely knows that, and says that you spend effort, strive. And as in Surah Al-Tawbah, Allah, He says that He knows what we do. And in a hadith, our Prophet says, teach your children how to swim and how to use arrows, how to shoot arrows. And in another one, teach your children the systems of self-defense. In the messages that are sent to humanity as guidance, well, they aim at getting us out of Jahiliyyah and making our children to able to express themselves. And they also recommend that women learn certain vocations. And these guidances also recommend capacity building in terms of self-defense. And it basically expresses loyalty to Allah and His revelation. In understanding the strategic text of Quran, as far as the companions of Prophet do, we should understand them at that level. And what matters is, of course, putting these ideas into practice. We should basically act with wisdom. We need to create a group of pioneers, a leading group constituted by the ulamas and youth. And again, in this society, we should teach the society a common ground. And in the member countries of Islamic Union, Islamic Cooperation Organization, we should teach language to youth and promote them to play active roles. Again, the artists and celebrities, well, we should utilize them, and we should basically reach out to people through them. Another issue is identification of political targets. We should identify political targets and with strong political leadership and strong political personas, we should convey them to people. And in all Islamic countries, we should reach out to the next generations and teach these things as well. And as in fatwas and in our lifestyle, there are certain values that are embraced, commonly embraced, and we should reach out to people and tell them these values. And of course, we need to put these values into practice. And in a military system of Muslims, you know, we need defense industry and technology as well. In defense systems, we should even set example to the rest of the world. Allah says in Quran, strive, work, spend effort, and Allah will see that, the believers will see that. And once you go to the world of, to the unknown world, Allah will present you what you did. Whatever you spend on the name of Allah, He knows that. And as a result, as the President of Republic of Turkey, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, I'd like to express my appreciation and gratitude to him. And as Allah wants, we should live together without having any conflicts. And my dream is that we make this into a reality, and this goes through Islamic Union, and for Islam to be dominant, for peace to be dominant in the world. As people of Burkina Faso, we wish you success. All the activities of correction, Islah by ASSAM, I wish them success. And as you know, Muslims are like walls for each other, as supporting walls for each other. And may Allah protect the people of Turkey from all the plots against them. May the salam and barakah of Allah be upon you. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. You used the time effectively. You stuck with the time limitations. The fifth presentation is going to be given by Dr. Fehmi Aja in the framework of international law. He's going to talk about Turkey's territorial waters and continental shelf rights in the agency and Eastern Mediterranean. We'll be following him closely.
Buyurun hocam, dinliyoruz. Bu Ege kıta sahanlığı hepimizin ilgisini çeken bir konu. Buyurun.
Evet hocam, güncel bir konu. Öncelikle bütün katılanlara saygılarımı sunuyorum. Takdim İngilizce olacak. Daha çok izleyiciye hitap etmesi, yabancı hitap etmesi açısından.
Buyurun hocam.
Go ahead, Professor.
Now I will talk about Turkey's rights related to territorial waters and continental shelf in the agency and the Eastern Mediterranean. First, I will introduce what are the agent islands. Greece gained independence from the Ottoman state in 1830. So the Sport Island, Erebos Island, and Kiklat Island, which are very close to Greek continental territory, had been left to Greece. but the Ottoman sovereignty continued over other islands until Balkan Wars. In 1911, Ottoman-Italy war started in Libya territory. During this war, Italy occupied the Oniki Ada, which are very close to Turkey's coast. After the war, Ushi Peace Treaty was made between Turkey and Italy. According to this treaty, Italy would withdraw from Oniki Ada following the retreat of the Ottoman soldiers from Libya. Because of the Balkan War, Ottoman state left temporarily the islands under Italian authority to prevent a possible Greek occupations. In 1915, Italy entered into the First World War against the Ottoman state and declared that they abolished the obligations of Ushi Treaty. So it continued to occupy Oniki Ada. North Asian islands were occupied by Greece during Balkan Wars in 1912. These are very close to Turkish Çanakkale Strait. As you see, Saron Islands are the natural extension of the coast of Turkey. During Balkan Wars, these islands were also occupied by Greece in 1913. After the Balkan War, first, Treaty of London was made in 1913. So Ottoman states gave up from all sovereignty rights on Crete Island first, and the destiny of the other islands were left to the big states. On 14 February in 1914, 6 big states, these are British Empire, Germany, France, Italy, and Austria. So these 6 big states decided to give North Asian islands and Saruhan Islands, this part, to Greece, except Gökçeada, Bozcaada, and Meis here. With the Lausanne Treaty in 1923, Oniki Ada and Meis were left to Italy. So as you see, Meis first time were left to Greece with the Lausanne Treaty. Gökçeada and Bozcaada were left to Turkey again in Lausanne Treaty. After the Second World War, Paris Treaty was signed in 1947. So Oniki Ada and Meis were left to Greece on the condition of non-military status. Actually, despite the invitation of the United Kingdom and the recommendation of the Turkish Foreign Ministry for participations, President İnönü didn't accept to attend Paris Conference. If Turkey participated in the Paris Conference, Meis and some islands of Oniki Ada, such as Sömbeke, Tilos, Nisyros, Lipsos, and Patmos, can be left to Turkey, taking into account the democratic situation in these islands, because even at that time, in Rhodos Island and in İstanbul Islands, about 15,000 Turkish people were living. We know that the people of the islands actually wanted to Greek authority, but anyway, the situation, the condition of Turkish people should be taken into account. But because Turkey didn't participate in the conference, so this Oniki Ada was lost to Greece. The territorial waters in the agency first was decided as 3 sea miles for Turkey and Greece. In 1936, Greece declared its territorial waters as 6 sea miles. Turkey didn't object because of peaceful relation with Greece. In 1964, Turkey accepted a new territorial sea law. Article 1 of this law says that Turkey's territorial sea is 6 miles. Second article says that territorial waters can be decided mutually with the opposite state. So Turkey accepted 12 miles in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean Sea and 6 miles in the Aegean Sea. Okay. According to the principles of equity in the international law, the sea areas of a state shouldn't close the coast of other states in a great extent. Here, I would like to make a comparison in case of 6 miles and in case of 12 miles. On the left side, you can see the situation in case of 6 miles. In this case, Greek territorial sea is, it covers only 4 to 3% of all the agency. And now, currently, this is the situation. Territorial sea is 6 miles in the agency for Turkey and Greece. And international transportation route coming from the Turkish Straits to the Eastern Mediterranean is open. There is a free international route. But in case of 12 miles, Greek territorial sea will increase to the 71% of the agency. And as you see, actually, this is a reason of war for Turkey, because Turkish parliament accepted a decision in 1995. If Greece extends its territorial sea up to 12 miles, this is a casus belli, reason of war. Because Turkey cannot exit into international waters without permission of Greece. As you see, the blue color shows the Greek territorial waters, almost close all the coast of Turkey. Only at 3 points, in front of Çanakkale Strait, and then Karaburun and Seferihisar region. Only there is a small 3 exits to international waters. But the international trade route, particularly between the Nicaria Island and Rhodos Island, will be completely closed. So there will not be continuous free navigation corridor for international transportation between the Turkish Straits and the Eastern Mediterranean. This is unacceptable. A former Greek diplomat, Ambassador Theodopoulos, actually had some suggestion maybe to reach a compromise. 30 to 50-year moratorium on the delimitation and exploitation of the continental shelf. 12 nautical mile territorial sea only around the Greeks mainland coast. Actually, about 3 months ago, Greece declared its territorial waters as 12 miles with the Italian Albanian in the Ionian Sea. At the western part of Greece. And 6 nautical miles territorial sea around the Eastern Aegean Island. This is the current situation. And rearrange the Greek airspace according to territorial waters. This suggestion of the Theodoropoulos can be a starting point to reach a compromise between Turkey and Greece in the Aegean Sea. Of course, these are not sufficient, but can be a starting point. Okay. Disarmament of the Aegean Island is another conflict area between Turkey and Greece. 1914 London meeting established demilitarized status for semi-direct limited Sakız, Nicaria, and Sisam. 1923 Lausanne Treaty actually repeated this armament status for these islands, and the 1936 Montreal Convention canceled the demilitarization status for Gökçeada and Bozcaada to protect the Çanakkale Straits. And 1947, Paris Treaty established disarmament regulation for 12 and Meis, because these islands were left to Greece with this treaty. These islands actually as a whole create security risk for Turkey, because the Greek attack to Anatolia started from these islands. They used these islands as installation, as bases, to start an attack from Izmir. Lausanne Treaty clearly allocated the small islands within the 3 nautical miles of the Turkish coast to Turkey. But some islands, sovereignty was not defined. So this is another conflict area, uncertainty of the sovereignty or some islet and rocks in the agency. Actually, during Lausanne Treaty, territorial sea was 3 nautical miles. Today, territorial sea is 6 miles in the agency. Thus, Turkey should have sovereignty or unnamed islets or rocks within its 6 miles. As an example, Kardak and Emiye should be considered inside the territorial waters of Turkey. It's, around Bodrum Peninsula. Turkey and Greece actually should go to the international tribunal to solve this conflict. Turkey actually does not demand all these unnamed islands, but Turkey only demands a fair solution, so an international tribunal can make a fair decision for this purpose. Here on this slide, you can see the Greek and Southern Cyprus continental shelf climes in the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean. As you see, Greece would like to control all the agency and also Eastern Mediterranean together with the Southern Cyprus Greek administrations by taking into account the Meis Island, which is a very small island, very close to Turkey, very, very small, only there is a village on it. On the other hand, Southern Cyprus Greek administration has no authority to make a decision for all the island, because at the northern part of the island, there is another state, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. So Southern Cyprus has no authority. So this claims by the Cyprus and the Greece is completely against the international law and irrelevant. And this is Turkey's continental shelf showed by the blue color. This is called as blue homeland, because Turkey doesn't accept continental shelf for the islands. And this principle actually is accepted by many international court of justice decisions. So Turkey is right to demand this area as the continental shelf. Continental shelf is a natural right of the continental territory. So particularly in the agency in the 1970s and 80s, many conflicts happened between Turkey and Greece. First, Greece started oil exploration and drilling activities in the agency, and Turkey also did some exploration as a response. So in 1976, Greece appealed to the United Nations. United Nations Security Council called for direct negotiation and appropriate judicial means by the parties, I mean Turkey and Greece. And Greece also applied to the International Court of Justice for interim measures until a final judgment. But in 1978, International Court of Justice decided that it didn't have jurisdiction authority for the case, and said that because the continental shelf area in the agency were not determined so far. So it didn't have the authority. Turkish and Greek sides met in Bern on 2 November 1976, and both states agreed that the negotiation should be in good faith to reach an agreement, to refrain from activities that may negatively affect negotiations, to establish a mixed commission to define the principles in the delimitation of the continental shelf. So 5 expert meetings were held until October 1981. But the new government stopped the dialogue and granted a petroleum exploration license near Tassos Island. Turkey immediately responded, reminding the obligation of Bern Agreement not to conduct such exploration activities. In 1985, Greek Prime Minister Papandreou declared that they wouldn't recognize the Bern Agreement and not bound by its terms. So, as you see today, Greece doesn't accept to obey to the international decisions, international agreements. It was the same in the past. Okay. Here you can see the conflict areas in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the continental shelf of Turkey. Although Greece and some European Union countries objected, Turkey continued its oil exploration activities by its Barbaros Hayrettin Pasha, Yavuz, and Oruçlis research ships. Turkey also, about 1 year ago, in November 2019, had a maritime delimitation agreement with the Libya government. So as on this map, you can see the E and F point. This is the borders between Turkey and Libya continental shelf. Actually, Greece also later on signed a delimitation agreement with the Egyptian government, but actually this is against the international law. On the other hand, if Egypt makes a delimitation agreement with Turkey, actually Greece will gain much more continental shelf territory in the Eastern Mediterranean. So this agreement actually with the Greece is against the rights of Egypt. Now I would like to give some example from the international court decision, so to understand why Turkey is right. North Sea continental shelf case was decided in 1969 by the International Court of Decisions. Netherlands and Denmark defended equal distance here. Germany offered to solve the dispute through equitable principles, and the court justified Germany by issuing some changes on dispersion of the continental shelf. Actually, International Court of Justice used proportionality principle here and actually provided more continental shelf territory to the Germany, as you see here. This is the Danish claim, this is the Netherlands claim, but the decision was different from their claims. And I also, the most important example in the international law, the Channel Islands Arbitral Award in 1977. Actually, the United Kingdom claimed that the Channel Islands is here, which are very close to France coast, very, very similar, almost the same with the Aegean Islands belong to Greece, which are very close to Turkish coast. So France claimed that the Channel Islands are inside the natural prolongation of the France coast, and if the islands has continental shelf, United Kingdom continental shelf would expand unproportionally, and France cannot access to the Manche Sea. Yes, it is right. If the islands have continental shelf, this time you see UK continental shelf will completely close the France coast, like the Greek islands to the Turkish coast. France cannot access into the open seas from this point at least. So Turkey's claim in the agency and the claim of France in this case are completely the same for the delimitation of continental shelf, and requires that the islands shouldn't have continental shelf. But now France is supporting Greece, which is completely against its thesis in the Channel Island case. This is unfortunately coherent and actually against the international law, against the International Court of Decisions. This is unacceptable. Another example, Libya, Malta continental shelf boundary case. This is actually Libya defended here the natural prolongation and proportionality principles. Malta claimed the equidistance method, and in 1985, International Court of Justice took into account the main feature of the coast, the difference in their lengths, and the distance between them, and avoided from excessive disproportion. So, International Court of Justice drawn the median line to the north to reach an equitable solution by using proportionality principle. As you see, with this decision, Malta got a less continental shelf area, less than Libya, because of the proportionality principle. And this is the state practice between Italy and Tunisia. Italy and Tunisia agreed that the small Italian islands, Pantelleria, Lampedusa, Linosa, and Lampione, were all inclined so that they wouldn't have continental shelf, but only territorial water as a result of proportion principle. As you see, Mediana is following the red line, but Italian islands only has territorial waters, not continental shelf. Okay, so Tunisia got more continental shelf in this case. As a conclusion, if Turkey had participated into the war, Onikada would be easily taken back from Italy. Because of not participating into the Second World War, actually Turkey lost a great chance. On the other hand, it didn't accept to participate into the Paris Conference in 1947, despite the invitation by the United Kingdom stating that Turkey shouldn't benefit from the results of war because it didn't take part into the war. In fact, Turkey declared war against Germany and Japan on 23 February 1945 before Germany surrendered on 9 May 1945. This approach of Inouye was a great mistake for Turkey's interest in the agency and Eastern Mediterranean. Now the rulers of Turkey is trying to fix this failure. I have some proposal for a fair conclusion under international law, and I will finish my presentation. The territorial sea in the Eastern Agency shouldn't be more than 6 miles. In some areas, even it should be reduced to 3 miles to provide free navigation corridors to the high waters for Turkey. The airspace of Turkey and Greece should be equal to the width of territorial waters. To determine the sovereignty over the islands which were not mentioned in the Lausanne and Paris Treaty, Turkey and Greece should go to the International Arbitral Court. In line with the 1923 Lausanne and 1947 Paris Treaty, Greece should withdraw its military forces from the Eastern Aegean Islands, which threaten the security of Turkey. The islands in the agency shouldn't have any continental shelf rights because Greece is not an island state or archipelago. Equidistant principles cannot be used as the only criteria for the delimitation of continental shelf between two countries. In line with the decision of the International Court of Justice, the limitation of the continental shelf in the agency should be determined by a special agreement between Turkey and Greece, taking into account the equitable principle, such as not closing the coast of other states, adjacency, contiguity, and proportionality. If two states cannot reach an agreement, they can go to the International Arbitral Court. This is the only way. With the participation of all states around Eastern Mediterranean, a regional conference should be arranged to decide for sharing the oil and gas resources in accordance with the equitable principles. Actually, our president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, just called for this conference. Okay, dear audience, I finished my presentation. Thank you for listening me patiently. Thank you very much.
Biz de teşekkür ediyoruz hocama değerli sunumları için. Yine
Thank you, Professor, for this valuable presentation. This has been a very fruitful session, as all the panelists complied with time limitations. I would like to thank Professor Fehmi as well. I think if 12 miles is accepted, we will only have 10% of the agency. Hopefully the unfairness will be resolved quickly here. Thank you very much, Professor, for this nice delivery. Now, I would like to move on to Associate Professor from the Northern Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, and he is going to refer to Turkish jurisdictions and the East Med. You have 15 minutes, Professor. I can't hear you. Can you hear me, Professor? Yes, I can hear you now. I would like to thank you very much. Selamun Aleyküm to everyone. This is a very nice atmosphere. We are hosting a valuable meeting. I would like to extend my gratitude to ASSAM, and I greet all colleagues respectfully. I would like to explain the legitimate rights of the Turkish Cypriots by referring to the maritime rights. That's why I will present, that's why I will use present slides in English, but speak in Turkish. Now I am moving on to my first slide. The law of the sea, before looking at the law of the sea or maritime law, we can refer to the UN as the most important platform for the resolution of disputes. And here our concern is to ensure a just order that will serve equity. And here the most important governance body is the United Nations. So here peace plus international security guide the activities of the UN. But when we look at the real world, we see that international peace and security is not achieved to a certain extent. Now, I would like to refer to President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's saying, which says that the world is higher than 5 or bigger than 5, which is all the more pertinent. The economic, environmental, and technological problems proliferate the number of global issues, and it also involves the fight with coronavirus. You see climate pollution, air pollution, and hunger, which continues to test people all around the world. Again, water crisis, drug trafficking, and many other issues continue to beset the world. And here we're talking about Eastern Mediterranean. We see ignorance of Turkey's initiatives for a fair solution. And we see a biased approach of the Western world, considering Eastern Mediterranean. So in the face of these injustices against the Islamic world and wider globe, Turkey adopts an attitude. And here, Mediterranean is important, which makes the the Western world to deprive Turkey from its rights. Everything is shaped under the theme of energy security. That's how the European discourse is developed. They also talk about NATO energy security. That's the sort of path they envisage, and that causes many problems to occur in the Mediterranean. The most prominent of which is about Cyprus. Cyprus dispute includes maritime jurisdiction dispute, as well as airspace, and they in fact constitute as the basis of many other problems, and Mediterranean becomes the center of many problems. Now let's look at the law of the sea. Now Turkey has been on the side of international law, and that also applies to the codification process starting with the 1930s.
Participated in such negotiations and made their contributions. The government of Republic of Turkey, starting from 30s, 58, and coming to the latest convention in 82. So we see it has not become a party to this contract or agreement, which means that, does it mean that Turkey has no right in the field of maritime? No, even though Turkish Republic is not a party, within the scope of the essential rights codified with the contract in 1982, it has exclusive sovereign rights and some of the sovereign rights. What are those? Well, so when we look at the internal waters and the territorial sea, it has exclusive sovereign rights, and right next to that, within the frame of continental shelf, exclusive economic zone, it has some legitimate rights. So we could offer our perspective both in terms of legal and technical affairs. It's important because just look at this slide over here. So this is also showing the lands or zones where Turkey holds rights. So we can't simply say that you have territorial sea rights in Aegean Sea, or does Turkey hold rights beyond the unknown? That is very worthy of discussion. A coastal country, so the Red Sea, Mediterranean, it doesn't matter. The coastal states have the exclusive, fully exclusive sovereign rights. So how do they define their territorial seas with their essential rights, which is codified with 1982? So how shall Turkey define its rights? Because strait baselines, when we look at the coastal situation, we have the islands, and we also have fringe islands and intended protrusions. And because it has that, so Turkey shall exercise those essential rights. Why is that important? Because in order to distinguish the internal waters from the territorial seas, because when you look at the maritime law, this is giving you the designated sovereign field of rights or your mandate. So In Mediterranean, they have determined their internal waters in accordance with the straight baselines. So you see the number of or the list of countries which have done so. And this inclination, this tendency is continued at an increased rate. Morocco and Spain, between Morocco and Spain in Mediterranean, there has been an ongoing conflict. Likewise, Malta and its neighbors, there has been an ongoing conflict. But the Western world is always threatening Turkey with sanctions as if Turkey has no rights. Italy, in the Bay of Toronto, it has accepted this as a historical internal water, hence involving them. Likewise, Libya, Sidra Bay, a historical claim in terms of the internal water. So you see Greece and the Greek Cypriot claims. So does not Turkey have a coast, or don't have the delta opening or the river openings? All of these issues in terms of distinguishing the internal waters or the territorial waters, territorial seas, they are putting forward which essential rights shall be exercised. So in terms of the internal waters of Turkey, as claimed by the Western world, in those mapped areas, they claim that Turkey has only internal waters. Some authors claim that it's up to over here. But when we look at the state of the Turkish Republic, so over here is Iskenderun internal water, and Mersin, Antalya, and again, over this coastal area, they all point to the coastal waters, and the blue ones indicate the territorial waters. So in the maritime law, we have how we identify the legitimate rights. Of course, first of all, internal waters, followed by the territorial waters, and then the external continental shelf, and the exclusive economical zone rights. So the state of the Turkish Republic is told that regardless, disregarding this map, they're trying to impose this notion. And Turkey, you don't have any further rights, they say. But when you cross-check, we have a contiguous zone right, particularly in terms of the financial or health or customs aspects. Beyond 24 nautical miles, it has the right to exercise its own right. And in the continental shelf, based on the geological zone, it has a right to simply preserve and exercise those. Because when you check Article 77, Provision 3, the rights of the coastal state over the continental shelf do not depend on occupation, effective or notional, or in any express proclamation. So in the continental shelf, if the other countries which would like to exercise their activities, Turkey has its sovereign rights. Well, it could be, in case someone would like to install a pipeline, they have to get the permission from Turkey. So Article 79 with Provision 3, there is this laying of such pipelines, delineation is subject to the consent of the coastal state. So now that Turkey has its existing rights, but some country would like to just claim otherwise. But with the continental shelf or the exclusive sovereign rights, based on the simply the scientific research, it has been aligned with the United Nations. So if, for example, anyone would like to conduct hydrocarbon research without the permission of Turkey, they cannot take one single step, because the legitimate rights of Turkey were registered at the United Nations. It exclusively keeps its exclusive sovereign rights. In all of the letters submitted to UN, Turkey, Republic of Turkey state has put forward those. So this is going to be the subject of another simple presentation. But when we look at within the scope of the island regime, Turkey is telling Greece is that I have a right for all of my islands, 6 nautical miles. and the Greek Cyprus says that, well, I have two. So for Meis Island, which is actually a very tiny island, 40,000 square meters, right, belongs to Greece, Turkey. You should accept that. So over here, when we look at the court, we call this common law, or the president, law of presidents, on the basis of the impact factor, there is a classification, and the islands could bear different statuses. And you see, there are a number of court resolutions, and I don't have time to dive into those. But I'm going to pose a number of questions based on this map. So between these coastal lines and the, for example, Turkey and Libya, I'm going to come to that. And before they are completed among different countries, is it legal to impose this map? Is it aligned with the maritime law? Not really, because this is very much against the nature of the maritime law, because we have simply in the status 38, Article 74 and 73 of the International Court of Justice agreement, there has to be a just and equitable decision. So there is no other thing to discuss. It's very clear. The international law is very clear. And in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Cyprus, there was not even a classification among different British bases. Why? Because in the domestic law of the Southern Cyprus, there is no distinction in terms of the coastal waters or the nearby seas. So in terms of the limitation of the internal waters, based on the domestic law of the Southern Cyprus, is not actually justified. And as you saw the map over here, and again, starting from 2003, starting from the limitation, both the sea or the carbon activities, I call it the so-called, because Cyprus, Turkish permission and consent were not taken while these steps were taken. They simply acted on their own, and the Cyprus issue is an international issue, and they're not simply complying with the rules and regulations and laws. All of the world, including the Muslim community, the Muslim world, need to reconsider this for justice, for a just and equitable order, and also considering the legitimate rights of the Turkish Cypriots. We need to support the persistent stance of Turkey. Turkey is doing the right thing. That's why they are there, for maintaining peace, stability, international justice, and international safety and security. So, so this part, which was established when you look at the line with Israel and Southern Cyprus, with this line, you know what they did? This time they were simply violating the rights of Palestine. And again, they also violated the border rights of Lebanon. Then where do we have the legitimate rights? Where do we have the rights? Why? Because of the why the violation of the Palestinian rights was not objected, and why does not anyone say anything or oppose to the unrightful acts of Israel, and there has been authorization to the incorporated partnership, because that is a state, the Turkish Cypriot state. So why the Western world, in terms of, they're not saying anything against Israel and the Southern Greek Republic, Southern Cyprus Republic. Why? Because in all of the letters on the level of the UN, what does it say? In the Cyprus issue, there is no single authority. So it's not the Greek the Greek authority, the Greek Cypriot authority is not representing the Turkish Cypriots, and you see the rights, the violations, and we see simply a number of different agreements. So, in conclusion, between Turkey and the Northern Cyprus, this agreement was sent to the UN, and they were informed about that. And Turkey-Libya maritime boundary, on the basis of the boundary agreement, Turkey is the owner of the legitimate rights. And all of the efforts are aligned with the dialogue in a very peaceful fashion. Hydrocarbon activities have been continued by Turkey. The pink areas indicate where the Turkish Petrol Incorporated partnership was authorized because the Greek Cypriot state is trying to violate the rights of the Turkish Cypriots, and because they are one of the founding partners, they have legitimate rights. So, against these attitudes of the Greek Cypriots, and this authorization took place in 2011. Greece, Lebanon, Israel, Syria, and Egypt have also hydrocarbon activities. We know the problem in Libya, and one of the most important partners in this respect, in terms of the pipeline, they would like to simply extend it through the Turkish continental shelf, and the rights of Turkey are ignored. Hence, Turkey is ignored. And like Navtex and NOTAM, we have such issues. In the air control zone, they would like to shut down Turkey, and they merely would like to simply put Turkey into sort of a prison such as this one. How can Turkey accept those? How can we talk about rights? How can we talk about international justice in this respect? So, in the international courts, they have taken very clear attitudes. We know the pathway in the maritime authorization, and Eastern Mediterranean has its sui generis character. Well, I think you're cut off. Actually, you were completely beyond your time. So, Professor, we can't hear you. I think it's frozen.
Teknik bir sıkıntı var galiba. Ersan Hocam, Emet Hocam'ın sesi, gerçi görüntü de gitti.
Well, I think she's disconnected. We were completely beyond our time anyway. Okay, let's continue with the second speaker. Now the last speaker is retired Colonel Ali Joshar, Vice President of ASSAM, and he's going to talk about the war doctrine and the impact on the concepts. I need to revise the war law. Distinguished President, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to simply greet you. It has been a long day, and being the last panelist is rather unfortunate. But the previous speakers have simply shared everything which needs to be said. It's going to be a summary, so please bear with me in this respect. I will try to complete it in a very short period of time. So starting from the last quarter in the world, in our country, and in the neighbor countries, what are the results that we have come across? When we look at the last 3 decades, the world is experiencing a very complicated war profile. I want to share my screen, but I think there's a problem with sharing the screen.
Ali Bey, sunumunuzu bilgisayarda açtıktan sonra tekrar Zoom'a dönün. Share screen yeşil tuşuyla paylaşın.
Click on share screen. Yeah, that's what I did.
Henüz gelmedi hocam. Zaman kaybetmemek adına devam ediyorum.
Okay, so let's continue.
Bu kapsamda son yıllarda oldukça sık sözü edilen hibrit savaş,
So hybrid
siber savaş,
cyber war,
aynı şekilde biyolojik savaş,
biological war,
savaşlar esnasında kullanılan insansız kara, hava, deniz savaş
and drones.
sunduğu imkan olarak muharebe istihbaratının oldukça kolaylaşması adeta
And the introduction of the intelligence tools, the military doctrines, and the war law within the scope of everything which have been developed needs to be revised. Particularly in the last 2 decades, there has been a bloody and a very insidious type of war. The humanity is simply facing a threat, and the imperial forces are unlawfully occupying Palestine, Libya, Kashmir, and so many different places. Autonomic and robotic technologies are reshaping the war fields, and the improvements in the artificial intelligence are contributing to the fact that maybe human beings will start sharing their decision-making capacities with the other stakeholders. Hybrid war is the new type of war. Well, this could be open or overt. And when we look at the new techniques and the use of communication techniques, we see this is even reinforced. So, so it's actually a mix of conventional and guerrilla war. And when we look at the definitions, they have been simply reshaped surrounding this definition. When we look at the hybrid war, state, non-state factors, state-supported, and factors, conventional threats, irregular war, terrorism, are the factors which need to be taken into consideration. When we look at the cyber war, that was an aspect of the hybrid war. One state hacking, attacking, or disrupting the network and the operations of another state. All of the threats happening in the cyber area need to be tackled by different institutions and agencies collaborating with one another, also increasing the awareness on different levels. When we look at the types of cyber attacks, the final users' computers would be targeted. So there are so many different types. I would be merely quoting a number of those. So tapping and unservicing, IP tricking, IP phishing, cryptographic attacks, social engineering, trapping, trapgate, phishing, replacement, fake mass mailing, timing tricks, so on and so forth. So in case cyber war is implemented, if we have to talk about the threats in the nuclear facilities, on the nuclear and natural gas pipelines, there could be problems. Planes could hit one another because of signaling tricking. The satellites would go out of their orbits when there is an interruption or disruption in the electronic banking. People would not be able to simply make money transfers, or in case of any electrical hacking. Could you please go slower? So when we look at the movement area and the objectives of the cyber war, in the 21st century, one of the operational fields is cyber space, which could be added to the conventional areas of command. It has repercussions on all of those. So one state, in order to attack one another, it's a cyber attack which is designated. If they would like to disrupt the cyber security operations like hacking or piracy, they are they are using these methods. And in 2015, American Congress Intelligence Survey says that even though there is no clear doctrinal definition, cyber war is equal to simply a physical war, or it could be simply equal to in terms of utilization of the military aspects. So today, when the codes are used in order to attack the conventional missiles, so and so forth, so they could be used in combination. When we look at the cyber war, any type of device could be turned into a weapon in this respect. So even the buttons of a computer keyboard could be turned into a weapon. We have so many documents, and the British have simply constituted a social media army, and China has a blue army, which is a huge army, and they are completely exclusively in charge of these activities which I have mentioned. Another part of the hybrid war, which is the biological war, they are using microorganisms. They are trying to kill or limit the activities of the people, animals, and the plants, bacteria, viruses, protozoa, and some other microorganisms could be used as microorganism agents. Another subpart of biological war is entomological, and again, it is used as a tool to harm the other party, and it's a method of a biological war. And in the Second World War, the potato bugs, according to some claims, were used by the German army, but there is no evidence. So through a pathogen, the bugs are infected and they were sent to the targeted areas. And the bugs were acting as pesticides, and the grasshoppers, in the last year, they were moving towards Asia, but then again, their course changed to Middle East. And likewise, coronavirus, as we heard from the previous speakers,
olma ihtimali vardır. COVID-19'un bu tür bir biyolojik
So there's a possibility that COVID-19 could be such a bioweapon, and it could be a socio-psychological weapon. And it basically uses fear, and it presses people, it creates anxiety and psychological oppression. You know, one of the latest means of war is unmanned vehicles, and you know, they could be seen in every fourth dimension of the war, you know, like land, navy, air, and space. Automobiles and robotic technologies are reshaping the world, and as the time goes by, AI is also improving fast, and it could basically get an important share of the capacity of war from humans. So in general, these are critical technologies that could act without humans. In this regard, Baykar machinery made a flying car that is called a Jezeri, and Jezeri lived in 12th century. He could be regarded as the father of cybernetics and robotic sciences. This is why they named it after him. And this vehicle could be from public transportation to logistics supports and military and health usage. It will have a lot of fields, and it will play an important role in terms of shipping. Unmanned vehicles could be in various forms, or they could even take the form of a dog, like, you know, you've seen examples of that. One of the most definite dimension of the unmanned vehicles are the drones, the weaponized drones. They could be used for military and civilian usage. For the military use, it could be used for attack or reconnaissance, and its size changes from the size of an insect to a plane. The performance of UAVs exhibited itself in Azerbaijan, our sister state, and since 2016, you know, the Euphrates Shield and Olive Branch operation, and in others, it was used. And in Idlib, in the south of M4, it contributed to stopping the regime forces. In Turkey, you know, we used to buy it from the United States, and we used to rent it from Israel. And in 1992, advancements were made, and, you know, different names were given to them: Turna, Keklik, Pelikan, and Martı. And Baykar made a version of its own that was deployed on Mount Gabar. And in 2007, there was an UAV called Watcher, Gözcü in Turkish. And in 2008, the first UAV was supported by Bayraktar TB2, and Karayel, made by Vestel, was put into inventory of Turkish Air Forces. In this day, in 2020, Anka, Aksungur, Bayraktar, Akıncı UAVs took their places in the inventory of Turkish armed forces. I'd like to mention that, you know, the jet fighter pilots are kind of falling behind the UAVs. You know, even the pilots of Su-47, well, 2 of them were shut down by TB2s, the Turkish UAVs. Maybe it didn't reflect much on media, but I listened to those who witnessed the event itself. You know, our UAV's superiority stemmed from this. You know, the pilots get tired after a certain amount of time, and they lose the situational awareness capacity, and they lose the orientation and go through some kind of vertigo. So it is basically a loss of consciousness out of G-force. Because of acrobatic move, if the pilots do them for a long time, they lose consciousness, and the UAVs don't have any situation like that, and they could be superior to jet fighters. We have Kamikaze, Alpago, Tohan, and Serçe 1, and they have been used intensely in the recent conflicts. Other than that, there is ULAK, unmanned naval vehicle, reconnaissance and intelligence, and armed escorting, and strategic facility protection, and it is used in bases as well. There is the coefficient concept, you know, in conventional war doctrine. At the strategic operational tactical level, they elevate the destruction capacity of the troops, and it has a certain maneuverability, and such superior wars are basically taken as the force coefficient, and once they are used, it destroys the capacity of the opponent, the enemy, and it brings a victory. As a coefficient, SIHA, once compared to jet fighters, they've been useful, and they have helped destruction of more than 1,000 terrorists. These new means bring a lot of change to doctrine as well. They bring coefficient and increase the capacity, and the cutting edge weapon system basically force the changes in the existing doctrines. For example, advanced management concept has changed. And they should be, the existing legislation should change accordingly. In 1949, the Geneva Agreement was put into effect, but it doesn't really undertake the necessities of the law of war. The legal works under NATO were never conducted in a fair manner. Considering these necessities, the law on the war should be updated. You know, war basically is use of force when diplomacy is less than enough. And it basically involves an antagonistic attitude, and the agent of the war is the state. So recently in Turkey, with its local and national capacity, we reached about 90% of the national production, and it serves as an example to the rest of the world. It serves as an example to the rest of the Islamic countries. And in this regard, it may constitute the kernel of the Islamic countries, and the friendly approaches of some countries are giving us this hope. In a world order where justice is non-existent, you know, it is harming our conscience. Turkey has the capacity to lead the world in this regard. As a result, you know, the concepts of war should be updated, and the general defense plans and force formations at strategic, tactical, and operational levels, they should be rehandled. And the existing structures in the Islamic world should be reorganized. And in terms of destruction of the existing threats, the aforementioned changes should be done and revised at the national scale and in a national manner. And without further saying, I am ending what I have to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for listening. I rushed a little bit because of the time limitation. I hope I have been useful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, we end our panel. And we had a lot of presentations, more beautiful from each other. We had 7 presentations in this session, and our panelists basically presented what they had to say successfully. And I'd like to thank them for their sensitivity. Without further saying, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Mehmet Zerka to administer the evaluation session. The floor is yours, Professor Zelka. Thank you very much. Throughout the day, we've had very nice presentations, and valuable presentations were made from Turkey and from around the world, and they stayed with us until now, and this makes us all the happier. And as someone who is aware of the importance of the issue, we are happy. As moderators, I'd like to thank Professor Cengiz Toraman, Atilla Batur, and Ensar Nishancı, and Yakup Bulut for their nice management of the sessions and their contributions. And I'd like to express my gratitude for all the participation. And I'd like to give specific thanks to Dr. Ghulam Nabi. He lives in the United States, and when the Congress started, we started like at 9 a.m. For Turkey. It was nighttime there. So basically, he didn't have a chance to sleep, and I'd like to give him specific thanks. Thank you, Dr. Ghulam Nabi. And to offer a general evaluation, I'd like to give the floor to General Adnan Tanrıverdi, and if the moderators want, we could have further contribution from them. So I'd like to give the floor to General Tanrıverdi. Thank you. General, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. May God bless you. We started at 9 a.m. and it was an intense work, really. We were here for more than 10 hours, and we have completed it. I'd like to thank everyone who put effort into the formation of this Congress, and 26 presentations were made, and we had moderators who managed the Congress, and things went fluently, and we obtained beautiful information, and I'd like to thank them for that. The mission of ASSAM in our target of Islamic unity, Islamic union, defense is one of the 4 major activity fields. So starting from the center, everything is going to be managed. Before seeing the weapons as a means of war, ASSAM sees it as a guarantee of peace. So without weapon, we won't have peace. And armed forces, in the same manner, they are the enforcers of the law. and the rights. If you don't have the weapons and the forces, you cannot really protect your rights. You cannot really protect your benefits, and you cannot even protect your benefits and rights and interests in your own country. So the weapons in this regard is the guarantor of peace and protection of rights. The first Congress was about the administration methods. We talked about the organization. The second one was about the economic cooperation. We had important results out of that as well. The third one was about the cooperation in defense industry. The fourth one was about the joint defense organization, and we were informed in a detailed manner in technical terms as well. And once Islamic Union is achieved, what kind of defense system should we have? This basically was a search into that. The next one is going to be about the foreign policy, and the other one is going to be about the justice system, and the last one is going to be about domestic policies, domestic security. And Islamic region is has its own capacity. It's located in a very beautiful place, and it constitutes like 1/5 of the world's population. And in terms of the standards and the number of the weapons, it has a huge capacity. So we have the flavor, we have the sugar, we have the oil. So what is missing? The missing link is the organization. So as ASSAM, we're trying to create a model, and I think we are above 60% in this regard. Since 2017, we planned to have a Congress every year. Even coronavirus could not prevent our Congress. We will have the 5th, 6th, and 7th. And after the 7th, we will talk about possible solutions that would be administered from a center. So I'd like to thank everyone who put effort into this, and I wish it bears great results, and have a great night, and with salam and love. 108 people followed us. Now we have 76 people following us live. We kind of wore them out, but even if, you know, the followers, what we ask from them is that they share what they learned from this Congress. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. We had 109 participants, and putting the information that we obtained here together, we will share them online. And if the previous moderators would like to contribute with a couple sentences, I'd like to give the floor to them. If not, I'm going to adjourn the Congress. Yeah, no presentation now.
İhtiyari bırakıyoruz. Eğer konuşmak isterlerse biz o hakkı verebiliriz. Ama yeterince...
If you'd like to speak, yes, now is the time.
Müdavim arkadaşlarımızdan maşallah ilk kongreden itibaren
She has been here. Professor Zeki has been with us all the time from the very first one. Let's get your evaluation. God bless you all. Thank you very much. I wish this union starts right away, and next time we will go over, you know, the countries that will be the first members.
İnşallah. Şükran cezilen. Buyurun Cengiz Hocam, siz mi buyurdunuz bir şeyler?
Professor Cengiz, did you have something to say?
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you,
Sayın Paşam.
distinguished professor, distinguished general. You know, we're going through tough times because of pandemic, and the Congress went fluently with a nice participation, by the way, even at this late hour. You know, it's like as if we're having a face-to-face Congress. The participation is very nice, and the issues that we touched upon were very nice. I'm not really a person that is very close to the military issues, but I enjoyed, I learned a lot, and I wish we will get together face to face next year and we'll move on with our congresses. May God bless you all. Thank you, Professor Cengiz. Couple sentences.
Sayın Başkanım, çok kıymetli paşam.
Distinguished Chairman, distinguished General, thank you very much. I'd like to thank, in the person of the General, to everyone. A lot of people put effort into this, and translation has been done since the morning, and it's been 10.5 hours, and we didn't have any breaks, by the way. This could be a first of a thing. It's a great performance. We had a Congress of 10.5 hours without any break. So I'd like to thank those invisible heroes. They worked selflessly.
Gerçekten çok istifade ettim. Şunu ifade
I
etmek
benefited a lot from it, and I'd like to say that about 4 years ago,
muhayyilesinde oluşturduğu bu çalışma belki 4 yıl
this was just an idea, an imagination on the mind of the general. But as of the moment that we are now, we have realized that this is a very important thing to do. And this union should be created. It should be established. And the presentations that were made indicate that we have a long way to go. And in a short while,
belki belli noktalarda kanıyla yola devam ediyordu. İnşallah.
You know, the Europe and the Western countries are moving on slowly, but as Islamic countries, we are going to be moving on like a jet. You know, we're going to travel that path in a fast manner. We have the indicators of that. You know, what happened in Karabakh is one of them. The example set by the Caucasian army is going to be the very seed of that. Distinguished General, this is indicating how rightful your vision has been. This is what we have realized once again, and thank you very much. Thank you. One last thing, as in the presentation of Mr. Karadagi, you know, he said, don't show the Ertuğrul just in the movies, show Salahaddin Ayyubi or Nureddin al-Zengi. I see that as an important matter. Okay, their time will come. I present my respect and love to all the participants. Professor Yakub, thank you. It's a little too late, and just a couple words. I'd like to thank the whole team, starting from the General and everyone else who put together this Congress.
inşallah. Ben ciddi bir uyanışa sebebiyet veriyor.
I believe this is going to be the beginning of an important awakening. You know, an expression that belongs to Said al-Nursi. He basically said, it's enough that we slept as the Islamic world. It is time for us to wake up in the morning of Quran. So I'd like to also say that if this meeting bears concrete results, when it bears institutional results, you know, the researchers, scientists, writers, bureaucrats, they have the task of raising awareness in their own country.
Ve dışarıya bir mesaj olarak verilmesi gerektiğinde yaymaları.
You know, we should basically support each other and send this out as a message to the outside world. You know, the steps that Turkey took recently are indicating that Turkey is increasing its power, and it is basically inspiring confidence to the other countries. And once we have the togetherness, this confidence turns into a power. In Azerbaijan, you know, we listened to an Azerbaijani parliament member. He said, strong people should indicate that they're going to help the weak. And I had a chance to listen to many presentations, and the population potential and the resources, we have everything. And there's something strange, and we are responsible for that. You know, we need an awakening, and we have been exploited enough, but it is time to say enough. We should basically be the agent of our own awakening, and I'd like to thank once again all the participation. Professor Ensar.
Kendileri de ifade etmek isterlerse düşüncelerini alırız. Evet. Peki. O zaman
Cengiz Hocam herhalde.
Değerli hocalarım.
Distinguished professors.
Öyle mi? Ha, buyursun. Siz burada göremediğimiz için. Ensar Hocam.
Selamünaleyküm.
Öyle sessiz duymadan kapatmak hoş olmayacaktı ama.
It wouldn't be nice to close without you saying something. Thank you. Here, I believe a spirit is revitalizing. My own soul is revitalizing as well. The last three presentations, well, I wanted to follow them very closely and ask questions. They were valuable. Maybe I might have to ask some of the questions to Colonel Ali in person. The previous presentation was great. And the presentation about Eastern Mediterranean and the islands were great as well. Certain presentations are like, you know, like articles in congresses. You know, I join in many meetings at national and international level. You know, this Congress that was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, it is very valuable, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ersan to that. He put a lot of effort into that. I'd like to thank everyone who put this Congress together, and I'd like to give some findings. One of them is, of course, important issues were mentioned. One of them was the recent technologies. Colonel Ali mentioned that, and Mr. Ibrahim mentioned that as well. These are important issues. The world is entering a whole new era. We're going to talk about what's new, not what's old. Let me give you an example. In Karabakh conflict, we talked about the technologies, not army commanders. We didn't say that we would fight till the last drop of our blood. We basically we were in the field with new technologies. You know, Turkey has done in 2020 what Japanese have done in 1970s. Japanese basically said back in the time, small is beautiful. The Turkey's leap forward is much more important than what Japanese did, because Turkey is making core technology. It's not basically just going to increase the number, it's going to diversify technology. This, I believe, is the miracle of Turkey, and it is going to bear great results. About 8 years ago, I was having a meeting with the chief advisor to Iranian president, and this is what I said. The world is going to go through new technologies, and Islamic countries, Islamic world is going to be the center of that. This new togetherness is essential.
Orta Doğu dersini veriyorum.
That is the issue of the union of the Islamic world. I'm teaching Middle East, and I'm telling them the map is not something, it is everything. In 1960, looking at the population in Europe and the Middle East, post-war Germany is 62 million. Egypt plus Iran plus Turkey would make 61 million. Just Germany had a larger population than the 3 largest countries in our geography. So in this, so what we can say basically is that they dwarfed us. So as our president says, we have to be together, we have to be strong, and we have to be big. How such platforms are going to constitute the basis for this, and this spirit is going to rise from such meetings. I'd like to thank everyone who put this Congress together. Thank you very much. Mr. Kurt is with us, and he has been with us from the first Congress. If they have anything to say, we can have it.
Öncelikle Hazirun'a bu çok bereketli şura için, buluşma için ben de hususan teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
I'd like to thank everyone.
Yani bugün bizim son derece önemli bir konuyu burada ele aldığımız
We handled an important
kongrede
issue.
Şunu bir kez daha gördük ki İslam ülkeleri gerçek manada özgürlüklerini kazanmak istiyorlarsa kendi savunma sanaylerini tesis etmek zorundalar. Yani bizim bir Kıbrıs Barış Harekatı'nın ardından yaşadığımız ambargoyla karşılaştığımız sıkıntı nerede, o günler nerede? Bugün itibariyle geldiğimiz şu nokta nerede? Bugün uluslararası hegemonik güçler bize bazı dayatmalarını eskiden olduğu gibi gerçekleştirememelerinin ardında bizim bugün kendi kendimize yeten teknolojik altyapımızın ki birçok konuşmacı arkadaşımızın da işaret ettiği gibi geldiğimiz bu nokta var. Fakat biz bunu çok daha ilerilere taşımak ve İslam dünyasıyla bu bütünlüğü sağlamak zorundayız.
we have to
Yani ben
take
özellikle bu
this
buluşmanın
to
bu da Kıbrıs
further
günlerinin bir
points
bereketidir ki
through the unity of the
doğusuyla
Islamic world, and this
batısıyla
is the
bizi
baraka
şöyle
of
bir
the
ortamda
Corona
bir araya
days.
getiriyor. Biz
And
İDSV ekseninde de birçok toplantımız artık böyle Zoom toplantıları tarzında yapıyoruz.
you know, as IDSB,
Onun
we
için ısrarla
organize many
Ersan
meetings
kardeşime de
online
tavsiye
as
ettiğim
well.
konu buydu. Bizim
And
belki
this is
bir
what I
nimet bir
recommended
boyutuyla
to
bugüne kadar
Mr. Ersan.
istifadesinden maalesef bir cihetle mahrum kaldığımız
So we
ama
basically
bugünlerin
couldn't
bir bereketi olarak,
utilize
önümüze bir fırsat olarak
the
gören
online
bu
meetings
emsal
before.
toplantıları
So this could set an
Mehmet Hocam
example.
özellikle devam ettirmemiz lazım. Ben burada
We
Adnan
should move
Paşa'ma da
on with
Ersan
meetings like
kardeşime de
that.
hasreten bütün ekip arkadaşlarla
I'd like to
beraber tabii
thank
teşekkür ediyorum. Biz bu birlikteliği çok
Professor
daha ilerilere taşımak durumundayız. Bugün
professors
bakın
and
Kuala Lumpur'daki
I'd like
zirveye
to thank
ki son derece
everyone
önemli bir
who
zirveydi.
put this
Maalesef bizim Pakistan ve
Congress
Endonezya
together.
gibi ülkeler katılamadılar.
Countries
Çok
like
basit
Pakistan and
tehditler
Indonesia
karşısında
were
geri adım
absent.
atmak zorunda
They
kaldılar.
had to retreat
Yani
on the
biz
face of
özgürlüğü
simple
temin
threats.
etmemizin ana parametrelerini çok doğru tespit etmemiz lazım.
So we have to
Ben o
identify the
gün
major parameters of
Kuala
the formation
Lumpur'daydım
of
ve
freedom.
bir
I was in Kuala
bakanımıza
Lumpur
özellikle Pakistan'ın ve
the
Endonezya'nın
other day,
bugün İslam İşbirliği Teşkilatı'nın
especially
çok
in
işlevsiz
Pakistan
kaldığı,
and Indonesia,
baskılar altında değişik
have a
sebeplerle,
lot to do
gerekçelerle
with
boyun
the
eğmek
dysfunctional
durumunda kaldığı bir
situation of the Islamic
konjonktürde yeni bir sese, bir
cooperation
heyecana, bir
organization.
birlikteliğe
And
ihtiyacımız
we need
olduğunu,
a new excitement.
bunun
We
altyapısının
need
çok
a
düzgün
new
oluşturulması
togetherness,
lazım
and
geldiğini
we
ifade
have to
ederken
establish its
bunların içinde o
infrastructure
Kiel
very
zirvesinin de
well.
en önemli parametrelerinden biri savunma sanayisiydi.
And defense
Bugün burada
industry
bunu
is a
tartışıyor
key
olmak
parameter
öyle ümit
here.
ediyorum ki çok
And
bereketli neticeler
discussing
verecek.
this is going to
İslam
bear
dünyası
important
Türkiye'nin
fruits,
bugün itibariyle
and
yakalamış olduğu
Islamic world
bu teknolojik yeterliliğin farkında.
is
Ama
aware of the
bakın yakinen
technological
bildiğimiz
self-reliance
bazı
that Turkey
tablolar
has
var.
achieved.
Özellikle Asya Pasifik'te
And
çok
there are
bu
certain
konuda samimi duran,
situations
Türkiye'nin savunma sanayisiyle işbirliğini dile getiren bazı insanların siyasi bir takım entrikalarla kurban edildiğine de şahit oluyoruz.
in Asia
Yani
Pacific,
burada
some
bazı
political
gerçekleri
figures
biz dile
are being
getirirken
victimized
bunun
because of
arkasında çok sıkı bir farkındalık
mentioning
eğitimi
Turkey's
yapılması lazım geldiğine de
success.
ben burada
So
hasreten
we
dikkat
need
çekmek
an
istiyorum ki bu
awareness
emsal toplantılar
training,
bu zemini biraz
and
daha
such
güçlendirecek,
meetings are going
kuvvetlendirecek.
to
Ben onun için
contribute
özellikle
to
Dersan
the
kardeşimden şunu rica
formation
ediyorum.
of
Bu toplantının
an
kayıtlarını
awareness. So
siz zaten
I
yayınlıyorsunuz. Biz
specifically
bunu tüm İDSV
would like
üyelerimize de
to
66
get
ülkede
the
354 sivil
documentation of
toplum
this
kuruluş
meeting.
arkadaşlarımıza
You know,
biz
we
bunları
are
gönderelim.
present
Buradaki
in
bakış
66
açısını
countries with
özellikle simultan
154
tercümeler burada önemli.
organizations.
Arapça ve İngilizce yapılan tercümeler.
Especially the
Bütün
simultaneous
İslam
interpretation is
dünyasında
very
bir
important
farkındalık
here.
yakalamak adına
In
ben
terms of
son olarak tekrar hepinize teşekkür ediyorum ve tebrik
creating
ediyorum.
awareness. So I'd like to
Hayırlı
thank
akşamlar
everyone
diliyorum.
and have a good evening.
Ali Bey çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, for these nice ideas. And in the coming period, we would like to consult you on certain issues of this Congress. Maybe we could have a panel or a conference, and we could look for ways of further utility. Thank you very much for your ideas and contribution. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Ersan, who has been in the background. Thank you very much, dear professor. You know, my name has been mentioned, and I'm accepting this on behalf of my team. And my voice tremble because I'm very happy, especially at Istanbul University. A lot of people contributed to this. I'd like to give the names of their managers. Mr. Tahsin and his team, representing ÜSKÜDAR University, and Mr. Nazım and his team that provided infrastructure, and the whole team of ASSAM and the members of the executive board. I'd like to thank everyone. every incentive, every promotion that I receive, I accept this in terms of recognizing the effort that a lot of people put into this. And we do exist as a team. What matters here is that we act together. Thank you very much, with my heartfelt respect. Thank you, Mr. Ersan, for all the participation. We have observed your efforts, and I wish in the following Congress we will see similar efforts from you, and this is what we believe. Distinguished participants, there's one last demand. I'd like to give the floor to Shahid Hashmet. If you would like to say, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Zelka. I just want to express my very humble appreciation and my greetings to the whole team which has managed such a beautiful event, a very long marathon of I think almost 14 hours.
Yeah.
And I must appreciate the stamina and the resilience of the moderators. And my regards to the chairman of ASSAM, General Adnan Tenrivardi, whom I had the pleasure and the honor to meet last year. So my regards to my dear brother, Professor Dr. Bulut, who was the chair of the session last time when I spoke, and my congratulations to the complete team, especially to Colonel Ersan and to Mr. Osman Mijan, if I'm pronouncing the names correctly, and to, I think, many dozens of other organizers and workers, those who are not visible on the screen, but this successful completion of the webinar and the International Congress was not possible without their effort. Thank you very much. It is always a pleasure to interact with my Turkish brothers, philosophers, academicians, and worthy scholars. Thank you indeed. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thanks a lot, Mr. Shahid Hashmet. Thanks a lot. Evet, değerli katılımcılar.
Mehmet Hocam, mikrofonunuz kapalı.
Açık paşam.
Mehmet Hocam, siz kanal değiştiniz galiba. Türkçe'ye geçer misiniz?
Ben hiç kanal değişmedim, dokunmadım ama.
Oldu hocam, şimdi oldu.
Sesiniz geliyor şimdi.
Evet, evet. Belki teknik şeyler kendiliğinden dönüş yapabiliyor konuşmacılara göre. Evet. Hakikaten çok doyurucu.
This was very informative, very satisfying Congress. We spent a lot of time, but this was a very beautiful Congress. Our son was concerned whether we would have a problem. You know what happens once we do what we should, Allah is granting success, you know. This is the kernel, this is the first step under the leadership of General Adnan. And we are completing the fourth of our Congress. And I can see that we have taken a long way. You know, formation of unity is a necessity for the Islamic world to resolve the conflict, and their defense is going to be possible only through the formation of a defense unity. And Islamic countries reach basically the deserved level and standard as individuals and countries. I'd like to thank you once again, and here I adjourn the Congress, and I express my gratitude and have a great evening.
Ayrılmak istemiyor insan ama
I know that you don't want to leave. Okay, have a good night.